Hey guys, welcome back to channel. So today we going to see what if Naruto reincarnated in failure frame and reduced the terror to a great peace harem. Let's start. Chapter 1. Failure meet failure, be careful what you wish for. Old man Tucci had said that when I had expressed my wish to eat ramen every day. The man had rambled on about how even the taste of ramen could grow old and it would be horribly tragic to lose his best customer. At the time I had laughed off the advice and put it out of my mind along with nearly every piece of advice people tried to give me. Now more than ever I wished I had given more weight to the advice of that old man. Why? Well, I had been sitting on an old patio overlooking the main street near my house. Having failed that graduation exam yet again. I was so ashamed. Here I was, less than a season away from 14 years of age, and I alone had failed to graduate alongside my 12-year-old peers. Well, some were 13, but that's not the point. I had entered the academy a year early, and I was now a year behind. All I was thinking about was that I wished to disappear and not have to face the looks of the villagers again. Those cold, appraising eyes that looked right through me. Then all I saw was green. A nice mellow, light green. But a surprising change from the streets of Konoha nonetheless. A strange sense of vertigo took over and for a moment I thought I had fallen from my perch. All I could do was close my eyes and wait for the impact. Only, instead of a nasty fall and the sound of me hitting ground, I heard people coughing. Opening my eyes slowly, I found I was surrounded by quickly clearing smoke. Figures slowly became visible, first one close to me, then several more in the background. For a moment I thought the one close to me was Sakura. Pink hair and a slight frame. But upon closer inspection she was revealed to be unsimilar looking to my crush. Several years older and slightly taller. I also noticed that she, and the now revealed group of people behind her, were all wearing the same outfit of a white shirt and dark gray skirts and pants with a cloak over their shoulders. If they were all wearing an unfamiliar uniform, was I in a rival village? If so, how did I get there? I sure didn't leave Konoha by myself, and kidnapping an academy student like me didn't seem terribly useful. I mean, someday I would be Hokage, but I wasn't right now. Who are you? Asked the pink-haired girl, snapping me out of my thoughts. Well, that meant this wasn't a kidnapping, or at least a successful kidnapping. Naruto Uzumaki. I said without realizing. Damn. Really? Never give your real name in unfamiliar territory. Ninja rule number, who gives a crap? Even I knew that was a bad idea and I had just blurted it out because I let my mouth run before my brain. Trying to get a handle on everything, I stood up, finding myself about a few centimeters shorter than the girl. Wow, Louise summoned a runt. Is that a commoner? He doesn't have a mantle. Leave it to the Zero to summon a commoner. Hey Louise. What are you doing summoning a commoner? People from the crowd yelled out. The girl, Louise apparently, grew red in the face and turned to yell back. I just made a little mistake. Professor Colbert, please let me try again, Professor. Ah. So this was a school for nobles if the constant use of commoner meant anything. Did that mean I was all the way in the fire capital? It is strictly forbidden. When you are promoted to a second-year student, you must summon a familiar, which is what you just did. A familiar? Me? I had no idea what a familiar was, but the way everyone was looking at me, I could only assume it was me. Your elemental specialty is decided by the familiar that you summon. It enables you to advance to the appropriate courses for that element. You cannot change the familiar once you have summoned it, because the springtime familiar summoning is a sacred rite. Whether you like it or not, you have no choice but to take him. The older man, Professor Colbert, rambled on in what I like to call, Uruka-sensei lecture mode. What was it with teachers and those, I know so much, lectures? But, I've never heard of having a commoner as a familiar. Obviously the girl was angry at associating with me, but what else was new? No buts, now hurry along. The professor admonished. She turned back towards me, trepidation in her eyes. Whatever was going on was important. I knew those eyes that feared failure and rejection. Go on Louise the Zero, even a failure like you can do this, right? The other students jeered the girl along. Well, that was weird. Usually the class failure was me. I don't know why, maybe it was seeing someone in my usual position, or maybe it was just that she closely resembled my crush, but I wanted to help her out. You can do it, I said to her. Not loud or boisterous, but softly and with my best smile. The way she started back and grew red in the face, it was like I asked her to kiss me or something. For a moment I thought she might hit me, but that was probably the Sakura instinct kicking in. You should count yourself lucky. Normally you'd go your whole life without a noble doing this to you. Eh? Doing what to me? My name is Louise Françoise Leblanc de la Valliere. Pentagon of the 5 elemental powers. Bless this humble being, and make him my familiar. That was when she leaned in. I was so frozen in shock from being this close to someone else I never even realized what was happening until her lips touched mine. My first kiss, stolen. Well, it could have been worse, it could have been Sasuke. I almost snickered at the ridiculous thought. Of course, before I could form in words to question what just happened, my left hand flared up like it had been stabbed with a kunai. Gripping it in pain, I was vaguely aware of someone explaining it was momentary. Sure enough, the pain stopped and I had a weird scar on the back of my hand. Huh, I never scarred, weird. You may have failed, summon servant, several times, but you have managed to succeed with contract servant in only one try. Good job, Miss Louise. The professor congratulated her with a bright smile. That's just because it was a runt of a commoner. If it was a real familiar, the zero would have failed. The jeering from the other students was really starting to tick me off. I can take a lot of punishment, but my height had always been my sore spot. Before I could lose my cool, the pink-haired first kiss thief yelled back at them, "Don't make fun of me. Even I do things right once in a while." Wow, this was surreal. It was like looking at a copy of me, but a girl, and with pink hair. Truly, once in a while, Louise the Zero called out a blonde-haired, freckled girl. Of course, that was when my annoyance tipped the scales and outweighed my confusion at the whole scenario. Mustering up courage, I yelled out at the top of my lungs, "Oi! Shut your face, you frizzy-haired jackal." Well, that sure shut everyone up. They had all been dismissing me as the silent kid to the side, and were all now looking at me as if they finally realized I was there. Of course, then the freckled girl went straight for the teacher. Bullies never had any backbone. "Professor Colbert. Make Louise keep control of her familiar," she whined to the professor. Wow, really? The man raised a hand to placate her and tried to defuse the situation. Well, let us end class for the day. Louise, try to keep your familiar under control, okay? And Miss Montmorency, please don't tease other nobles. It's undignified. And with that, he began leading all the students away, though none of them jeered at Louise, probably still surprised at my anger. It wasn't long before they were gone from sight. "You didn't have to do that, I can take care of myself," a subdued voice came from my side. I hadn't even realized she was still here. Looking over at her, I scratched the back of my head in embarrassment. I just don't like it when people get picked on. So maybe you didn't need it, I still felt good doing it. I tried to wave off her embarrassment, though it didn't have the intended effect. "Well, don't do that again," she yelled out, surprising me with her indignant shout. "You are my familiar and I am accountable for your actions." Okay, maybe I should back off. I knew girl rage when I saw it. Best to divert the rage. Practice with Sakura taught me as much. "What do you mean, I'm your familiar?" I asked, confused at the term. That was when the girl went into a Sakura lecture mode, one hand on hip, the other pointed upward and ticking off her points. Obviously feeling superior now that she was teaching me, I just thanked my lucky stars she hadn't blown a gasket. "I am Louise Françoise Leblanc de la Valliere. You can address me as Miss Louise or Mistress. As a second-year mage in training, I summoned you here to act as my familiar." She must have registered the blank look on my face, because she continued on. "That means you help me by gathering reagents, acting as a second set of eyes, and protecting me." Eh? Reagents? Eyes? Well, mages are supposed to see what a familiar sees, but I'm not getting anything, and since you don't know what reagents are, I doubt you can gather sulfur, moss, etc. As for protecting me, she gave me a look, doubting that I could do such a thing. I cut her off before she could continue marking down my supposed failures. "I can fight," I proclaimed loudly, though she didn't seem impressed. Instead, she just continued on, "Right, well, I had hoped for a powerful magical beast." That stopped me. "What, like the 9 tails?" I thought, a bit taken aback. "The what?" she responded, confusion playing across her. "Okay, definitely not near Konoha." Konoha? I needed to get back there. "Hey, if you can't use me as a familiar, just send me back to Konoha, okay?" I asked, giving my best pleading smile. Maybe I could get this whole business over and done with quickly. This was all too strange. Louise just flipped her hair back and looked at me with narrowed eyes. Impossible, even if I knew where this Konoha was. You are bound to me for life as my familiar, and the summoning ritual is one way only. For life? WHAAAT? I didn't agree to this. I shouted, completely taken off guard by the girl's assumption of life servitude. Yes, you did, she replied with a hint of superiority and amusement. You can do it. I really needed to learn to keep my mouth shut. Besides, those runes on your hand prove it. You are my familiar, and I am your master. With a quick turn of her heels, she turned around and headed off towards a large tower. It took a moment, but I followed after her. Be careful what you wish for. Louise had given me the task of laundry as soon as she finished explaining where I was and what my job as familiar entailed. Since I apparently was failing as a familiar, she wanted to make use of me as a servant. I had protested at first, thinking the task demeaning, but she had asked who would feed me if she wasn't going to. That stopped me. I was already hungry, not having eaten since morning. Thinking about laundry as an odd job for food, I relented and accepted the task, if only for tonight. I washed my own clothing all the time. A little more wouldn't hurt, and Uzumaki Naruto is not freeloader. That was how I found myself kneeling next to a fountain, scrapping away at a washboard with Louise's clothing. The underwear had been awkward, but I just let those soak in the water and called it good. Work for my food and all that. The worst part was the icy water. My hands grew numb near the beginning of the chore, and throbbed in annoyance throughout. The menial task did give me some time to think about my situation. Here I was, undeniably far from home, unsure if I could ever return to Konoha. I was a summoned protector for a noble training to be a mage of all things. It wasn't all bad. I always wanted to protect some princess like the great tales of valiant ninja, and a noble was close to being a princess. I was in this new land, surrounded on all sides by strange people. No one knew me as a failure. I could redefine myself. But I couldn't be a ninja, or Hokage. I could get respect though. Heck, it would probably be easier. It was strange. Every time I thought of my home, my thoughts would turn to the good things about being here, in this new land. Every time I tried to remember anything worth going home for, I came up empty. Rather, I wondered if I wanted to stay here, with Louise. Regardless of her menial tasks, she needed me as a familiar. That was a nice feeling. To be needed. Growing frustrated with my deep train of thought, I ruffled my own hair and stood up, shaking away the tiresome thoughts. I couldn't get tied up in the sucky thing happening to me. If I did that, I'd never be anything more than that orphan no one likes. I was Uzumaki Naruto, and I would always move forward. Right now, I had no way home, so I'd be awesome here. When I find a way home, I can decide what to do then. It wasn't long before I realized I was not equipped for the task of laundry. I had finished washing the clothing only to realize I had no place to hang it. After 10 minutes of looking for somewhere to hang it up, I gave up and just draped them over the railing along the walkway leading to the tower Louise lived in. I spent an hour there, letting the warm spring night dry them. I stared up at the moons. It was almost surreal to think there were two of them now. Louise had explained that I was in the Tristan Academy of Magic on the continent of Halkaginia. The academy was teaching the students to be mages. Like something out of a fantasy novel. A strange sense fell over me. Back in Konoha, I never slowed down. It was a race to be a great ninja, and I was always lagging behind. Right now, that all seemed so far away. I decided not to worry too much for now. I collected and golded up Louise's clothing, briefly passing a chatting pair of students. A couple by the looks of it. Ah, isn't that the commoner Louise summoned? I turned to them, basket in my hands. It was a brown-haired girl around my age and a blonde boy, slightly older. You want something? I said a bit abruptly. I did not like the look of him. His self-assured smile really ticked me off. No, just surprised is all. A commoner has never been summoned as a familiar before. Leave it to the zero to completely mess up every spell. I set the laundry down. Oi, don't make fun of Louise. I said, angrier than I should have been. The boy flipped his hair back and looked into my eyes. I'm not teasing anyone, just stating fact. I almost picked a fight right then and there. Then I remembered what Louise said. You are my familiar and I am accountable for your actions. Sucking up my anger, I grabbed the basket of laundry and retreated up the stairs, a foul taste in my mouth. Chapter End. Author's notes. So this is my revision of Chapter 1. I tried to move everything slower and take my time, unless it is demanded. I won't revise this again. I only do this because the beginning of the story is what really sets the foundation for the rest, so I want to do it right. I reworked this from the ground up, trying for a first-person approach rather than a third-person. I do this because it will allow for a slower-paced version of Naruto adapting to his situation, rather than me jumping around with actions. Please let me know what you think of the new format. I am more used to writing in the first person, but I worry about being OOC with Naruto since he is more of a doer than a thinker. I made him think more than I feel is in character, but given his strange circumstances, it should be agreeable. I also went with the light novel's approach of no language barrier, the summoning presumably taking care of it, in an effort to stay away from mirroring anime's Saito again. Now, in response to Emperor Tippy. I agree that Naruto hasn't hit many defining moments yet, but remember, this is the start of the series for both stories. Louise hasn't hit any of her defining moments either. That is precisely why I took him so early. So they can grow together. Mind you, I will state again that Naruto will not just be a tougher Saito, he will be using, improving, and creating ninja techniques with what he has to go with. Spoiler for familiar of Zero Light novels. Okay, so in Foz, the familiar summoning process is revealed to manipulate the consciousness of the familiar to want to stay with their master. I am trying to show that here with Naruto, so that's why he isn't trying super hard to return to Konoha. As time goes on, the idea of returning gets pushed further and further to the back of his mind. Chapter 2. Moving forward, I rose with the sun, not because I wanted to, but because the drapes decided that the sliver of light coming through should land directly on my eyes. That, and my bed of hay wasn't exactly comfortable. I'd slept on worse when I trained myself into unconsciousness before, but that didn't mean I liked hay as a mattress. After rousing myself, I debated on whether or not to wake Louise. She hadn't said to, so I doubted it was my job. Instead, I did what she had asked and laid out some clothing for her, freshly cleaned from last night. With that, I left for the courtyard to do my morning exercises. Even this far from home, I couldn't just stop training to be a ninja. I may not have been the best in my old class, but I didn't slack off. Well, I didn't slack off when it came to fighting and stuff. It's not like anyone ever won a fight because of a history lesson. Anyways, I figured as long as I trained twice as much as everyone else, I'd be better than them someday. Today I stuck with physical workouts though. Practicing the bunshin would be too depressing right now, so soon after failing at it. I was near my limit when I heard a voice call out to me. Just what are you doing, familiar? Stopping my push-ups, I rolled to my side to see Louise dressed and leaning against the railing I had hung her clothing on to dry the night before. Training, I yelled back, tired and happy from the workout. Well, come. It is time for class. You missed breakfast. Pushing myself up, I hurried after her. What? Already? Why didn't you get me? I called after her, catching up. Really, a familiar should stay by his master's side. She chastised me. I bristled at the master thing, but let it go. I had argued the point with her last night when she was explaining everything to me, and lost rather spectacularly. Besides, I was too hungry to argue. You would have been fed had you waited for me. I am your master, not the other way around. Yes, I intoned, letting her lecture me again. And from now on, make sure to wake me up at dawn. I was still surprised I had worked through breakfast. What I would give for some ramen right about now. I can understand wanting to be stronger to be a better familiar, but you must realize that you are just a commoner. She rambled on, tallying my faults. You just cannot compare to a powerful familiar like a dragon. So at least make sure to be ready to serve me in the morning. Here we go again. I'm sorry for not being some mighty magical beast, Louise. I drawled out. Lady Louise. She corrected me. Really, learn how to speak to your master. Nodding my head, I said, yes. Before we could continue the discussion, we arrived at a brown-topped tower. Entering, I followed Louise to a classroom. Hunger aside, I was interested in what these mages could do. Maybe it was a ninjutsu class or something. That would be pretty cool. The classroom itself was similar to the academy lecture halls from back home. Ascending seats and desks facing a chalkboard and desk for the teacher. Students murmured to each other while they waited for the teacher to arrive. I was amazed at all the strange familiars littered about the area. There was everything from some crazy floating eye thing, to a huge lizard with fire sprouting from its tail. I was about to sit down when Louise again called my error into light. That seat is for mages. Familiars are not permitted to use it. Well, I had put up with everything yesterday because I was getting used to being in a strange world, but I wasn't just going to roll over and act like whipped dog. Plopping myself down in the seat next to her, I said, "You and me need to have a talk about this whole master familiar thing, 'cause I'm not gonna stand for being treated like an animal." The scowl on her face was hushed into a glare when the door at the bottom of the classroom opened. A slightly chubby, middle-aged woman entered the class, and all the students hushed for the beginning of the lecture. I think I'll count this one a win. "Well, everyone, it seems that the springtime familiar summoning was a great success. I, Chevrus, always enjoy seeing the new familiars that are summoned each spring," the lady said with a smile. She wore soft purple robe and spoke with a kind voice. Louise flinched when the instructor looked over at us. "My, what a peculiar familiar you summoned, Miss Valier." I doubt there was any malice in the comment, but it drew the usual jeers at Louise. Louise the Zero. Don't go around grabbing random commoners off the street just because you can't summon anything. A slightly chubby blonde-haired boy called out. Apparently they had all but forgotten my outburst the day before. Well, I wasn't about to go doing favors for Louise when she obviously didn't want them. No, I did everything properly. He was all that appeared. I flinched at the all part of her statement. I really needed to get more respect. The brewing argument was put to a stop by the instructor. Enough of this. You are both nobles. Act like it. The stern voice from the otherwise kind teacher shut everyone up and she began her lesson. My runic name is Red Clay. Chevrus the Red Clay. She then pointed the little stick in her hand at the able and 3 small pebbles appeared. Well, that was sorta cool, but looked nothing like ninjutsu. This year, I will be teaching you all the magic of the earth element. Do you know the 4 great elements of magic, Mr. Malicorn? Yes, Mrs. Chevrus. They are fire, water, earth and wind, the boy from before said in reply. Huh, like ninjutsu, but they were missing lightning. The instructor nodded and continued, and combined with the now lost element of void, there are 5 elements in total, as you all know. Of the 5 elements, I believe earth holds an extremely important position. This isn't just because my affinity is earth. The magic of earth is very important magic that governs the creation of all matter. If it wasn't for earth magic, we wouldn't be able to produce or process necessary metals, raising buildings from large boulders and harvesting crops. I was already growing bored with the lecture. Drifting off to stare around the room, I was more interested in the various creatures. That was when I saw a flash of light and turned back to see the pebbles transform into gold. Is that gold? A student called out, asking my unvoiced question. The professor replied with a cough to the side. No, it is only brass. You need a square class mage to transmute gold. I am only a triangle mage. That piqued my interest. Was that like ninja ranks? Nay, Louise. What does she mean, triangle mage? Louise glared at me for speaking in class, but must have decided to inform me quickly rather than ignore me. Mages are ranked by how many elements they can combine. Dot to line to triangle to square. That's 1 through 4 elements. Miss Chevrus combined earth, and fire for that spell. The earth added to earth reinforces it. Well, that sorta made sense. Miss Valier, since you have time to chat in my class, why don't you come down and show us how transmutation? Louise let out a gurk as she flinched. I followed her with my eyes as she wandered down to the podium. The first sign that something bad was going on were the hushed warnings from the students. Then a blue-haired girl got up and left. Then everyone tensed as Louise began to chant. There was a flash of light followed by a tremendous explosion. The shockwave hit me and nearly knocked me out of my chair. I was so stupefied that I had no reaction until the smoke cleared, revealing the classroom to be a complete mess. The walls were scorched, everyone had ducked for cover. Heck, several of the windows were broken, and there was Louise, standing with frayed clothing, completely depressed from the explosion. That was something I didn't get. I am a ninja, so I might be a bit biased, but in my book an awesome explosion beats turning some pebbles into brass. That was when the students revealed their anger. That's why we warned you, Professor. Louise the Zero has a 0 success rate of spells. Oh, so that was it. She really was the class failure. But man, that's weird. I'd love to be able to explode things like that. Scene break. Now about that food. I rambled on as we left the classroom. The cleaning had taken a little time, and luckily the professor had taken responsibility. Louise remained silent though. Man, depressed girls were not his specialty. You know, where I come from, explosion powers like that would be something really cool. The girl just ignored me and kept walking. I wanted to bring up her treatment of me, but now really didn't seem to be the time. In silence, we entered the dining hall. Now this was fancy. Elaborate statues lined the walls and rows of chairs lined the massive tables. I followed Louise to an empty spot, hers apparently, and pulled out her chair for her after she once again instructed me on etiquette. Just a little longer before I get my grub. Then she stopped me from sitting down next to her. That is for nobles, your food is down there. She gestured to the floor. And there, sitting on the floor was a plate of suspect soup and a piece of bread. Rejected, I said, crossing my arms in an X. Well, it's either that or nothing, Louise said, once again talking down to me. Then it's nothing, I said in a flat voice, turning on my heels as I did so. With that, I stormed away from her, only to quickly march back, steal her large roll, and storm away again, ignoring her admonishment of my theft all the while. Scene break. I was wandering around the courtyard and telling myself I was in the right when I was jarred from my thoughts. Someone stumbled into me and I almost told them to look where they were going before I realized I had knocked the serving tray from a lady's hands. She was dressed in some sort of uniform, a servant if the apron meant anything. We both bent down and began picking up the spilt tray and dishes. Sorry about that, I said nervously. She replied in a subdued tone. It's all right. When we stood up, I realized she was nearly a head higher than me. The girl was giving me a look of nervousness. Deciding to ease her worry, I forced some cheer into my voice and said, Nay, I'm Uzumaki Naruto. You can just call me Naruto. What's your name? I said, trying to ease her worry. Realization came across her face. You are the one Lady Valier summoned, right? My name is Siesta. Ah, so she must have worried I was a noble at first. Yup, I said, giving my biggest smile. Siesta, that's a weird name, I commented. So says the boy named Naruto. She replied back with a giggle. I found myself rubbing the back of my neck in embarrassment. I suppose I was the weird one around here. Then my stomach let out a growl. A smile and an invitation later, and I found myself walking to the kitchen for some food. That was how I found myself eating some leftover, delicious, scraps of food while I rambled on to Siesta about my problems. She was nice, one of the few people I had ever had just sit and listen to my problems. I mean, I'm trying to be this whole, familiar, thing in exchange for room and board, and then she goes and asks me to sit and eat at her feet. Not gonna happen, I said with bravado. Siesta gave me a warm smile and said, You should be careful of nobles, she warned. Nah, I'll be fine. I have my pride, you know? That seemed to surprise the maid. You must have a lot of courage. I gave her a smile. Nothing brings Uzumaki Naruto down. Hey kid. If you're gonna eat so much, at least serve some desserts to the nobles, one of the chefs called out. Head chef maybe? Not one to freeload, I smiled and said. Sure. These people had been so nice, why not return the favor? Siesta and I were handed a tray of small cakes each, and then the maid led me out through the kitchen doors and toward what seemed to be an outdoor section for dining. It wasn't hard. None of the nobles even registered me giving them cakes. I was on my last cake when I found myself walking toward a familiar face. It was the couple from last night. The blonde-haired boy was wearing a frilly, low-cut shirt and waving around a rose for the brown-haired girl. His movement must have jostled his pocket, because a small vial filled with purple liquid fell out. Without thinking, I bent over to pick it up. You dropped this. Turning to look at me, his eyes narrowed and he said, You are mistaken, that's not mine. Whipping his head away to dismiss me from his mind. Oi! I called out. Man, this guy really annoyed me. Last night he had been a hair's breadth from a fight, and now he was acting like a prick again. It fell from your pocket. Take it, you bastard. I said, shoving the vial into his chest and storming away. I'm sure he would have come after me if not for the girl's exclamation. That perfume. That shade of purple perfume belongs to Montmorency, her special blend. Goosh, I knew you were going out with her. Listen, Katie, it's not true, you know you are the only one for me. Goosh. A voice called from the side. The freckled girl from the summoning was standing there, a look of confusion on her face. The boy began panicking. "Ah, listen, Montmorency. This isn't what it looks like." The two girls, realizing they had been two-timed, ganged up on the boy who was busy flailing for a lifeline. You were going out with her, chasing after the first years." "Listen, ladies. Goodbye," they both said, slapping him in tandem before turning on their heels and storming off in different directions. Defeated, the boy, Goosh, looked toward the ground, shoulders drooping as he sighed. The whole sight was so hilarious I let out a little snicker. That seemed to get his attention. Snapping up, he glared at me and said, "This is entirely your fault, familiar of Zero, if you had shown more tact." "It's what you get for two-timing," I said back, still smiling at his misfortune. I love it when people get what's coming to them. The fact that I particularly disliked this guy made it all the better. "He's got you there, Goosh," one of the other students called out. Not to be derailed, Goosh continued. "Listen, commoner, I pretended not to know what the vial was and you rudely shoved it into my hands. I will not be manhandled by a commoner. Now apologize," he said with command and outrage. "Go to hell," I said back, sticking out my tongue and pulling one eyelid down. Red in the face, Goosh cried out, "That's it. I will not suffer you anymore. I challenge you to a duel. We will settle this like men." Well, that was unexpected. I hesitated a moment. "You are my familiar and I am accountable for your actions." Screw it. I was never one to back down from a fight. Besides, he was picking the fight. "Bring it on," I said, giving a feral grin. The boy only smiled, like he had already won. "I'll be waiting in the vestry court." With that, the boy walked off, presumably toward the named court. I almost followed right after, but was stopped by none other than Louise. I wasn't sure when she arrived, but she obviously knew what was going on. "Familiar, I came to discipline you about not acting properly and I found you doing this," she whispered, half screamed out at me as she grabbed my hand and began dragging me away. "Forget the incident in the dining hall. Goosh will kill you, we have to go apologize." Yanking my hand from her grasp, I simply said, "No." "Excuse me?" She looked at me, like a mother at a toddler. "Do something foolish. You can't take on a noble." Comparing nobles to commoners is like comparing wolves to dogs. As if her analogy would change my mind, her eyes pleaded for me to relent. "I won't do it. I can fight him. I can win," I said, determination in my voice. I would not, could not, back down from this fight. Never. Without waiting for her response, I walked in the direction where Goosh had left to. "Familiar. Stop." Whirling around, I released all my pent-up anger. "Listen. I didn't ask for you to summon me and I know you wanted some cool magical beast. But I'm not, I'm a human being and I won't just do whatever you say like some dog. So stop ordering me around and try to understand that I have nothing right now. You took all that away when you yanked me away from Konoha. I have no home, no money, nothing to my name but what I'm wearing and my pride. I will not give up my pride. I will not give my pride to some snobby pretty boy or some Zero." I called her by that name, too angry to realize how hurtful it was. With that, it turned and snapped out. "Where is the vestry court?" to a passing student. That way," he said, taken aback, pointing to his left. And that way I went, leaving a stunned Louise behind me. Scene break. Standing in the middle of a large ring of students was Goosh. Holding his rose with one hand in front of his face, he spoke to me as I approached. "I commend you for not running away. But you will lose, you must know that." Man, he really annoyed me. "I won't lose," I said with finality. This was the time for fists, not words. "Goosh, wait. Stop this nonsense." It seemed Louise had broken out of her stupor in time to try and stop this duel again. "Duels are forbidden," she pleaded to the arrogant boy. "I am sorry, Miss Louise, but I cannot concede this duel. And only duels between nobles are banned. Your familiar is a commoner, is he not?" That quieted her. "Besides, this duel has already begun," the boy exclaimed, waving his rose at me. A single petal floated outward and touched the ground. Soon after, there was a flash of light and an armored woman stood where there was nothing before. Clad in a green-tinted suit of iron, she held a spear in her right hand and had something akin to a half-skirt around the lower part of her armor. No, not a woman. The waist was far too thin, an earth clone of some kind? My bronze golem Valkyrie will be your opponent. I am Goosh the Bronze, he said, calling out his name like some sort of hero. Well, I'd best reply in kind. Calling up my chakra, I could feel the thrum of my life force prepare for battle. Suddenly everything was clearer. There was an opponent, a fight, and I was going to win it. I am Uzumaki Naruto, ninja of Konoha. That was right. Even though I was farther away from home than I ever imagined possible, I was still a ninja of Konoha. Nothing would change that. I may have been forced to sit still the past day, but now with my adrenaline pumping and my heart racing I remembered who I was. I am Uzumaki Naruto. I never give up. I'll beat this guy, go home, and be the Hokage. Even if it took me half a lifetime, I'd still do it. As soon as I declared my name, the golem rushed forward, aiming straight punch at my gut. Caught off guard, I almost didn't react in time. However, the training ground into me by my old teacher Iruka kicked in. Leaping to my right, away from its weapon hand, I mostly dodged the punch, only just barely being clipped by the armor. Man, that stung. It really must be solid bronze. As soon as my feet touched ground I leapt backward, diagonally away, expecting a swing of the spear. However, no attack came as I landed. Seeing the stunned look on the boy's face was all I needed. He expected it to be over with that. Can't say I was sorry to disappoint. It took only a moment for his face to grimace into a glare. Looked like he was taking this seriously now. Good. I don't want him saying I caught him off guard after this. I was fighting to make a point, not just win. It seems you aren't just some runt, but no matter the person, a commoner cannot beat a noble. He called out to me. If he was trying to get a rise, it didn't work. Throwing a kunai at him was out of the question. The ring of students meant a miss could hit someone else, but it didn't matter. I was faster than the golem, I was sure of it. All I had to do was get past the golem, and it would all be over. As if to answer me, the golem charged again, raising its spear up to make a sweep. In response, I charged right at it. I'm sure Goosh expected me to dodge left or right, and that was why the golem went for a wide swing. However, I knew the sky was the way to go. Jumping at the last second, I cleared the sweep of the spear, planed my right hand on the golem's head, and vaulted over the thing. My weight pushing it forward behind me. I broke into a charge as soon as my feet hit ground. 30 feet. Goosh swiped his rose in panic. 20 feet, I could hear the golem right itself toward me. 10 feet, I caught the smirk on Goosh's face and knew something was wrong. Flashes of light from all around revealed 5 more golems around me. Surprised as I wasn't ready for the spear butt to the stomach. My own forward momentum caused me to wrap around the stick like some weird sandwich. I was flying backwards, looking at the sky when I abruptly changed direction again, this time into the ground as the poles of 4 spears smashed me downward. That hurt more than anything I had experienced before. I literally bounced when I hit the ground, but the pain that came next was worse. I briefly caught sight of a golem's foot rushing towards me. With only enough time to defend my side, I raised my left arm in defense, which didn't work out so well if the crunch was anything to go by. Then there was a snap and I was flying through the air. I had been punted by the bronze golem like some sort of ball. I hit the ground rolling. Man, fighting 1 on 5 sucked. I really wished I could do that. There was no feeling in my left arm as I pushed at the ground with my right. Then everything was dimmer. Fearing whatever blocked out the sun was another golem, my head snapped up to reveal a head of pink hair. "Stop this," she asked, pleading in her voice. It was nice, she wasn't berating me, she was concerned. It was a really nice feeling. She was worried for me. Nevertheless, I kept pushing myself up. "You are a good familiar. I'll stop ordering you around. Please just stop. I'm sorry for taking you away from your home, but don't die here. Just stop." Tears were beginning to fall from Louise's eyes by the time I was fully standing. "Don't worry. I'll win," I said, smiling at her with my scuffed-up face. "No one has ever cried for me before. No one has ever worried for me. Thank you. But you don't think I'm a good familiar. You don't believe in me. You don't even believe in yourself. But right here, right now, I'll prove I am worth believing in." "Your arm is broken," she protested, weakly trying to stop me. Placing my good hand on her shoulder I said, "Don't worry, I have a spare." With that I grinned at her and pushed her softly aside. "Sorry for the interruption," I apologized, restarting the duel. It's no problem, but you must realize you cannot win. I have already broken your arm. If this goes on, you might end up crippled. I gave the blonde golem user my best grin. Even if you break my arms, I'll kick you. If you break my legs, I'll bite you. I am a ninja. I will not lose. I will not stop fighting. That is why I'm gonna win. You are just a bully, and bullies give up once they don't know they can win. That is why you will lose. Now, let's fight. Immediately the 6 golems set up a defensive formation in front of Goosh. 5 close and 1 further out, obviously an interceptor. I reached into my kunai pouch, grabbing a knife with my right arm. Retrieving the blade, I held it with a reverse grip. Suddenly, I felt light. Was this the battle clarity Iruka-sensei had talked about? Whatever, I felt stronger. I was going to win this. The forward golem charged, intent on putting me down. I was ready this time. Hell, I was more than ready. I ducked the swipe of the spear and swiped out with my kunai across its chest. Bronze parted like butter before my weapon. However, the length of the kunai was too short to do real damage, and the golem struck out with its offhand. Quickly I pivoted on my left foot, letting my broken arm flail as I did so, and spun around the punch. Back to my enemy, I used the piercing force the reverse grip gave me and drove the kunai through the side of the golem's bronze arm. Stuck as it was inside the golem, the kunai made a great handhold as I placed my leg inside the golem's stance and pulled its arm downward. Simple leverage caused the large opponent to flip up and over my back, smashing to pieces on the ground. Wow, when did I learn that throw? There was no time to think about it as Goosh sent the rest of his golems after me, no doubt trying to rush me. Flipping the kunai to a forward grip, I intercepted the first golem. The bronze construct struck out with a stab of its spear. One movement and I separated hand from arm, letting the kunai fall from my grasp, its pommel ring causing it to slide down my pinky finger. I used the same hand to grab the spear from the air, twirled it point forward, and stabbed out, catching the next golem in the chest, piercing straight through it and onward through the Valkyrie behind it. Both teetered forward, unable to stay upright conjoined as they were. The final 2 golems were upon me in an instant. Side by side they swung their spears downward in a dual chop. But I was not to be caught like that. Already I was forward, standing behind and between them. My kunai back in a reverse grip, I stabbed it into the back of the golem to my right, and then yanked it around into its partner, sending them both to the ground. Though I had to abandon my kunai to the Valkyrie's back, it didn't matter. The fight was over. I felt the strength leave my body as I walked toward Goosh, limp arm trailing at my side as I did so. But nothing mattered other than finishing this fight. I kept walking. He was shaking, eyes disbelieving. Impossible, I heard him mutter. Oh, it was possible. I did say I would win. I was almost upon him when he fell onto his butt, completely giving up. I concede. He barely managed out. That gave me pause. I had really wanted to punch him, but now, looking at him, I realized I was right before. He was no warrior, just a bully. Not even that. Right now, he was just a scared kid. Looking down on him, I said, "You have no guts, you aren't worth hitting." With that, I limped away toward the tower and Louise's room. I really needed to lie down. I was vaguely aware that I was helped most of the way there by Louise. I was having a hard time concentrating through the exhaustion. Soon I felt a soft mattress beneath me, and warm blankets above. I was asleep before I knew it. End Chapter 2 * alternate dialogue before the Naruto Goosh fight. Naruto. I'm gonna befriend the shit out of you. Ending note. So what do you think? How was the fight scene? I feel like I'm doing better this chapter than the last. Please let me know what was better and what was worse. As for Naruto spouting tons of speeches during the chapter, I feel that is pretty in character for him. What do you think? Chapter 3. Your ninja water lapped at my ankles. It was neither warm nor cold, just a wet sensation on the edge of my consciousness. I wanted to look down and inspect it. However, all I could do was look into the void before me. A black emptiness that pulled me in. I could not fathom what lied inside. It was something important. Something I should see. Something. Red eyes opened. I awoke with a start, flinging blankets off of me as I sat upright stiff as a board. Where was I? A strange room, not my own, surrounded me. Right, this was Louise's room. Right, summoning, fighting Goosh, sleeping. It all came rushing back to me. My breathing slowed and I calmed down. I must have had a nightmare or something. A soft hand touched my forehead. My heart nearly leapt out of my chest at the surprise. My head snapped right to see the blue-haired girl I had seen around the school. No fever, was all she said. Ah, so she was taking care of me. Then where was Louise? And who was this? The girl was small of frame, much like my summoner, and wore glasses over a neutral expression. She was currently occupied reading some book and made no effort to talk. Well, I was never one to wait. Nay, I guess I got beat up pretty bad, eh? How long was I out? The girl simply replied, one night. Surprising. I smiled at that, proud of my durability. It never takes me long to get back on my feet. I guess you took care of me, nay? Tabitha. The girl replied, again not extending the conversation. I guess she was just a quiet type. She didn't seem to be shy. So, where is Louise anyways? I questioned the girl. Medicine. Oh, so Louise had gone to get medicine. I tried to get any info out of the blue-haired girl. How long has she been gone? Man, I hoped I wasn't too annoying. All night. Oh, so Louise must have had to travel somewhere. Wait. Did that mean Tabitha had been here all night? Suddenly, a thought entered my head. Nay, Tabitha? Did Louise just grab you out of the hall to watch me while she ran off? A nod of the head was all I needed. Man, that summoner of mine was really bossy. Oh well, Tabitha didn't seem to mind. Well, thanks for looking after me, Tabitha. I'll help you out sometime, okay? I said with one of my big smiles. This girl seemed good. A solid person. Any reply I might have gotten was cut off by a loud voice coming from outside the room. Darling. A sweet voice called out as the door opened. Entering the room was the tan-skinned, red-haired girl I had seen, one of Louise's more vocal tormentors. I almost thought she had come in here for me, talking in such a sweet voice, but as soon as she entered, she locked eyes with me, and then looked at Tabitha. Surprise, and I'm not sure what else flashed across her face. My danger instincts kicked in as a knowing smile crept across the fire-haired woman's face. Tabitha, darling. There you are. So she was looking for Tabitha. Yeah, why would she be looking for me? We didn't even know each other. Kirch. The blue-haired girl answered, getting up as she did so, eyes never leaving her book. Tabitha, why don't you introduce me to your friend? Kirch, apparently, said to Tabitha in a sing-song voice. Hen. She leaned in and whispered something to the bookish girl. Mistaken, was all that the blue-haired girl said in reply to the whisper. Man, I hated being kept out of the loop. I was about to ask what was going on when the entire tower shuddered from a shrill scream. Zerbst. What are you doing in my room? Louise had apparently chosen now to return. In the doorway stood Louise. The usual prim and proper pink-haired noble was a bit of a mess. Hair frizzled out every which way and clothes a mess of wrinkles. The reed head's reply was to hold her hand in front of her face and let out a condescending laugh. Oh ho ho. I was just looking for Tabitha here. Really zero. Don't think so highly of yourself that I would want to be here. Wow, ouch. Get out. Louise screamed in response, only to be snatched out of her rage as Tabitha walked by and out the door, still reading. Tabitha, darling. Please wait up. Kirch ran after her and by Louise, not sparing her another glance. If the resounding slam of the door was anything to go by, Louise might be in a bad mood. I could hear her mumbling to herself before she turned around. She must have just noticed I was awake because she nearly jumped with a start. You are awake? She exclaimed. Embarrassed, I rubbed my neck and laughed out. Heh, I recover pretty fast. Never needed more than a day to recover from anything. That declaration deflated her. She clutched something to her chest and mumbled. And I rode all the way to the capital and back to get this healing elixir, all because the healer said you might not wake up. Well, that surprised me. This girl had been ordering me around like an animal yesterday, and I had gone and blown up at her. Yet, she still rode all night to get me some medicine. Honestly, I was pretty moved. No one had ever stuck their neck out like that for me before. Not sure what to say, I just let my mouth ramble. Hey, thanks, that was pretty nice of you to do that for me. I must really be bad with people, because that seemed to make her angry. Don't get full of yourself, she said with a start. You are still my familiar and I am your master. I'd be a failure as a mage if I let my familiar die. I felt a bead of sweat roll down my face. Yup, still Louise. Still, I owed her some gratitude. Well, thanks anyways, no one has ever gotten me a present before, I said, realizing it to be true myself as I spoke it. I was alone before Louise summoned me. No family to remember my birthday. It was kinda nice really, getting a gift. I felt something get shoved into my chest. Don't read too much into it. I got the potion for you, so keep it. The pink-haired summoner refrained from eye contact as she waited for me to take the gift. Taking the vial, I looked at its contents. There, a light blue liquid was held within a tiny, clear vial with a cork stopper. All no bigger than my pinky finger. I sat there, back propped against the backboard of the bed as Louise stood awkwardly at my bedside. Now, without all her bluster, she looked vulnerable. I don't know why, maybe it was because I saw myself in her, maybe it was getting a gift for the first time, hell, maybe it was just because I like talking, but I just started talking. Back where I come from, I was training to be a ninja. Louise looked at me, surprised I had broken the awkward silence. I trained really hard. I practiced until I bled. I ran until my legs gave out. But it was never enough. Louise kept silent when I stopped, clenching my fist at the painful memory. I was always last, always one step behind everyone else. Everyone in class called me Dobie. Dead last Naruto. I didn't look at Louise, afraid that I wouldn't be able to continue if I did. I would have given anything to get out from that crushing feeling of failure. I wanted so desperately to be the best, to be respected. I turned to Louise, finally confident in myself. Even now, I want to find a way back. I want to prove to everyone that I am someone. My eyes must have been a bit intense, because she looked away. We stayed like that, in dead silence, for nearly a quarter hour. She kept biting her lips. I could tell she was thinking, trying to word something, so I waited. Eventually, she began speaking, still not looking at me. I understand. I won't stop you if you want to leave. The deflated voice was almost too much to bear. When did I say anything about leaving? I asked her. Louise's head nearly spun around. She looked back at me so fast. I plan on returning to my home someday, but as far as I know, no one here even knows what Konoha is, let alone where. I figure the best place to find out a way home would be a magical academy. I scratched my nose, looking up and away from her, and until that time, I guess I can act as your familiar. The girl smiled, obviously relieved that she wouldn't be shamed. But no more of this animal crap and chores. I'm not a maid. I'm a ninja, okay? She nodded after a moment, obviously a bit miffed. I sighed, being worn down by her depressed look. But I guess I'm your familiar for now, so I'll be your ninja for the time being. That was when she asked me the strangest question I had ever heard. So what exactly is a ninja? Scene break later that day. Louise had gone off to class and I had proceeded to throw myself back into training. We hadn't gotten much into the discussion of ninjas before she realized she was late for class. Her understanding of ninjas as of now was that they were awesome fighters who use cool ninja techniques. Needless to say, I really needed to work on my explanations. I would see her during her lunch though, so no major loss. The hours of classes rolled by while I went through my physical exercises. Once again I did not bother with ninjutsu. It just didn't seem like a good idea right now. So there I was, finishing up my exercises with kunai target practice. I had managed to get a spell target meant for the mage students from one of the staff after a bit of persuasion. The target was a simple circle with a bull's eye, nothing fancy. I drew a kunai from my pouch and immediately felt good and light, despite my rigorous workout. Odd, but I threw the knife anyways, only to hit the exact bull's eye. Alright, I screamed to no one in particular. Glad to be improving my old dismal accuracy. Drawing another kunai in my euphoria, I chucked it as well, only to hear a ding of metal hitting metal before the kunai fell in front of the target. Odd, trying another throw, the same thing happened again. I was hitting the kunai stuck in the target. A dead-on throw every time. Wow, how did I get so good so fast? I decided to investigate further. Walking up to the target, I retrieved the fallen kunai, checked them for damage, and replaced them in my pouch, satisfied with their condition. Looking to the sole kunai in the target, I realized the other knives had pushed it in good and far. I was about to grab it when I heard the bells toll, signaling the end of the first half of classes. Turning to my right to see the students leave the towers, I focused on the brown-topped tower, remembering Louise was studying Earth this morning. Reaching out with my left hand, I grabbed the kunai absent-mindedly, only to notice a shine. There, on my left hands, the scarred-in runes were shining. In my surprise, I let go of the blade, only for them to stop. Now I'm not the sharpest tack in the box, but it didn't take much for me to connect the dots. Hand grabs lethal weapon, I feel good and markings shine. Hand lets go, I feel normal and runes fade away. Wow, well, that's cool. I'd need to ask Louise about this, she was the one who put the runes on me, why didn't she tell me about them? I was deep in my thoughts when I heard the familiar voice of Louise. Having trouble with your knife? Turning, I found my summoner standing there with one hand on her hip, looking at me with one eyebrow raise. Not exactly, I replied, just wondering about these runes. I gestured with my free hand to the runes. She leaned in, inspecting them. Your familiar runes are glowing? She asked more than stated. I tilted my hand around, looking at the glowing lettering. Yeah, and see what happens when I let go. As expected, I let go and the runes faded. It only happens when I'm holding the kunai. I feel stronger, better. Well, familiars are supposed to get special powers when their contract is made, like a cat gaining the ability to talk. Maybe you got that? Made sense to me. Still, it was pretty cool. Runes giving him better accuracy and making him stronger. Before I could continue on with my investigation, I was derailed, but besides that, Louise launched into her bossy voice, you still need to tell me what a ninja is. Come on, you can tell me while we eat. I half walked, half was dragged by the sleeve to the outdoor eating area. Be grateful. I had to ask a lot of favors for you to be fed with the nobles, even if we can only eat in the outdoor area. Huh, I guess she wasn't kidding when she said I wasn't supposed to be eating with the nobles. Then again, most nobles I've met have been pretty pompous, present company included. Well thanks, I sighed out, unsure of the proper response. Louise didn't stand on ceremony, obviously wanting information. Now tell me, what's a ninja? She seemed rather intent on the ninja explanation. Well, better tell her then. Well, how do I put it? A ninja is like a warrior or soldier. That got an odd look from Louise. That's it? I was hoping you were some kind of holy knight from a faraway land. I felt my forehead sweat at the notion. Well, I am from far away, but the holy thing is a bit off. That got a questioning look from her. Well, I should just tell her what my instructor said to the class on the first day of the academy. Putting one finger up to emphasize my point, I explained, ninja use stealth, trickery, ninja techniques, illusions, and martial force to complete any task given to them. Huh, the translations seemed a bit off, but oh well. Louise gave me an odd, incredulous look. If you put it like that, you sound like some sort of assassin. Well, that's not all I trained to do, but ninjas do assassinations. The resounding "WHAAT" drew the looks of everyone else sitting outside. It took a few moments of silence from gobsmacked Louise before they returned to their own conversations. You mean to tell me you were an assassin? I summoned an assassin? She whispered in hushed but urgent tone. The whole scenario was odd to me. Well, yeah, every ninja is trained for stealth and fighting, but ninja were originally mainly assassins. Louise leaned back fanning her forehead. You're kidding, right? A noble so closely associated with an assassin. Ninja, I corrected. Ninja, I'd never hear the end of it. I mean, you don't even look like an assassin. You wear bright orange and have green goggles. I was a bit annoyed. She insisted on calling me an assassin. I was a ninja. Hey, I have confidence in my stealth skills. I used to pranks fully fledged ninja back in my village. While wearing this suit. Besides, if I look like this, no one thinks I'm a ninja. If I wore all black, that would be even less stealthy. Everyone would know I was a ninja. That made her think a little. That makes some sense. Then an idea seemed to strike her. So if you are my ninja, as you put it, then if I told you to assassinate someone, she trailed off, waiting for me. Are they bad guys? I asked. The fact that I left the notion open for a target sent her into another hot-headed minor freak out. Pressing my luck, I continued. I've never been given an assassination mission, or any mission really, I mumbled, but from what I've seen, it wouldn't be too hard. She seemed to make up her mind. No, she said in a hushed tone, I don't need anyone assassinated, just stay and guard me as my familiar. I gave her a smile. Got it, bodyguard duty. It was kinda fun stressing her out like that. Before we could continue our discussion, I sensed someone approaching. Turning to meet the figure, I found it was none other than Goosh. Was the annoying playboy coming for another duel? If he thought the last one was luck, I'd lay him flat this time. Hit me. Of all the things I expected him to say, that was not one of them. Excuse me? I heard Louise say, surprised as I was. I looked at Goosh, paying closer attention to him now. His eyes were not the careless eyes of yesterday. No, they ignited a fire inside me. You were right yesterday. I wasn't being a noble or a warrior, I was playing around. I was done in by my own foolish actions and blamed you. The Gramont blood flows through my veins. The blood of warriors. So hit me now, I'm a warrior. Standing up, I faced him with a feral smile. I think I could like this guy. I won't hold back, I warned. I know, was all he said. My fist met his face before anyone realized I had thrown a punch. In moments, his feet left the ground as his toppled backwards from the force of my blow. He remained so still on the ground, I almost thought I had knocked him unconscious from one blow. Goosh. I heard a cry from somewhere near the tower. From the sound of the voice, it was that freckled blonde girl who dumped him yesterday. I did not look though, instead I offered a hand to the slowly stirring Goosh. The left side of his face was already swelling, but he gave me a grin as he accepted my hand. Pulling the boy to his feet, I couldn't help but smile. Who are you and what did you do with Goosh? I heard Louise ask the blonde boy. Though with his head throbbing, Goosh might not have heard it, or he just didn't answer. Instead, he said to me, I cannot beat you as I am now, but I'll want a rematch in the future. My smile nearly split my face, I'll count on it. That was when the freckled girl, Montmorency, if I remember correctly, arrived with tearing eyes. Are you okay, Goosh? She nearly cried. The boy draped himself over her shoulder dramatically. Oh, I am fine, Monmon, just weak. I had to settle things with this fellow warrior manly man, but now that you are here I will be fine. The boy gave a twinge and slumped his weight onto the girl. It seems I am more wounded than I thought, if only there were a water mage to heal me, he called out wistfully. Montmorency seemed fooled enough by his act. Lean on me, Gooshie, I'll help you to some shade. Slowly, the two walked away, one supporting the other. As they retreated, Goosh looked over his shoulder with a grin and gave me a thumbs up. I swear sparkles formed around the smile. Yup, still Goosh. I heard Louise say. Yup. I concurred. Scene break. The next day was the day of the founder, apparently the first of the weekend here. Tomorrow was the day of void and then the week would start again. Louise had taken me to the city for some shopping. Apparently if I was going to be a proper bodyguard, I needed a sword. I couldn't really disagree. A larger chopping weapon would have made the fight with Goosh a lot easier. Kunai weren't too great in melee when you were fighting things without vital organs. The city itself was pretty cool actually. Cobblestone roads led around old-look buildings, each one unique. It wasn't the size of Konoha, but it was still interesting in its own way. I would probably be having a lot more fun if I wasn't so sore from riding the horse. That's the last time I ride a horse. My summoner gave me an odd look, and just how will you get back then? Run alongside. I returned the odd look. Well, yeah. She waved me off. Ridiculous. We're here anyways. She gestured to an old building with a sword-shaped sign hanging above the door. At least it is direct. I heard a bell chime as we entered the store. It was pretty clean. Racks of swords lined the walls and a barrel of old blades sat in the corner. The man at the counter greeted us with a big smile, though his massive buck teeth made it a bit creepy. How can I help you today? Louise took command of the situation. My bodyguard here needs a sword, she said with an air of command, truly a talent of hers. I was glad she had stopped calling me familiar or servant. Those titles made me feel kinda low. More and more nobles arming guards now, some thief calling himself Fauke. The crumbling dirt is after the castle's treasures. That drew Louise's attention. A thief targeting the palace, she exclaimed incredulously. The man continued on, rather bold. I know. My browsing his wares must have brought him back to the sale, because he asked me, what kind of sword did you say are you looking for? The shop owner replied, appraising me. I already had one in mind. I always liked the tales of the samurai of old. A katana. The look I got from the both of them worried me. And just what is a katana? The owner asked. Oh dear. It's a sword that is curved and has one edge. Well, Katanas are just better, I explained, realizing I had little experience with swords. The shop owner looked at me like I was talking nonsense. How can these people not know about katanas? They were obviously the best swords ever. Katanas are just better. Right, so I do have some single-edged blades. Here, how about this one? The man retrieved what looked to be a large cleaver, about half again as long as my arm. It had a strange carving looking like some sort of dragon running up the blade. Dark jewels were inset on its hilt and pommel. All in all, it looked rather ominous. Oh! Louise exclaimed. How much? This was crafted by the Finney St. Smith. Tristan has to offer. A sword fit for a king. Only 2,000 new gold. That must be a lot, considering Louise's surprise. You could buy a summer cottage for that much. The man simply shrugged and said, a good sword is worth as much as a castle. I, however, wasn't impressed. Don't want it, I said simply, drawing attention to me. It's too bulky, carrying that around on my back, it'd get in the way too easily. How much money do we have anyways? Louise replied in a subdued tone, I only have 100 new gold. That response seemed to lose the interest of sword merchant. With that kind of money, you can get something from the discount barrel. Well, at least the decision would be easier. I went to rummage around through the barrel. Most of the blades were rust or just plain broken. If you are a noble, why do you only have 100 new gold? I asked innocently, though I really need more social graces. I spent all my allowance on your potion. If you want more so badly, why don't you go sell that? Laos shushed out at me. That gave me pause. I had tied the little vial around my neck with a piece of twine. I could sell it. No way, I decided. This is my first present. No way will I let it go. I said to myself more than Louise. There was a beat. Ah, was all I heard her say in reply. Huh, I guess she didn't have anything else to say. Hey, boy. Watch where you're rummaging. I heard a deep, male voice yell from the barrel. I was so surprised I nearly had a heart attack, jumping back from the barrel. Durf. Don't bother the customers, the shop owner yelled at the barrel. I'll bother whoever tries to ding me up. Rummaging around like that. Wow. Was that barrel talking? No, on closer inspection, one of the swords was talking. See, cool. Walking up to the barrel, I could see the sword in question, a single-edged rusty blade locked into a modest guard and grip. I reached in and grabbed the sword. Be my sword, I half asked, half stated. The Quillian moved like a makeshift mouth. Well, you have good taste, kiddo, and a user too. All right, I'll be your partner, buy me. I turned and smiled, I'll take him. Scene break. It had taken only a few minutes to buy Durf, apparently short for Durflinger. I was so happy with my cool new sword, I almost ran straight into someone leaving the store. Louise, however, was not so lucky. The girl found her face buried between two large, tan breasts. Shoving herself out, Louise was confronted with her nemesis. Zerbst. She spoke the name like a curse. Valier. Was replied in kind. Meanwhile, I raised my hand and said, Hi Tabitha. To the girl I had almost run into. I don't know how she managed to stop herself from bumping into me while reading a book. Skilled, I guess. I got a nod in return. Really quiet, that Tabitha. I could feel the killing intent my summoner was giving off, and decided it would be a good time to derail the rage that might hit me. So what are you two doing here? Kirch seemed to take that as an opportunity to speak up. Arms draped over her blue-haired friend, she proclaimed in a sing-song bardic voice, "Aw, it's so wonderful to be young." Tabitha was all flustered up and wanted to chase after her love. I raised an eyebrow at that and looked at Tabitha. False, was all she said, with a completely neutral expression. Before I could question the red-haired girl more, Louise grabbed my arm and thundered past, dragging me along. Ow! Hey! What was that all about? I exclaimed, yanking my arm free now that we were finally out of sight. Louise's face was red with rage. That Zerbst, Kirch. She must have been spying on me, trying to cover it up with such lies. Wow, there must be a history there. So, what's with Kirch? Louise looked at me, eyes still full of anger. Her family and mine are old enemies. We are right across from each other along the Tristan-Germania border, so we have fought many times. And her ancestor stole my ancestor's lover's heart away. I nearly sighed at this. That's kinda dumb. The look of rage I got had me rapidly explaining. I mean, hating someone for something an ancestor did? She didn't do it, did she? Maybe it was just because I had no family or ancestry to know of, but I couldn't understand the feeling. I mean, she is mean to you in class, so I can get that, but at least don't fight over old stuff. Seems pointless. I was worried Louise was going to hit me. There was so much rage in her eyes. Instead, she surprised me by turning and walking away, not saying a word. Ending notes. So, my biggest worry is how hard-hitting the emotional scene at the beginning was. I really tried to show Louise's soon and dear sides. Look up Tsunere for those confused, and I am not sure how it came out. I revised it too many times and now it's bleg. My least favorite part was the kunai training scene. I almost removed it, but it speeds the plot progression along so well. So the big note here is the departure from canon, both of Naruto and Foz. Foz for the obvious reason of having someone like Naruto around. Naruto's #1 ability is his inspiration. I try to emulate that and show the repercussions. I.e. Louise becoming less self-centered, Gush wanting his respect. As for Naruto, to be frank, I made him slightly smarter and he will be more knowledgeable. This is one part because he is a more believable character this way. He lives by himself, raising himself. The responsibility that takes would make for a smart person, by necessity. I'll be showing that more so later. The other part is because he is brought to dumb extremes in canon Naruto so the book Smart Sakura can fill in Naruto, and by proxy, the reader about different things. Naruto. Chakra. Sakura. Physical and spiritual energies explanation. In this I have no Sakura, so I have to rely on Naruto knowing basics. As a final note, I get a lot of inspiration from Hill of Swords by Gabriel Blessing. Quite possibly the best fanfic on this site. It's a Fate, Stay Night and Foz crossover. If you don't know either, don't worry, he does a magnificent job with the story. If you haven't read it, stop reading my stuff and read his. Seriously. Anyways, thanks to all you reviewers. The nice reviews give me energy to write, and the critical ones help me write better. Thanks guys. Chapter 4. Old friends, new enemies. I thought we agreed. No more animal stuff, I said, eyebrow twitching at the request. Maybe it was because she hadn't needed much bodyguarding from me, and Louise was itching for me to do something. But still, just because there were no deadly assassins out to get her or anything didn't mean I was going to put on an act for a crowd like an animal. But it's tradition. All the second years will be showing off their familiars. Do something ninja. The pink-haired summoner's eyes welled up with unshed tears as she puffed out her cheeks and pleaded to me. It seems like when she realized I was as stubborn as her, she switched tactics from yelling at me to guilting me. It almost worked too. Almost. I was not going to give in, however. Louise and I were just starting out with this strange relationship and I shuddered to think what it would be like if I let her walk all over me. If you want me to protect you, I'm your man. If you want me to prank someone, I'll gladly do it. Hell, I'll take on an army alone if you need me to. 'Cause that's what a ninja does, we follow our clients' orders. But I will not put on a show like an animal for a bunch of snobby kids. That's right, partner. I can feel your warrior pride. Derfelinger offered from his position on my makeshift futon. I had looted a few old blankets and sewed them together with some of the hay from my first bed into something a bit more decent. Not my best work with a needle, but a few patches to get some extra life out of clothing is not quite on the level of actual stitching. If her bright red face was anything to go by, Louise didn't like getting teamed up on. You stay out of this, you stupid sword. This is a human matter. She shrieked at the blade, who just chuckled in response. I guess being made of metal made it rather hard to be threatened. However, all that served was for Louise to whirl on me, still enraged. And you said you'd be my familiar. This isn't a maid's job. It's a familiar's job. Well, she had a point there. I had promised to try to perform as her familiar. I had escaped chores because none of the other familiars were doing them, but all the other second years were going to perform with their own summoned guardians. Deciding to relent a little, I said, so what do you want me to do then? My only talents are as a ninja. And pranking, I guess. I guess could glue everyone to their chairs? The thoughtful look Louise gave my statement and the malicious smile tipped me off to which Germanian exchange student she was imagining getting pranked. Though she quickly shook her head of the notion. We can't do that, Louise said resolutely. The princess will be watching. Can't you just show off a bit with those knives of yours? Hey, you cheating on me, partner? Derfelinger called out, taunting me with fake jealousy. I think that sword just likes seeing people get riled up. Ignoring the sentient blade, I replied to Louise, my kunai are weapons for fighting. I could throw a few at some targets, but half the school has seen me practicing out in the courtyard. Louise once again deflated. I really needed to work up a resistance to that. That's when I remembered, sure it was a basic technique back in school, but maybe it would interesting here. I had worked extra hard to perfect the technique, might as well use it. Well, there is one thing I can do that could be pretty impressive. I let out, drawing a look of hope from the emotional girl. Really? Let me see, Louise asked, nearly bursting with unbridled hope. Well, not one to disappoint. I drew my hands into the familiar sheep hand seal. Reaching inward, I grabbed hold of my dormant chakra. Channeling the raging force into my familiar projected shell, I called out my famous anti-pervert technique. Sexy no jutsu. A poof of smoke later revealed my temporary new form. A perfectly developed female version of me, filled out in all the right places and clad in nothing more than strategic smoke. According to all the research I did, the perfect pervert bait. Wah, wah, wah. Louise stumbled out, her face redder than a tomato and eyes wide and dumbstruck. Derfelinger had a more immediate response. Woo, go partner, I think you broke her. Wah, wah. I dropped the transformation, puzzled by Louise's long streak of stuttering. Dropping the illusion seemed to snap her out of it. What kind of perverted spell is that? She screamed out. I'm not sure what she was going on, because one second I was getting yelled at, the next I was seeing stars. The stinging on my cheek brought me back to reality though, in time for her to slap me again. Pervert, she yelled again. I was wise to the third slap however and jumped back in time to dodge. Louise shuddered with rage as she stuttered out, that K kind of perverted spell is. She got no further. Instead she stopped, all air of anger lost. Spell? She tested out still thinking. I had only a second to look confused before I was forced to cover my ears. The resounding surprise must have alerted the whole floor. You can do magic? She asked me, surprised and insistent. That struck me as odd. I was a ninja, of course I could do jutsu, if only two. Well, 2.5 counting the bunshin. I don't know about magic, but I did say I could do ninjutsu. I supplied, rubbing my stinging cheeks. I suppose that wasn't the correct response, as Louise slapped her forehead and grimaced, mumbling something about idiots. I didn't know what her problem was. Well, why don't I do that for the evaluation fair? I offered, trying to break the silence. The rage-filled eyes whirling on me told me just how bad that idea was. Absolutely not. Scene break. Oh yeah. A moan sounded as I oiled up my sword. Well, that just sounds wrong. Shaking my head, I went back to applying oil to Derfelinger. He continued to moan as I dabbed him with a soft cloth, beginning the removal of his rust. I had some experience repairing blades. I used to get second-hand and discarded kunai for practice, anything to cut back on my budget. A little work and they flew like any other. Perfect for practice. However, I had never tried it with a more permanent weapon, so I was starting slow. I would work my way up from soft cloth to steel wool until the rust was gone. The moaning, however, was starting to irritate me. You don't have to moan like that, you know. It's kinda weird. I ground out, eyebrow twitching at the annoying sword. Yeah, but your reaction is hilarious. The blade yelled out, laughing at me. Oh, a talking sword. How cool. Man, I can be stupid sometimes. Hey, you missed a spot. I was about to yell at him, but then I realized I had missed a spot. Grumbling, I went back to the laborsome task of sword restoration. I was sitting out in the courtyard, near the main tower entrance while I did my work. It always seemed to be nice outside here at the academy, definitely better than being stuck inside. I had come outside to work on restoring Derfelinger after Louise had blown her top. After getting so frazzled by my sexy jutsu, she just given up and said we should just go on stage and say our names tomorrow. Oh well, not like I wanted to put on an act anyways. Could you give me a break, Derf? I keep getting weird looks. Indeed, there was a makeshift circus of people out on the main courtyard. All training their familiars for the big show. It was actually pretty entertaining. Dogs were standing on big inflatable balls, Birds were flying around trailing ribbons. Kirch was even getting a big red lizard to breathe fire in different patterns. Durf had called it a salamander or something. I guess a princess really was going to be here for the show. Everyone was really getting worked up. Man. This princess sure must be special if even people from other countries like Kirch are trying to show off, I said wistfully. Prize. A voice came from my left. I nearly fell over, I was so surprised. Looking over my shoulder, I saw Tabitha sitting there on the steps leading out of the tower still reading that book of hers. I was slightly impressed. I am not the most alert ninja, I'll admit, but no one at this school was trained in stealth. To me, it was like everyone stomped everywhere. However, Tabitha had snuck up on me, seemingly without trying. I guess the silent girl really was, well, silent. I finally processed her one-word sentence. Oh, so there is a prize for winning? I guess that makes sense. The conversation sizzled out after that. She just kept reading and I kept cleaning Durflinger, who thankfully had quieted down. It was nice actually. I don't think I have ever just sat with someone. Back home, well, I was not exactly popular. The silence was not long to be, however, as someone noticed us. Tabitha. There you are. The redhead Kirch called out, running over with her salamander. I was wondering where you were. Have you practiced with Sylphid? I guessed that was Tabitha's familiar's name. The redhead looked between us and gave me one of her weird mischievous smiles again. Ready. Tabitha spoke, turning a page. Gesturing upward to the sky with a nod. Curious, I looked up to see some sort of flying lizard doing lazy loops through the sky. I had seen the thing around campus from a distance, but wow, that huge thing was Tabitha's familiar? Wow. That seemed to appease Kirch, but before we could continue, a bell tolled out across the school grounds. Oh. The princess must be here. Let's go look. Kirch grabbed Tabitha's arm and dragged her off. Curious, I followed myself. The main gate of the school was open when we arrived. Pushing our way to the front of the crowd of students, I caught sight of the carriages. 3 horse-drawn carriages made their way between the 2 groups of students. The elaborate pink one in the middle was obviously the princess's. Upon closer inspection, even the horses were grand-looking. They had horns. Were they Kirin or something? I got no further in my line of thought when the door opened. A maid stepped out and offered her hand up for support. A moment later another grasped the outstretched hand. Stepping out of the carriage was exactly what I thought a princess was. She was beautiful and elegant, with a warm face framed by purple hair. A pure white dress adorned with jewels fell over her form. Princess Henrietta. I heard someone call out, entranced. I'm more beautiful than her, don't you think so, Tabitha? Kirch's vain comment broke me out of my thoughts. I almost laughed at the audacity of it. Just straight out saying something like that, regardless of social status. Vanity or not, I think I was beginning to like Kirch. It was then I noticed Louise across the way, looking at the princess. Not with the fan admiration of everyone else, but with longing. Huh, odd. Scene break. The candlelight weakly lit the room as Louise settled into her night clothing. I just looked at the wall while she did so. I wasn't tempted to peek, honest. So you were saying in your homeland, anyone can learn to do magic? I heard from behind me. We had been talking about my earlier transformation and ninja in general. Jutsu, I corrected, but yeah, anyone can learn, but it's hard, and you need to start at a young age. That, and even then people from clans have a huge advantage. I recalled with a grimace, remembering how hard it was to keep up with the kids who had entire clans backing them up, helping them learn. But then who are the nobles? That's right. Every noble in this world could perform magic. Well, the most powerful ninja is the Hokage. He is the leader of the Konoha, my village. But the nobles like the Fire Lord are in charge of him. Kinda like general and king basically. Last I heard, the current Fire Lord was not a ninja though. That surprised Louise. No way, you let someone without magic control a bunch of mages? How does that even work? I felt almost like she was accusing me. It frustrated me a little. Hey, I don't really know. Okay. That's how things are, I don't know why. I was just curious. I heard her mumble. Put off by my outburst. You can turn around. I did so. As usual, she was wearing a white nightgown. Now she would climb into bed, I'd blow out the candle and retreat to my own bed. We were finally starting to have little routines. However, the routine was not to happen this night. There was a single knock before the door opened. A kunai was in my hand before I knew it. It wasn't that I had ever been assaulted in my home before, but I had grown up surrounded by villagers who all looked at me with cold, cold eyes. It made me kind of paranoid on some days. A cloaked figure entered the room and quickly closed the door. "It's been a while," I heard the figure say with a feminine voice. "Louise," the figure said with happiness, embracing my summoner. "Princess," Louise called out in surprise. The princess, I was stunned, though I kept my head enough to replace my kunai into my holster. It took only 2 beats before Louise took a knee, bowing to the princess. "You cannot, princess. To come to such a humble place alone," Louise said in a formal tone. The slight hurt expression on the princess's face made me feel like I was intruding. "Please don't be so formal, Louise. Are we not friends?" That seemed to register with Louise, because she looked up to her matriarch. "You are too kind, princess." Still with the formality. "You two know each other," I said bluntly from my position against the wall. I could see that tact might be expected here, maybe even a bow to the princess. But really, why bother with such useless stuff like formalities? It was Louise who replied. "I had the honor of being Her Highness' playmate when we were young." "Can't you just say we are childhood friends?" the princess asked, still hiding her pain. Now it all made sense. Earlier I had though Louise was just retreating on her promise of not making me out to be an animal. But now, I can see she didn't want to win the evaluation fair to get some prize, to show off to her classmates, or even to her monarch. She just didn't want to be embarrassed in front of a dear friend. And now faced with that friend, she was being so formal. Excuse me. I forgot to clean up mess in the courtyard." I threw out a random excuse. I gave no time for them to reply as I snuck out of the room. Those two needed some time together to catch up, and I needed to do something I've been avoiding. Scene break. The stars shone down on my sweating form. Panting, I took in deep breaths of air, savagely breathing each breath as if it were my last. My jacket was long since discarded. I was too hot to keep it on. "Yo partner, I am all for getting stronger, but it's kinda late, you've been out here for hours." Derfelinger called out from his position against the railing at the edge of the courtyard. "I have to finish this derf." I panted back. I owe it to Louise. Hell, I keep calling myself a ninja, but that won't be true until I master this. That seemed to placate the sword. My breathing slowed. In a bit, I'd start again. I almost didn't notice the figure approach from the tower. Tilting my head back, I could make out a gowned silhouette approaching from the tower. "Princess," I said, acknowledging her presence. "Did you have a good chat with Louise?" "Yes. Thank you for letting me reminisce with my old friend." The purple-haired beauty stopped near me, waiting for me to sit up and look at her. When I didn't rise fully, she sat down on the wet grass, bring herself to my eye level. "She told me you are her familiar." I nodded, confirming it. "Please, tell me, is Louise precious to you?" That struck me. I wasn't expecting a question so direct. Is Louise a precious person to me? It was odd. I had no idea what to compare it to. No friends, the closest tea thing I had was the old ramen stand owner, which said a lot really. Finally, I forced out, "What do you mean?" The princess seemed to know what I was thinking, and explained. "Louise is a precious person to me, my dearest friend. I would do anything to protect her. But I can rarely be with her, so please, protect her for me." There was so much strength in the princess's voice. I could only nod, accepting the task. I believe that when someone has someone precious to protect, that is when they become truly strong. Suddenly, I recalled how Louise had relied on me, cried for me, tried to protect me from Goosh. "Yeah, I think I understand what you mean. Don't worry, I'll keep Louise safe, you have my word." I smiled. Not one of my big, bright smiles, but simply a determined grin. I understood what the princess was trying to say. "Thank you." And with that, the princess left, no doubt returning to whatever guard she had ditched. All right, now I had some training to do. Standing back up, I formed the ram hand sign and focused my chakra. Again, I began the long process of forming a shell of chakra inside my skin, memorizing my own shape. Same as before, a slight fluctuation threw me off and the chakra shell dispersed. This would be a long night. Scene break. I was warm. Sun fell down on my face. Everything was so calm and serene. Then someone poked me in the side with a stick. Ouch. Hey, Who did to Tabitha? I stopped, catching a glimpse of the blue-haired girl. She stood above me, the staff in hand currently poking my side. Before I could question her, she spoke. Fair. Confusion raced across my face. Late. Oh, I was late for the fair. I was late for the fair. Thanking the girl, I rushed off toward the main courtyard. I was not going to miss this after staying up all night practicing. Luckily, it seemed the festivities were just getting started. A mass of cloaked nobles were mingling about, finding their seats while their familiars waited off to the side. A large stage was set, and the backdrop curtain was just being raised by a servant. Catching sight of a nervous Louise, I rushed over to the chairs to greet her. "Louise," I called out. The relief that flew across her face caused some relief for me. I half expected her to explode at my tardiness. "Sorry I'm late, I kinda overslept." Grabbing me, she hurried us to the back of the chairs and sat me down in the corner by herself. "Where were you? I fell asleep last night when you didn't come back," she whispered to me urgently. Rubbing my neck, I explained, Sorry, I ended up sleeping in the courtyard." The mortified expression on her face was priceless. "Don't worry, Tabitha woke me in time." I'm sure the conversation would have continued, if not for the intruder. "Oh, you woke up with Tabitha in the courtyard?" A voice from behind us called out. There, beside her salamander was Kirch, smiling the biggest mischievous smile I'd ever seen. However, before any of us could talk more, the headmaster began his speech, calling for everyone to take their seats. Kirch ran off to intercept a now arriving Tabitha, leaving Louise and I to sit in silence. After some lame speech about the importance of school, the headmaster began calling up students for the talent show. I have to admit, it was all pretty cool. Gush's girlfriend had trained her frog to do little acrobatics, Kirch put on a fire show, and even Gush participated. Though he just posed on a bed of roses with a giant mole. Yeah, and this was the guy the first was itching to fight a few days ago. However, the real show stealer was Tabitha. Honestly, how can anyone compete with a huge flying lizard thing? A dragon if Louise was correct, though it didn't look like any dragon I'd ever heard of. When our turn came, everyone fell silent, despite a few snickers as we went up on stage. "Listen. Just say your name, Bo, and we end this, okay?" Louise said with defeat in her voice. I gave her my best reassuring smile and a thumbs up. I could only hope not to screw up. We walked onto the stage. The majority of the school was before us, and to our left was a shade tent housing the princess and the headmaster. "I am Louise Françoise Leblanc de la Valliere. Allow me to introduce my familiar. His name is Uzumaki Naruto. His classification is," she trailed off. "Do your best. Louise the Zero. Oh, that pudgy kid was on my list now. He was the same one from class several days ago. His classification is ninja," I called out, completing Louise's sentence unasked. Vaguely, I could feel everyone's attention shift from Louise to me. Even Louise had turned to look at me, surprised. Watch and be amazed. I called out. If there was one skill I was better than everyone else from my old class, it was how to perform in front of a crowd. My hands formed the familiar seals: ram, snake, tiger. Feel my chakra as shell on my body, now copy it, Bunshin no Jutsu. 2 puffs of smoke appeared on either side of Louise and it took only a moment for the smoke caused by excess chakra to clear. There, 2 pairs of perfect, not sick and deformed, copies of me stood, mimicking my massive smile. "Trust me," I said to a dumbstruck Louise. My clones and I formed the sheep sign again. Louise must have recognized it from last night, because there was terror on her face. Henge no Jutsu. Again my clones were concealed in smoke, along with myself. Nearly 10 seconds had passed since I started. Everyone had expected another failure from Louise. And now instead of 1 downcast Louise, they were faced with 5 very proud-looking Louises and 1 dumbstruck one. "It's your turn," I said out of the corner of my mouth to the girl. I have to hand it to her, she managed to get it together quick enough to assume a proud stance. My clones and I copied her as she crossed her arms over her chest and let that proud, "I am massively better than you," smile she had used on me when I first met her come across her face. As I was saying, his classification is ninja. There was a beat of dead silence before 1 single pair of hands began giving applause. The sound came from our left as Louise's childhood friend supported her. Then the dam broke as everyone gave applause. I released my techniques as Louise and I gave a bow. As we walked back to our seats, I couldn't help but wonder if Louise would burst. She kept her head high and dignified, but it didn't take a genius to figure out she wanted to rub it in anyone's face. We sat down in silence as the next act was called onto the stage. A jab in my ribs brought my attention to Louise. There was question, accusation, even wonder in her eyes, but she couldn't ask whatever she wanted now, so she just settled on, "Thank you." "Thank you," I replied to a quizzical look. "Thank you for helping me become truly strong." Scene break. I can't believe after all that we didn't win. Louise sighed out from our seats in the back. There on stage, the princess was presenting a small golden crown to Tabitha. I patted Louise on the shoulder. There, I don't think anyone could compete with a dragon. Maybe if we had the Kyuubi or some other legendary creature. On second thought, a giant town-destroying monster probably wouldn't get any applause. The princess asked something of Tabitha, but I couldn't make it out. Though it became obvious when the silent reader and her dragon took to the skies again, preforming more loops. It really was a magnificent thing. I wonder if I could get Tabitha to let me ride it. Tabitha was in a rather wide loop when I heard it, the loud, abrasive sound of two rocks hitting each other. It was so low and so loud that I couldn't tell which direction it was coming from. Everyone covered their ears in pain and confusion quickly spread throughout the crowd. What was that? I heard Louise ask no one. Looking up, I saw Tabitha and her dragon level out and head towards the tower, curving around it. "I'll check it out," I said to Louise. Not waiting for a reply, I leapt over the chair and darted across the courtyard in time to see Tabitha disappear behind the main tower. "You partner, what's going on?" Derfelinger called from my back as I drew him. The chakra in my limbs greeted the strange energy from my runes as my speed increased twofold. "Is it time to go to work?" I swallowed the sinking feeling in my stomach. I couldn't help but worry what I would find on the other side of that tower. "Maybe Derf, be ready," was all I trusted myself to say. And then I rounded the tower. "Crap," was all I said. There, swatting at the nimble blue dragon dodging around it, was a huge golem. Made entirely of rock, the massive humanoid golem was nearly as large as the tower itself. The cloaked rider atop its shoulder wasn't even the size of its little finger. A visible whirlwind lanced out from Tabitha atop her flying steed. However, the golem shrugged it off without a scratch. "How do you even fight something like that?" I'm not proud, but I froze up. I froze up because the giant noticed me. I vaguely recognized a rider atop it taunting me. And then it swung its hand at me. "Partner, move." I couldn't move. I was going to die. "Partner." The form of its fist blotted out all light as it neared me. Then a gust of wind smacked into my side, throwing me out of the way and across the courtyard. A swooping shadow passed over me and I caught sight of Tabitha, gazing down at me, neutral as always. Right. What the hell was I doing? Freezing up. I had been a burden to Tabitha. Damn it. Re-gripping Derfelinger, I spoke to my partner. "Sorry about that. I lost my head. I won't do it again." The sword HMPHED at me and said, "If you want to be my partner for more than a few minutes into the battle, don't freeze up again. This is battle." This was battle. I could do this. I had trained my entire life to fight, and now I would. "Let's do this, partner." I dashed forward, holding Derfelinger in my right hand and drawing a kunai with my left. The golem was too big, there was no way to take it down, but the rider on top of it, "Don't attack the jutsu, attack the ninja." The old shinobi rule rang true in my head. One flick of my arm and the knife raced toward the rider's head, straight as an arrow, runes doing their trick. Before I could celebrate, the rock in the golem's shoulder shot up and formed shell to protect the rider, effectively intercepted my knife, knocking it aside easily. Crap. That would have been too easy. Stabbing Derf into the ground, my hands flashed through some seals and 4 copies of me formed, each with their own phantom Derfelinger before them. In sync, we grabbed the sword and ran toward the ankles of the monstrous golem. Meanwhile, Tabitha continued to strafe and launch spells at the rider, having abandoned taking the golem down. Her method had as much effect to the formed earthen shell as my kunai though, and instead the golem threw a swipe at the tower. Joining her, I tried to harry the enemy with my intangible clones, cutting at its ankles. The legs were just too thick to cut through all the way, despite the runes and my chakra allowing Derfelinger to cut through them like butter. Even then, the cuts were just healing right afterward. I needed a new plan. That was when the golem turned away from Tabitha and swung a fist at the tower. The resounding crack actually dispersed my clones, it was so loud. That much force and the tower wasn't even scratched. Naruto. I heard a familiar voice call out. Louise stood across the courtyard, panting. She must have followed me. Leave my familiar alone, she called out to the rider. In response, the cloaked rider called out over the battle. This isn't your lucky day. The massive golem's arm shot out with surprising speed, right at Louise. No summoning up every ounce of chakra I had. I launched myself toward Louise, skimming along the ground faster than I had ever moved, barely even having to take a handful of steps as I cut through the air. Each time I touched down, I pushed off again, ripping up tufts of dirt and grass as I did so. In an instant, I overtook the arm. In the next instant, my left arm wrapped around Louise and my legs cushioned away my force. It would be close, I needed to slow down or my speed could hurt Louise. I pushed off the ground and flipped up and forward. I was aware of Louise letting out a surprised yell somewhere in the back of my mind. The hand the size of Louise's room grasped air as we soared above it, landing just beyond its reach. One more hop and we were a safe distance away. I set Louise down and she nearly collapsed, no strength in her legs. Her wand shook rapidly in her trembling hand. That's it, grabbing her shoulders, I took a long shot. Louise, blow it up. Hit it with your biggest spell failure. She looked at me, still confused and surprised, but I held my gaze resolute. I said your explosions were cool. I meant it, blow it up. It took half a moment, but she nodded and said, all right, steeling herself. Rin. X. San. Fireball. I felt a nothing as she called out the spell, and for a second I thought it failed. But then a massive explosion ripped a massive hole in the side of the tower beyond the golem. She missed. Thank you. I heard the rider call out in a mocking voice. The golem reached into the newly created hole and the rider ran in, returning with a box moments later. Tabitha's dragon continued to soar around the golem, but kept its distance. No doubt Tabitha was tired after launching spell after spell. I watched as the golem retreated away, Tabitha following from above a short while before she looped down back to us. The dragon landed and its rider slid off, giving us a neutral look. Injuries? Thoughtful, making sure we weren't injured rather than go after the thief. Well, that could have gone better, Derfelinger said, voicing what we all were thinking. Chapter and ending notes. First, I'd like to defend a few things. I'll start with Naruto showing off his abilities and him freezing up. Firstly, the smart thing to do in the fair would be to hide his abilities, but Naruto is a show-off, and thinks of immediate problems of Louise being teased, not long-term problems of his abilities being known. As for freezing up, Naruto fought Mizuki fine after an unknowing pep talk from Iruka in canon, and fought against Kakashi thinking it not a real fight. After all, Kakashi wouldn't kill him. Then he went up against the Demon Brothers and froze up. Naruto until this point hadn't faced the fear of death by himself. When he did, he became stronger for it during the Zabuza fight. I know he had just seen Kakashi die, but I used the giant golem equals death of teacher mathematical rule in terms of shock value. As for his Goosh fight, not really a life or death fight to Naruto, so that's why he didn't freeze up there. As a note, mythological creatures. Naruto doesn't recognize a dragon or unicorn because his mythology is different. The unicorns pulling the princess's carriage are closest to Kirin for him and his dragons are more like Chinese dragons. I base these ideas of the fact that the Naruto world is based off a version of Eastern lore, mainly Japanese. Another note. Naruto knowing sewing and repairing weapons. I don't buy into the whole fan idea that stores were all pay a bagillion times the actual price for these goods to Naruto. He would have raised a stink. Rather, I'm sure villagers would just hurry him through their store, selling to him quickly if they were prejudiced against him. However, Naruto is an orphan on some set budget. It can't be too big and he likes to eat out for ramen. So I assume he would have learned a thing or two about being frugal. This is mainly character expansion on my part, nothing more. Speaking of character expansion, the mention of paranoia from the villagers' stares. I wasn't saying anything serious there, but I have a hard time believing Naruto never got scared of things that go bump in the night as a small child living alone. The villagers and their cold eyes are just who he blames it on. Next, Special thanks to MB Shadow for the tip on paragraph writing. How I'm not supposed to have more than one person talk per paragraph. I may have mentioned this, but I am not an English major. I write for fun, so everyone please let me know if I am doing something wrong. Also, does the new formatting help this read easier, everyone? Another thanks to Viper 764. I agree, I was not making Naruto loud enough. I made him not obnoxious on purpose, because his situation has caused him to grow. He was obnoxious to get attention, now he has plenty from Louise and others. But I agree, I need to make him louder. This is my first gentle shift to a louder Naruto. I blame his quieter tone on crazy circumstances throwing him off beat. Man, that is becoming my wildcard excuse. And a thank you to all my other reviewers. You guys rock. I had some serious writer's block with this chapter and I just read the reviews to get my spirits up. Finally, and this is the most important thing, this chapter marks my first big divergence point from the familiar of Zero canon. It is subtle, I like to think deviously so I'll give one free interwebs to whoever guesses it. Hell, if you want, I'll answer one question about the plot to the winner as long as you keep it to yourself. I do have this story outlined all the way through about 20 chapters. Anyways, please forgive the massive notes, please read and review. Chapter 5. Deception. Eyes as red as blood studied me. Appraised my worth. I stared back into the slitted pupils. I felt fear, but also an unquenchable desire to keep staring. Wake up. I said, wake up, Naruto. Jumping up and out of bed in a ball of surprise and flailing limbs, I landed on my feet, arms in a fighting stance, looking for whatever had attacked me. Oh, just Louise. Resting my arms and finally realizing I was awake, I looked at her with an annoyed glare. Don't look at me like that, Louise warned. You were the one tossing around so much I couldn't concentrate. She was at her little table, feathered pen in hand and writing something, probably homework. After yesterday's exciting turn of events, what with fighting a several-story-tall golem in the courtyard, we didn't really do much else besides answer the same set of questions to just about everybody and their dog as the search for the thief, Fauke apparently, was put underway. I smiled to myself. We actually had been questioned by one guy and his dog Familiar, first talking dog I've ever met. I had eventually escaped with the excuse of helping out with the courtyard repair. Poor Louise had not been so lucky. Maybe waking me up was a bit of payback. The courtyard, now that had been interesting. The mass of earth left behind by the golem had been cleared by the old lady teacher, Cheesy the Clay or something, but the servants had been filling in the bunch of smaller divots I made in my mad dash to get to Louise. You're thinking, partner, Derfelinger stated, snapping me out of my thoughts. I turned to the sword and began my morning routine of strapping on my shuriken holster and supply pouch. It's just, I'm thinking about yesterday. Fighting that golem. I picked Derf up and slung him over my shoulder. I had to duck to avoid a shoe. If you were going to talk, do it outside. Louise was not in a good mood, I take it. Well, I suppose homework is homework. Pressing my palms together, I gave a tiny nod of a bow and an apologetic smile as I snuck out the door. As soon as the door closed, I sat down and leaned against the wall next to the doorway. Normally I would be heading out to go through my morning training or clean Derfelinger, but if yesterday's events taught me anything, it was that a magical school was not as safe as I thought it was originally. So instead I would stay close to Louise the next few days until this blew over. I did agree to be her bodyguard, familiar, ninja, whatever. In any case, as her protector I needed to hang around until either there was confirmation Fauke was gone for good, or captured. Let me guess, you're wondering how you ran so fast. The sword offered from my back, still intent on figuring out what I was pondering. Well, it was half right. I know how I ran so fast. The runes on my hands seem to do that whenever I hold a weapon. All I did was use that and waste a crap ton of chakra reinforcing my legs. I had drawn out as much chakra as I could, forcing the blue energy to spew out every pore of my body. Sure, throwing around that much chakra would make me faster than the standard ninja technique of using small bursts inside the body alongside whatever muscle you were using, but I would have gotten an F in the academy for the technique. Spewing the energy everywhere was wasteful. I could have created 100 bunchins with that much chakra. Easy. The speed wasn't the issue. I am trying to figure out why I ripped up all those divots in the ground on the way to Louise. I think it slowed me down. That's my partner, the sword said proudly. I looked over my shoulder at him and raised an eyebrow. What had I done to make him proud? Always trying to become stronger. A true warrior, he explained. I smiled at the sword. Durf was a good friend. I could really see eye to eye to blade with him. We were both direct, and we were both fighters. However, before I could figure out how to high-five a sword, Louisa's door opened and she hurried out, no doubt running late from her quick stride. A few light steps and I was alongside her. Fingers laced behind my head, I fell into line as we walked down the tower steps and out to the red-topped tower. While Louise tended to do a good job keeping up the air of nobility, I could tell she was stressed, nervous from her encounter with the golem and thief. Makes sense, I may have frozen up, but I was still training to fight for a long time before that. Louise wasn't here to become a soldier, but nobility. She didn't say anything all the way to the tower. The red-topped tower's classrooms were identical to the brown-topped tower. Same raised desks looking down on the teacher's chalkboard area. Louise and I sat down, in a middle desk. It seemed we were the last to arrive, as all the other seats were filled with chatting students. Down and to the right, I noticed the pudgy blonde boy who had heckled Louise yesterday. I caught me looking at him and gave me a confused gape and tilted his head. "Oh, you don't think you did anything wrong, huh?" I gave him a big old smile until he looked away. Don't give the prey any warning. Rule number 7 of pranking. "Oh, Tabitha, look who just sat down." I heard a voice in front of me. Oh, we had sat down behind Kirch and Tabitha. The latter of which only looked up from her book long enough to nod to Louise and me. I caught her gaze before she could look back. "Thanks for saving me yesterday. I shouldn't have frozen up." All she did was nod again before looking back to her book. I don't know why, but that deflated Kirch a little. "Oh Tabitha," she drawled out, "just because it's self-study time doesn't mean you have to study." "It's self-study." Louise's voice nearly cracked. "And I wrote that entire paper," she whined out. Poor girl. That's why I don't bother with homework. Somehow I think I shouldn't be so proud right now. "Ah, don't worry Zero," Kirch said offhandedly. "It'll still be due tomorrow. You should be more worried about the thief. I wonder how long we'll have these boring self-study periods because of some thief." Then Kirch leaned in, raising a hand to her mouth as if to whisper. "But it's terrible. I hear the princess might be blamed for it." Any anger that had been building from close proximity to her blood enemy died at that. A little eep sounded from Louise. "I mean, with all the security was focused on the princess and she came here against the advice of Cardinal Mazarin. I remember that name. I think Louise said the cardinal was acting as the current regent in the late king's place until the princess was crowned." My thoughts were drawn from Kirch's musings when the door to the classroom opened. A harried-looking Professor Colbert stood in the doorway. "Miss Tabitha, Miss Valliere, please come to the principal's office right away." Oh, more of the same questions, fun. Scene break. The headmaster's office was crowded with teachers, all nervously mumbling to each other. Everyone fell silent as Tabitha, Louise and I entered, followed by Kirch who tagged along because this sounded interesting. I think it may have been to annoy Louise, but I know better than to get in the middle of that particular battle. The headmaster himself was a sight to behold. I had only seen him from a distance before, but he fit the old wizard bill pretty well. Long robes and a flowing white beard that fell all the way to his belly. He cleared his throat, gaining everyone's attention. I called Miss Tabitha along with Miss Valliere and her familiar here to confirm something. "Miss Longueville, if you please." The old man gestured to his green-haired assistant. The woman seemed to be in her early 20s with green hair and a fit body. She pushed her glasses up her nose before talking in a professional tone. "I did some searching around a nearby village. They mentioned seeing a figure coming and going from an abandoned cabin the past week fitting the description Miss Valliere and Tabitha gave us. I drew this based on their descriptions to confirm." She withdrew a piece of worn paper and turned it around. The sketch of a cloaked figure stared back at me. I suppose that could be the rider of the golem. The thief was hard to see from the ground and I was busy watching the golem for the most part. "That's Fouquet. There is no mistake," Louise said immediately. "Well, Louise must have gotten a better look than me if she's that sure." Tabitha nodded in confirmation, so I took that as proof. Tabitha had fought the longest and been in the best position to see the thief. The reaction in the teachers was immediate. Everyone began mumbling to one another at the revelation. I was surprised no one was excited. Wasn't this a good thing? The Colbert suggested sending for the palace guard only for the headmaster to interrupt. We can't sit here and wait for Fouquet to escape. We will regain our school's honor ourselves. Ah, the old man has guts. I liked him already. We must retrieve the talisman of power ourselves. All of you who wish to undertake this mission to capture Fouquet the crumbling earth and retrieve the talisman of power, raise forth your wands. The utter lack of response was a revelation to me. That was why no one seemed happy Fouquet was found. Everyone here was a teacher, a civilian, they weren't fighters. Again I was surprised. I guess I took my own school environment for granted. Then Louise shot her wand up. I will go. I couldn't help but crack a smile. At least I got summoned by someone with guts instead of one of the do-nothing teachers. Louise's action surprised the teachers to say the least. They all let out small gasps and stared at their failure of a student say she would go up against a mage capable of summoning a massive golem. I will also go, Kirch said not a moment later. I can't lose to a Valier. She smiled at a glaring Louise. I was beginning to think they were more rivals than enemies. Tabitha? Kirch said, surprised. The blue-haired girl had raised her staff as well. I'm worried about you three. The thoughtfulness of the statement was almost lost on me. I was too busy realizing that Tabitha had spoken a whole sentence. The scene brought a smile to the old headmaster's face. Glad there was some courage in the room. Very well, let us count on you three. Miss Valier and Miss Tabitha did witness Fouquet in action, and Miss Tabitha has gained the rank of chevalier at such a young age. That drew surprise from Louise and Kirch. Is that true, Tabitha? Kirch blurted out. Tabitha just nodded in return. Maybe the earlier sentence was a fluke? The old man continued despite being interrupted. And Miss Zerbst hails from a great military lineage in Germania and is an accomplished flame mage. Oh, I should have guessed that from the salamander, what with its burning tail and all. An embarrassed cough drew my attention back to the headmaster. He was looking kind of embarrassed. Oh, he was trying to compliment Louise. Louise the Zero. Was I the only one here who liked explosions? And, Miss Valier comes from a family that has turned out several excellent mages. And we have high hopes for her in the future, wow. Oh, and her familiar who is an excellent warrior and skilled entertainer. What? Though Colbert seemed to jump in there. He is the Gand, only to stop. I'm the what now? If Gand was some kinda insult, Colbert was getting mud water switched with his tea. Despite the interruption, if he even heard it, the headmaster continued, we will be counting on you to fulfill your duty as nobles and reclaim the school's honor. He then turned to his secretary. Miss Longueville, would you please be their guide? The lady smiled back, I was planning on it. Nice of her, leading us toward possible danger. Scene break. I sat next to Louise as the carriage rolled along the road. Miss Longueville manned the reins of the two horses pulling us. As long as I wasn't on top of the four-legged thigh-killers, I was happy. We were about 2 hours into the trip and had another 2 to go. It was a roofless carriage with slightly cushioned seats. Up above Tabitha's familiar soared along, following us. Only Kirch's familiar had been left behind. Flames would likely do little good against the golem, and the 4 of us could barely fit on Tabitha's dragon as it is if we needed to make a hasty retreat. The trip had thus far consisted of Tabitha reading her book across from me, Kirch whispering to her and then puffing out her cheeks when all Tabitha would say was, mistaken. Then she would vent on Louise with some tease. After that, Louise would yell back before the two stopped fighting when one of them blew off the other's slight. The Kirch would get bored, and whisper to Tabitha. I burned my time by trying to figure out my divot problem. I was trying to focus my chakra at just my feet, seeing as that seemed to be the problem area. However, it turned out just focusing my chakra at my feet was tougher than throwing it all out everywhere. It felt like trying to only move my little finger down, all the others wanted to move too. 2 hours, and I was finally starting to get good control of it to where I could summon my chakra to my feet and release it repeatedly. So when Kirch engaged Miss Longueville in conversation, I listened in only in surprise from the change of pace. So you can use magic, but you are not a noble. How did you lose your noble status? Oh, that sounded interesting. Zerbst. Don't be rude, Arg, not another fight. Kirch dropped the matter, and sat back in her chair. Really, I was just making small talk. You hear about ex-nobles who become mercenaries and criminals like Fouquet, It's interesting to meet someone who stays honest when disgraced. She let out a sigh. This is so boring though, honestly. Her face brightened up. I could tell by now she was about to tease Louise. Well, Louise can handle herself. Louise, what do you plan do if that golem comes out again? I didn't even need to look. Louise would puff out her cheeks and retort. Oh, obviously I'll use my magic if that happens. She seemed to fall for Kirch's trap. You? Louise the Zero use magic? Don't make me laugh. Actually, that's a good idea, I said, drawing the attention of the two girls. Even Tabitha looked up from her book. I mean, Tabitha couldn't even scratch that thing, and she's a Chievely or whatever. I looked at Tabitha, no offense. I took the nod as forgiveness, and that golem hit the wall so hard I felt it. I threw my arms out to emphasize just how much force that thing had punched with. But one explosion from Louise and the wall crumbles. If we are gonna take something that big down, we might have to hope for Louise. I couldn't decide who looked more stupefied, Kirch or Louise. Tabitha just nodded and continued reading. Kirch was the first to recover. The shrill, guffawing laughter echoed throughout the surrounding trees. Ha ha ha. You really are an entertainer. That snapped my mind off the subject. What did the headmaster mean by that? I quickly asked, curious to the title. I think I can be entertaining when I want to, but my pranks usually entertain me, not others. Kirch raised an eyebrow. That display of smoke and mirrors the other day. I haven't seen tricks like that since the Grand Carnival last year. Tricks? Ninjutsu weren't tricks. She must have caught my confusion. I mean, it's not like you did real magic without a wand. Only elves can do that. She snickered at her own joke, laughing off the notion. Well, I call it ninjutsu, not magic, but as far as I can tell they're very similar. Kirch's snicker cut off abruptly as she stared at me dumbstruck. Tabitha looked up from her book to consider me, but went right back to reading. She had seen me do the bunch in mid-fight anyways. Louise. Well, Louise was still deep in thought from before. Scene break. The rest of the ride had been filled with conversation about my homeland. I was happy for the attention. Kirch asked question after question to relieve the boredom, but I don't think she believed everything. It had taken another demonstration of the Bunchen technique for her to believe it wasn't a trick. Even Louise had asked a few questions. I kept my answers general, not mentioning the more depressing parts of my past. Kirch did get a kick out of my class ranking though. A failure summoning a failure. She shut up after Louise and I teamed up on her with a duel. Quiet Zerbst. That was odd, maybe Louise was rubbing off on me. Eventually, we arrived at the cabin. It was more of a rundown. Plank walls and a roof that was barely holding together. The five of us were hiding behind some foliage. I'll go check it out. If the golem shows up, you guys get on Sylphid and stay out of range. Just keep hitting it while I distract it. A nod from the others was all I needed before I headed out. Years of ninja training and pranking filled my mind. I was in the moment. I moved fast and low, each footfall leaving a muffled sound, barely enough to reach my own ears. Skirting the edges of the foliage, I remained in the shadows as a shadow. In a moment I reached the cabin, the next I flipped up and onto the roof, landing without a sound. Most would look through the windows, but as rundown as this roof was, it was child's play removing a loose board and dropping into the sub-ceiling. Once there, I looked down from the patched rafters to see an empty house. Crap, I was hoping to get the drop on the thief. Heavy footfalls caused me to quickly drop and open the door. Did the thief get the drop on Louise and company? I found a panicked Louise followed by the others to grate me as I exited the cabin. Are you crazy? There could have been magical traps. Huh, I didn't know that was possible. I thought you were just going to check the window. Louise practically screamed out as she chastised me. I'm fine. There's no one here, Kay? I held up my hands in an apologetic gesture. It was nice she was so worried. A moment later, Tabitha waved her staff and something rippled in the air. No traps, Tabitha said in that same neutral voice. I smiled. See, no worries. Now let's look for that talisman. I retreated into the house before I could get scolded. It was dark and dingy. It looked like no one had been here in a while. Kirch and Tabitha followed me in while I heard Louise say she would stand guard and Longville say she would look around the area. Meh, it didn't look like there was anything. Then I heard Tabitha. Found it. There the blue girl was, holding a small box about the size of a shoebox. Kirch, and I hurried over to her. The same one I saw stolen the other day. That was easy. Way too easy. If there was one thing I learned from smiling peddlers, a deal too good to be true always was too good to be true. Trap, I said, adopting Tabitha's frame of speech. Realization dawned on her face. Run. Too late, as the roof of the cabin was ripped off by a golem. Where was Louise? No time, had to bank on her being not dead. I reached over my shoulder and grabbed Derfelinger's hilt. Runes shone and I pumped chakra to my legs. Even now I could tell that the training I had done was helping. I could feel every grain of the life energy fall into place when I pushed off the ground. Soaring up, I put one foot on the top of the now roofless wall and pushed off again, unsheathing Derfelinger in the same motion. Wind rippled across my face. I was not freezing, not now, I was attacking. The thing had no time to stop me as I collided with the weird face it had in the center of its chest. I sunk Derfelinger up to his hilt right between the eyes of the earthen golem. Using the sword as a handhold, I planted my feet against the golem and looked over my shoulder. From my new vantage point I saw Kirch and Tabitha moving for a now landing sylphid, but where was Louise? Ha! I heard, followed by the sound of a small explosion. The golem shuddered, before whirling around. My feet left the rock giant as it spun. I only just hung on to Derfelinger. There was Louise, standing firm and looking like she wanted to take on the massive golem. Then she noticed me. "What are you doing up there, Naruto?" She screamed out in half surprise, half anger. "I'll hit you." "Idiot, get out of here," I yelled. The golem wasn't even paying attention to me. I grabbed a kunai from my pouch and started jamming it into the golem again and again, but to no avail. Damn, Louise wasn't moving. This wasn't working. Yanking Derf out of the rock, I pushed off and let the kunai fly at the golem, smoke bomb trailing on the end of a small wire. It stuck right between the eyes and white smoke billowed out everywhere, covering the face of the giant. Channeling chakra to my legs, I absorbed the fall with only a little stinging feeling in my legs. Thank you, runes. Turning around, I raced for Louise, looking over my shoulder when she gasped to see a punch heading straight toward her despite both of its eyes being covered in smoke. Didn't this thing need to see? Luckily, the golem and I had played this game before, and now I was the one with a head start. One hop I was by Louise. The next moment, 3 hand seals and several copies of Louise and me appeared. In tandem, I grabbed my Louise as my illusions grabbed theirs. Then we all scattered. As soon as I put enough distance between us, I furiously whispered at Louise without letting my eyes leave the golem. "What are you doing? Get to Sylphid." A hand clenched my jacket and I heard held back sobs. Even you think I can't do anything." The golem charged after one of my copies, trying to smash the duo. "Everyone always makes fun of me. Everyone thinks I'm a failure. I thought you, who said you understood, who kept believing in me." She stifled a snob and her hand tightened. A proud voice replaced the sad one. "I am a noble. Not all mages are nobles, but all nobles use magic. I'll prove right here that I am not a zero. I will not flee." "Idiot," I said. Causing her to start, I looked over my shoulder at a stunned face. "I didn't say run away. Get to the damn dragon and rain unholy death down on that thing." I smiled in what I hoped was a comforting gesture at her. It seemed to have the desired effect. However, I couldn't keep talking. I turned back to see the golem crush the first of my clones beneath its foot. Smoke billowed out from beneath the slab of stone. Bet that sucked. There were 3 more sets of decoys left. I could only hope it chose one of the others. A shadow passed over me as Tabitha landed Sylphid next to us. It took only a look for Louise to nod and retreat to the dragon. "Watch for Miss Longville. Pick her up if she shows up." Tabitha nodded at me before taking off once more. I almost sighed with relief. I could easily stay out of this thing's range, and everyone but Miss Longville was out of range from the golem. The golem turned toward me, figuring out that I was the real one from the retrieval of Louise. I dispersed the other clones into several clouds of smoke. "That's right, focus on me." A whirlwind and a stream of fire descended upon the golem from the sky, striking it with no visible force. The fire died out shortly, having no real fuel. I spat on the ground. This was going to be hard. Sure, it couldn't get them and I was too fast for the golem, but we had no way to bring it down. Then a small explosion blew a small chunk out of its chest. Well, Louise did something. However, the small chink seemed to have little effect, because it kept walking toward me. Well, time to engage. I took one last look to see Kirch and Louise arguing with each other. Is that all they do? Partner, it's here. Derfelinger informed me. The golem towered before me, blocking out the sun. I looked up and smiled at it. Let's do this, partner, I said to Derf. The sound of rock crunching rock sounded as it swept a hand at me. It moved fast for a giant golem, probably faster than a normal human could react to. Sadly for it, the runes on my hand were shining and my chakra was beating throughout my body. One jump and I rolled over the side of the swipe, slashing it as I did so. I dully noted that the gaping wound only filled in with more rock. Crap, so whittling it down was not going to work. Any ideas, Derf? I asked the blade. Attack the mage, not the magic, the sword replied. My eyebrow twitched. I knew that. Sadly, Fouquet was not riding that golem this time. I jumped up and landed on the giant's knee as he stomped at where I was, only to propel again onto its upper arm as it tried to swipe me off itself. Maybe I could get it to hit itself. Like that time a fly landed on my face. Figuring it worth a shot, I stabbed Derfelinger into its upper arm to make another handhold. Sure enough, the thing took a swing at me. Tons of stone rushed at me as I waited. Just as it was about to hit me, I jumped off, taking Derf with me. There was a loud crack as it smacked its own shoulder. Sadly, I noticed no real damage as I fell. Well, I was prepared to stall this thing as long as needed. Of course, I wasn't prepared for it to spontaneously explode. Where there was once a torso, now there was an empty space with debris shooting in every direction. Two free-floating arms the size of small towers hung momentarily on either side before crashing to the ground along with the crumpling legs. I was so stunned I barely saw Sylphid land in front of the golem and a pink-haired whirlwind dart toward me. I only recognized Louise from the shout of, "Moron!" and several slaps as she attacked my chest with angry blows. "Ack, hey, quit it," I protested as she kept hitting me. "Idiot. Moron. I thought it crushed you." With Sylphid on the other side of the golem, it must have looked like I got crushed. "I thought you were dead," she cried out. It was then I noticed the tears in Louise's eyes. I place a hand on her head, stopping her with the gesture. "Don't worry, even if I get killed, I won't die." She rubbed the tears from her eyes. This was nice, someone caring like that. And then she hugged me. Two little arms were wrapped around me, her face buried in my shoulder. I stood stock still. In all my life, I have only had a handful of hugs, of this much contact. All of them came from the old man Hokage. It felt nice. Awkward, but really warm. Before I knew it, my arms had wrapped around her. "I'm not going anywhere. Okay." We disengaged and Louise took a step back. Oh, stars were nice. Reality snapped as she delivered a massive slap to my cheek. "Don't ever scare me like that again." I held a hand tenderly to my now red cheek. Was it a bad thing that I took a harder hit now than in a battle with a giant stone golem? I nodded to her, which seemed to clear things up. Louise rubbed her face with a sleeve and soon enough looked good as new. Kirch and Tabitha managed to show up then, no doubt waiting for Louise and me to have our moment. "Oh, Tabitha. Something had been bothering me. How did you know Louise and I were the real ones?" Not the best subject changer, but it would do. Tabitha just gestured to my feet and said, "No shadows." Damn. I guess I didn't have it mastered if the clones were not casting shadows. "Oh. Miss Longville," Kirch called out, looking beyond me. Sure enough, Miss Longville was exiting the tree line, looking slightly shaken. She hurried over to us. "I'm sorry for not helping in the fight. I am only a dot mage," she said with embarrassment. "I was just hiding until the fight was over." I waved her worries off. "Everything turned out fine. But at least you managed to recover the talisman of power," she supplied. Speaking of that, I looked over to where Tabitha was holding the box. "We should check the box," I said, "make sure it's not empty." Tabitha nodded and we all crowded around the box. I guess everyone was as curious as I. Tabitha's little hands pulled the lid off and I nearly fell over in surprise. The others gasped in curiosity. "That's the talisman of power. It's no bigger than a playing card. And what is with the strange lettering?" Kirch was the first to vocalize her wonder. It's an explosive tag. I cut in. Everyone turned to look at me. I grabbed it, pulling the familiar demolition weapon from its case. It is a weapon from my homeland. That drew more than one raised eyebrow. Something was wrong though. The residual chakra of a stored explosion was nowhere to be felt in the tag. Even I could sense chakra on contact. Then I realized. And it's a fake explosive tag. Again, Kirch jumped in. What do you mean? How can you tell it is a fake? You have seen more of these? I held up a hand to stop the questions. I was still processing information. Why would Fouquet go through all these lengths to kill a few people who came hunting for a treasure already safely escaped with? Realizing everyone wanted an explanation, I dug a hand into my pouch and retrieved one of my own explosive tags. They were not the real thing. No academy student could get weapons-grade explosive tags. We only used them once a year for live testing. Instead, I had a few leftover training tags. This is a training tag. I held up the nearly identical tag. The only difference was that it had a blue border opposed to the usual black. Kirch gasped, no doubt surprised at the slightly wrinkled tag. It's the same thing as the Talisman of Power, only toned down to a tiny explosion for practicing. I just put a little chakra in it like this, I said, channeling chakra into it, though it looked like I was just glaring at it to any non-ninja. And then throw it like this. I tossed the tag a small distance away. Then activate the 10-second timer. I held up a single half seal and channeled a signal burst. 10-second ticked by with everyone staring intensely. Then, on cue, the tag went up like a firecracker, making nearly everyone jump. Only myself and the ever-stoic Tabitha exempt. Amazing. So how powerful is the explosion of the Talisman of Power? Kirch asked, still entranced. I thought for a moment. I didn't have a whole lot of explosives experience. Probably about a third as powerful as the explosion that took out the golem, give or take. Sad, one of those would have made the fight easy. I shrugged. Time to test my theory. The real sucky thing is this one here is a fake. Fouquet probably made off with the real one. Well, if we can't retrieve the talisman, at least we can kill the thief. What do you mean? Miss Longueville butted in. I thought you said Fouquet got away. I looked at her, half smiling. Yeah, but all I have to do is activate the timer on the tag, and Fouquet will be blown up in 10 seconds. Here, let me do it. I held up the hand sign, glared real hard, and then dropped it. Done. 10, 9, 8. I counted off the seconds. Miss Longueville looked at me like I grew a second head. 7, 6, 5. Now said additional head was breathing fire and had glowing red eyes. 4, 3, 2, was as far as I got before Miss Longueville's arm shot into her jacket's inside pocket like. She threw something away and dived in the other direction. A small note with familiar writing fluttered to the ground, resting on the grass. 1. I said, picking up the note as realization and fear spread across Kirch's and Louise's face. Sadly, I couldn't see Tabitha behind me, but I doubt she had anything other than a neutral expression, even now. Huh. Miss Longueville, or should I say, Fouquet let out in surprise. I lied about being able to activate it, I said, walking up to where she lay face first on the ground, hands covering her neck to protect it from an explosion that would never come. Her shoulders tensed, angry at being outsmarted. How did you know? She didn't look up at me as I stood over her. I didn't take my eyes off of her as I spoke. I used a smoke bomb to blind the golem, but it managed to throw a punch exactly at Louise. Then when I made illusions, it fell for them. That meant it was using sight, but not necessarily just its own. That had been the beginning of my interest in the trap. Then I got thinking, what could Fouquet gain from this? The thief knew we were coming early enough to set a trap, why not just take the goods and run? What was there to gain from luring a search party into a fight? It was when I realized the note was a fake that it all came together. You needed us to retrieve the fake and give up on Fouquet, or die trying. In one case, you return a hero, having helped reclaim a treasure that you secretly replaced with a fake. No one would know. In the other scenario, everyone goes missing and you return with the news that Fouquet killed several nobles and made off. Everyone would forget about the theft and focus on catching Fouquet the murderer, not Longueville the thief. Very good, she said. It took only a second for her to roll over. Wand pointed at me. It took me less than a second to punch her square in the face. knocking her out in one hit. I looked over my shoulder at my friends. Mission accomplished? Ending notes. Hey everybody, thanks to all the reviewers. Okay, so first off, the divergence, only a few people guessed, and while they were correct in those or differences, I said divergence. As in, a major change in how an event played out. The main two guesses were the tech difference, and Kirch's relationship. Yes, there will be major divergence with Saito tech being replaced with Naruto tech. But that hadn't happened until this chapter. As note, I will not be creating Naruto tech, so the dragon's raiment will be different altogether, as in, not even something for flying. As for Kirch, I'm glad you are all picking up on that. I have read Kirch sees protagonist beat Goosh, now it's sexy time fanservice forever too many times to write it. It would be too boring for me, and for you. So I modified her drawing the wrong conclusion of Tabitha, nursing Naruto back to health. Kirch holds her and Tabitha's relationship highest, so that is how I did that. However, that is not going to be of huge impact on the story, so not a big divergence. What I am saying is that already beginning last chapter or before, Naruto's presence and his interaction with Louise changed something. Something so major it will have ramifications down the road. I'll give you 2 hints. Hint 1. The change is not something Naruto did, it is something he did not do. Hint 2. Up until this point, all events in the anime have been happening. I skipped over nothing that wasn't shown to have changed. Like Kirch. As for ending notes about the story, I think I made Naruto a little too smart for his parlor scene. Detective story term for unraveling the mystery in a monologue. I did it for 2 reasons. First, Naruto isn't dumb, he is just lazy at using his brain power. In a pinch in battle, he is shown to think up complex plans like the windmill shuriken on the fly. When his brain is forced to work, he can be quite smart. The second reason is a bit silly. I write fanfiction to practice writing, and I really wanted to try my hand at a parlor scene. Until next time. Chapter 6. Recognition. It was the same dream. The same black abyss teased me with an unknown truth. The same red eyes watched me, appraised me. What is that behind the bars? I heard a voice say. What bars? I almost replied. But then I saw them. Massive wooden bars separated me from the abyss. A vanguard against whatever lay in the darkness. Do you not know what lies in the darkness? The voice asked again. For the first time, I turned from the abyss. Directly to my left stood a girl of slight frame. Wavy pink hair fell around her shoulders and the same color eyes stared into mine. I feel like I should know her name, but like the truth in the abyss, it rests in the back of my mind, beyond my reach. Something important. Scene break. The carriage bounced as the front wheel bumped over a stray stone, jostling me awake. I took a moment to take in my surroundings. Tied to the back of the wagon was a still unconscious Fouquet. Tabitha sat next to me, ever vigilant with her book. Louise slept across from me, curled up on the seat. Oh how cute! A voice came from the front of the carriage where I saw Kirch holding the reins. It took me a second to realize what she was referring to. Ah, did I fall asleep on your shoulder, Tabitha? Sorry about that. I apologized embarrassedly, rubbing the back of my neck. Not a problem. The ever-silent girl replied, sparing me a glance and a nod before returning to her book. She was a strange one all right. In my experience, silent serious types tended to be pricks. However, Tabitha seemed genuinely nice. She was just quiet. A giggle reminded me of my other, not-so-quiet traveling companion. Vaulting over the front of the carriage, I sat down next to Kirch. Nay, we almost there? I asked, refreshed and excited. I was rather anxious to get back to the academy. Not only had we completed the mission successfully, but I had a few questions for the headmaster that needed answering. Kirch gestured ahead as we crested a hill. The Grand Magical Academy came into view. The large tower surrounded by walls connecting 5 smaller towers. A sense of warmth washed over my chest. I wonder, if I was a ninja back in Konoha, would I be returning from a mission now, feeling the same warmth at the sight of the ninja village? Don't dodge the question. Louise screamed as she awoke, starting everyone as she flew up into a sitting position. We all stare at her as she rubbed her eyes, coming to her senses. Kirch was the first to break the silence with a piercing laugh. Sleep deeply, little Louise. Kirch leaned back, still holding the reins. Louise looked ready to get into another fight when Kirch interrupted her preemptively. Such a huge spell must have taken a lot out of you. Louise deflated immediately. Even I was surprised. Was that a compliment from Kirch to Louise? A roundabout compliment to be sure, but a compliment nonetheless. Louise just nodded, probably wondering if she was still dreaming if Kirch was paying her a compliment. Louise narrowed her eyes at her rival. What are you getting her zerpst? Just because I get tired from a spell doesn't mean you can tease me. Fire brewed, another fight waiting to break out. Instead, Kirch just sighed out a little giggle. Actually, it's the opposite. You and your familiar pulled most of the weight on the mission. I can keep calling you Louise the Zero after seeing something like that. Louise was stunned. Heck, I was stunned. Maybe Louise the one, but that doesn't quite have the same ring to it. A hand covered her mouth as she giggled again. Silence reigned over Louise for the rest of the ride. No doubt surprised by the recognition. We continued on through the academy gates. There was already a guard detachment waiting there, ready to take Fouquet off our hands. The captain seemed surprised that the thief turned out to be the headmaster's secretary, but he took her with him to the palace anyways. I suppose she couldn't stay and be tried at the academy. I watched as she was led away. Aren't those just normal guards? Want Fouquet escape? It seemed odd, such little security for a woman able to make a giant golem. Louise grabbed my jacket collar and dragged me toward the tower. I was obviously moving too slowly. A mage can't use magic without a wand, she stated like it was the most obvious thing in the world. Only the immortal elves can use magic without wands. It's impossible otherwise. I gave Louise a dull look as we reached the stairs, following behind Kirch and Tabitha. She caught on and amended herself. You are just an exception, geez. Next thing you're going to tell me is that you are immortal as well. I let out a breath, and wistfully talked to myself. Not immortal, but I'll live a few hundred years longer than you guys. That stopped everyone as they all stared at me wide-eyed. Except for Tabitha, she just stopped looking at her book. It's the same thing for her really. However, I couldn't hold back very long though. Grabbing my stomach, I let out a roaring laugh. Oh man! You guys totally fell for that. Huh? Louise's fist collided with the top of my head. It wasn't long before I found myself standing in front of the headmaster, clutching a rising bump on the top of my head. Geez, can't Louise take a joke? The three noble girls all stood at attention for the man. However, I never liked standing straight as a board, so I just slouched, head resting against my laced fingers. My comfortable stance was not to last, however, as Louise elbowed me in the ribs. I almost gave a piece of my mind, but the look she gave me left no room for argument. Choose your battles, nay. The headmaster launched into a long congratulatory speech. Old men really liked to hear themselves talk. I stopped listening sometime after he started talking about noble pride and the honor of the school. Though I caught the word reward and listened in. I have already put in a recommendation for chevalier appointment for Miss Valliere and Miss Zerbst. Since Miss Tabitha is already a chevalier, I recommended the elven medallion. What about Naruto? Louise asked, stopping the old man. Yeah, what about me? The sigh of disappointment from the old man signaled some disappointment of my own. Since he is not a noble, I am sorry to say he cannot be rewarded. Wow, balls. Well, the old man seemed to regret it. Maybe I could get something out of this anyways. I laughed off the nervous air in the room, and said, hey no big old man, but if you want to make it up, you can answer a few questions for me. That interested him. He nodded, agreeing to my terms. Kirch excused herself, having the tact to understand a serious conversation when she saw one. Tabitha and Louise made to follow. Louise, I stopped her. This has to do with you. You should stay. The pinkette nodded hesitantly and waited. Soon enough, it was just the three of us. The first to break the silence was the old man. So what did you want to know? Several things, old man. But what to ask first? That talisman of power is a weapon from my homeland. How did it end up here? Louise shifted, looking from me to the headmaster. As old men tend to do in my experience, he let out a slow breath while composing his response. When I was a young wizard, I was attacked by a two-headed dragon in a forest not too far from here. Surprised as I was, I had no time to chant a spell before my staff was knocked from my hand. Then, just as I was about to die, a man appeared and killed the dragon with a talisman of power. He had the other one you returned with him. My eyes widened. Another ninja from my world was here. However, before my hopes could get up, the old man raised a hand to stop me. Sadly, he had received serious wounds before he saved me. I rushed him to the academy as quickly as I could, but he died from his wounds. The old man looked down, obviously still sad he could not save his savior, even after all these years. I had him buried as a hero and I kept his remaining talisman of power as a memento. An exploding tag as a memento. Suppose there have been stranger things. I had to repress the urge to sigh. I had hoped to find a clue to a way home. Well, on to the next question. How about these runes? I said, holding up my hand. Every time I hold a weapon they glow and all of a sudden I can use it super easy. The Professor Colbert seems to know something, and I'm betting you do too. That seemed to stop the old man. From his nervous stare, I hit the nail on the head. For a few minutes, we sat there in silence. I almost thought the old man might dodge the question. Then the old man pulled out a book. The lettering on the front was foreign to me, so I just waited. Are you familiar with the story of the founder Vermeer? I shook my head. If it surprised he headmaster, he did not show it. The founder lived 6,000 years ago. He was a great hero who saved this world from disaster. He was the one who gave magic to the noble families and set up the royal families before ascending into the heavens. That was an oddly familiar story. I wonder if the Sage of Six Paths and this Vermeer hung out in the afterlife. Vermeer's familiar was said to be able to wield any weapon and stand against any army, defending him as he cast his long incantations. This familiar bore the runes you do, the runes of the Gandalfur, the Shield of God. I don't know why, but you have been summoned with the legendary Gandalfur runes. Louise gasped at the proclamation. I, on the other hand, was just more confused. So what does that mean for me? I already know it makes me stronger and lets me use any weapon, I asked in an annoyed voice. A sweat drop formed on the headmaster's forehead. Well, I thought that revelation would have more impact. I raised an eyebrow in suspicion and the old man raised his hands in defense. That's really all I know. I was only keeping it a secret for the sake of Miss Valier here. The muffled gasp from Louise caused me to turn to her. What do you mean? There was trepidation in her voice. I summoned a Gandalfur, so you think I'm a void mage like Vermeer? She almost sounded accusing. Like she couldn't believe anyone would suggest she was anything more than a zero. The founder Vermeer, she let out in a much smaller voice. I placed a hand on her shoulder, trying to lend her my strength. You did blow up that massive golem, I pointed out, hoping to raise her spirits. She shook off my hand before rounding on me. That was an accident. I thought you had died and I got so scared. It was funny. She was defending her own supposed failure status. The headmaster chose that time to interrupt. I am not suggesting you are anything, Miss Valier. He began, causing us both to turn back to him. You are a student at my school. You are not a failure. You are not a messiah. You could be anything in the future, but right now, you are my student. Even through the massive beard, I could see a warm smile. Huh, I guess the old man could be pretty cool. We only kept the Gandalfur runes secret because there are those that might take advantage of you and that link between the Gandalfur and the founder. I suggest you both understand the gravity of that. Unless necessary, you should not reveal it. Politics. Enough said. Now, the ball will continue as planned tomorrow evening, thanks to your efforts. Go be young and enjoy it. Okay. Just like that, the serious air lifted. Scene break schlick asterisk. I pulled my feet off the wall again. Schlick asterisk. They made a funny sound when I used enough chakra to keep them good and stuck to the wall. What are you doing? A voice asked. Tilting my head back, I was greeted by an upside-down goosh. What does it look like? I am lying on the ground while sticking my feet to wall over and over. I rolled over, causing goosh to become upside up. The blonde-haired pretty boy slapped his face and mumbled something about insane rivals. I can see that. Maybe I should ask why you are doing it. I rolled back over and made another asterisk schlick asterisk sound. Louise kicked me out of the room to prepare for the ball. I already went through my training and I can't get sweaty again before the party. I whined out. Goosh considered me for a moment. He seemed to be about to question me, but he stopped, apparently coming to the conclusion himself. Correct me if I am wrong, but I bet you were planning to arrive at a black tie affair in that orange suit you were always wearing. The disdain in his voice was obvious to even me. I looked down at my suit, And then back to Goosh. What is wrong with my clothing? I demanded. I liked my orange clothing. Goosh grabbed the bridge of his nose, apparently staving off a headache, despite the fact that it is smelly, stained and ragged from you wearing it non-stop through a fight with me and 2 fights with a giant golem. It is still orange and inelegant. Formal parties require formal clothing. Sitting up, I looked at him crossly. Well, these are the only clothing I have. You have any bright ideas of great Goosh? In fact, yes I do. His smile kinda creeped me out. Scene break. The doors to the ball opened. I'm not sure about this Goosh. I tugged at the silk shirt he lent me. Goosh's old clothing didn't fit perfectly, as I was shorter and broader than him, but they fit well enough. Nonsense. You awakened the heart of a warrior in me, friend. Now let me show you the soul of a gentleman, I sighed. I must look like some sort of spiky-haired whiskered Goosh double. The half-unbuttoned shirt showed too much chest in my opinion. Of course I usually wore a turtleneck jacket, but that wasn't the point. Looking good never killed anyone. He persuaded. Now just remember, a gentleman is a rose. You bloom for all the ladies. I gave him a dumb look. Okay, if you can't manage to bloom for all the ladies, just find at least one girl to dance with, he conceded. I was about to question Goosh when he was swept away by a group of girls. How did he manage to be so popular? Suddenly, I was alone. Awkward. This definitely was awkward. Deciding a careful retreat was the best strategy. I snuck out to the balcony. The cool night air greeted me. Ah, this was better. The twin moons shone down, illuminating the night. Man, 2 moons. I really am far from home. I wonder if Vermeer made the moons, like how the Sage of 6 Paths made mine. Hey, I wasn't sure I believed that legend. The legends could never decide if a sage was a god or not. Thinking about your home? Louise's voice came from my left. Man, I really needed to not get lost in thought so much if Louise can get the drop on me. I turned to my summoner. Is it that obvious? I asked with a defeated smile. She smiled and nodded. I am your master. It would be silly not to understand my familiar. The terms didn't ruffle me as much as they should. I suppose the warmth in her voice played a big part. Come, I need a dance partner. She offered me a hand. I smiled and took it. You know, I have no idea how to dance. Louise led me out to the floor. Just follow my lead. She placed one of my hands on her hip and held the other. When I first came here, such contact with Louise, contact with anyone would have been awkward. Things had changed though. People cared for me here. I was not alone anymore. So, at least for tonight, I turned my back on the moons and danced with Louise. The song was wistful and sweet. We stepped in rhythm, my foot following Louise's. Yesterday, with the golem, she started and trailed off. I waited patiently for her to continue. Do you think someone like me could have as grand a power as void magic? There it was. I am so afraid. If I let myself believe I can do something like that and I can't, I couldn't bear it. I squeezed her hand in mine, drawing her gaze. A look of openness, of weakness was on it. No idea, I said with a smile. Her face immediately puffed out, angry and miffed. But regardless, you blew up the golem. That caused her to let go of her anger for a second. We can just have to work on blowing things up for now. What comes after that will come after that. Louise looked down and away from me. Why yeah, she said in a quiet tone. Chapter end. So yeah, kind of a short chapter. Only around 3K words compared to my usual goal of 5K. But that's how it goes. This is more of a buffer chapter. It transitions out of Act 1 and into Act 2. I'm not really happy with it, but after rewriting it twice I gave up and decided on this. It gets the plot along well enough at least. So, it turns out Tabris 86 was the one to guess the divergence. TS Basilisk got close but missed the crucial point. So basically, Naruto stubbornly fought with Louise to be treated fairly, leading to good emotional growth on both their parts. However, since she was feeding Naruto and generally treating him like a human being, he never sought out Siesta for help with food. This led to when Siesta's contract was bought by Count Mott, Naruto never learned of it, so no rescue of everyone's favorite maid. What that means? I am not saying. Anyways, Tabris 86, you can ask anything in the review or a page M. And I'll let you know the answer. As a last note, if anyone goes back to the first 3 chapters you'll find that I went through and proofread and reformatted them. Don't worry, the plot is the same. I just wanted to improve them a little to draw in more new readers. Anyways, please read and review. Chapter 7, Enigma. You said it was important. The familiar stranger asked me at the edge of the void. I looked at her, my mind was muddled and murky, even now I couldn't recognize her. Yes, I replied, my voice echoing throughout the void. I looked away from her and back to the bars. There is something beyond there. But what is it? She asked, questioning me. Then I noticed them, the twin red eyes from before, slitted down the middle like a cat's. From the small gasp, I guess the stranger noticed them too. Yes, what is it? A deep, booming voice echoed. Scene break time drew on at the Academy of Magic. As we had planned, Louise and I spent weekends out in the countryside practicing her magic. We never managed an explosion of the magnitude she used to take out the golem, but her control and aim rapidly improved. I used the time to work on my clones. They were perfect moving targets for her, and they allowed me to focus on improving my number of clones. If chakra was all that mattered, I could make hundreds, maybe thousands, no sweat. However, since the clones were just illusions without a mind, I could only manage about 12 that acted and moved believably. As for the lack of shadow, I still had not figured out the problem. I could make a black shape to look like a shadow, but I could not move it to mimic one, and the fake shadow just made it easier to identify the clones from me. During the weekdays we fell into a routine of Louise going to classes while I would escape to an unoccupied courtyard or even outside the walls to train. Sometimes I would go to class with her, just to try and get a handle on the capabilities of mages. Ever since Kirch had recognized Louise, she had spent more time around us during free time. This led to us being around Tabitha more as well. I guess you can't team up in a life and death battle against a giant rock golem and not come out friends on the other side. That didn't mean Kirch and Louise didn't still fight, mind you. No, not by a long shot. Rather, I think they were becoming rivals. Often any argument would end with one of them cornering Tabitha or me to decide the winner. Now that was a dangerous choice. The days glided by, and before we knew it, it was summer break. Louise and I had just finished dinner and were returning to her room. Turns out Louise is a bit of a bookworm. The first day of break and she was trying to get all her homework done that night. Kirch and Tabitha had left to visit Tabitha's family, which left me with little to do. Well, little to do beside enact an old plan. As we left the dining area, I watched a familiar chubby kid out the corner of my eye. The blonde-haired little annoyance seemed uncomfortable. Yes, feel the itch. Homemade itching powder on your underwear is uncomfortable, isn't it? Oh, you want to scratch, but everyone is looking. I suppressed an evil laugh. I am a divine messenger of karma, you little pudgy kid. I repressed the urge to laugh, instead just smiling to my own inside joke. The smile stayed on my face while I sat quietly on my bed while Louise finished her homework. I was thinking about my usual problem with clones. No shadow meant they were distinguishable from me, but I couldn't make a realistic shadow illusion for any of them. I watched the shadow of Louise writing cast by her candle on the wall. Reaching up my hand, I used 2 fingers to give her bunny ears. Wait a second. I didn't get time to finish my thought because a flurry of loud knocks hit the door. Not even waiting for it to be opened, the visitor slammed it open and then closed it behind her. I was already on my feet when I recognized the intruder. There, a nervous, panicked Montmorency stood, leaning against the door as if to hold it closed. All her clothing and hair was ruffled up and sweat beads slid down her forehead. Louise is the first to react. Montmorency, what are you doing in my room? I don't know whether Louise was just too stunned to be angry, or she was more in control of her temper than when I met her, but I was glad this didn't turn into a fight right away. Montmorency gave a nervous smile as she held the door shut. I can't just come and say hi to my dear friend Louise Valliere? Okay, something was off. Louise and I both gave the intruder a disbelieving stare. What? She tried again, stuttering under the pressure. However, we were spared having to interrogate Montmorency when the door flew open, sending her crashing onto the floor face first in a tangled mess of robes. There in the doorway stood a shirtless Goosh, face red with passion and absolute joy across his face. "Oh, my Mon, there you are. The only woman for me." Well, I didn't have to know Goosh very well to know something was off. Now, let USFULLFILL our love in the traditional manner. The traditional manner? From the horrified look on Montmorency's face, I could only guess. Goosh dived toward Montmorency, losing his pants in the process as if by magic. The shrill screams from Louise and Montmorency filled the tower. However, before Goosh could reach his target, I tackled him from the side. I did not need to see Goosh do that. It took only a small scuffle to wrap one of Goosh's arms behind his back and sit on him, trapping him face first against the floor. The crazed Earth user scrambled to get free, but one of us was a ninja trained in grappling and one of us was not. "Goosh, what the hell is wrong with you?" I yelled at my crazed friend. Louise stopped me though. Obviously still recovering from the sight of Goosh in only his underwear, she spoke in an exasperated, restrained voice. "It's obvious he's under the influence of something. Anything to say, Montmorency?" Louise turned a suspicious eye on the curly-haired intruder. I followed Louise's gaze, the now sweating blonde girl. Under the questioning stare of Louise and me, she looked ready to crack. After a beat, Montmorency sighed, giving up any hope of a charade. I may have slipped him a love potion. From the shocked look on Louise, I guess that was pretty bad, but I just wanted him to be more faithful. I didn't expect him to start striping. She held up her hands and clasped them together. "Please, you have to help me fix him." Louise surprised me. "Okay," she immediately said, stopping Montmorency in her tracks and drawing a surprised look from me. "Goosh is your friend, isn't he?" she said matter-of-factly to me. I guess that was true, I nodded. "Then we'll help him. That is what friends do." I smiled. Louise could be really cool sometimes. Not to be stopped in her moment, Louise turned back to Montmorency. Looking down her nose with a smirk of conceit, Louise asked, "So what do we need to do to fix him?" Man, that air of superiority Louise put out almost ruined the moment. There was another large thwumping noise as Goosh tried to break free once more. I leaned back, putting more weight on him. Mon, let us become one." I patted the drugged boy in the head. There, Goosh, calm down." Montmorency grew more worried, inching away from her almost naked boyfriend. "I have all the ingredients except for one," she trailed off under the gaze of Louise. Silence reigned as we waited for her to continue. "The only thing I need to get are some tears of a water spirit." "What, like a local deity?" "My family has a contract with one. But it is a day's ride away at Ragdorian Lake near the border with Gallia." Louise placed her hands on her hips and sighed, looking out the window as if disinterested with the whole scenario. "Well, I suppose we can help you, Montmorency." Man, she was liking this. I could see the barely suppressed superior smirk trying to form on my summoner's lips. Montmorency didn't seem to care. Instead, the frightened girl rushed up and clasped Louise's hands in her own. "Thank you, Louise. I always knew I could count on you." "No, you didn't," I almost said. Funny how people change their tune when they need something. I decided to butt in now. "So what do we do with this guy until tomorrow?" I gestured to the still struggling Goosh. I'm not too sure I liked the look Louise gave me. "Well, he can't stay in a room with Montmorency or me tonight. Take him back to his room and watch him." Oh dear. This would be a long night. Scene break. The night had been interesting. I ended up rolling Goosh up in my mattress and tying it closed with some wire. That didn't stop him from trying to caterpillar his way out of the room, so I was forced to tie the mattress to his bedpost. On the plus side, I stole Goosh's bed for the night. The beds for nobles are crazy comfortable. I needed to see about upgrading my own bedding after all this was done. The sun had just finished rising when the three of us plus Goosh rode out. Well, Louise and Montmorency rode out with Goosh slung over and tied to Montmorency's saddle still in his mattress cocoon. I ran alongside. The sun was already halfway through its descent before Montmorency said we were nearing the lake. "I still can't believe you can keep up," Louise said to me. We both ignored the yelp Montmorency gave out. It happened every time Goosh managed to crane his head forward enough to give her leg a love nibble. "Are you sure you won't get tired?" Arms gliding behind me, I kept my stride as I leaned forward into my run. "I could keep this up all day. I told you I wouldn't ride one of those thigh-killing monsters ever again, and I meant it." To emphasize my point, I put a little extra chakra into my feet and took a few leaping bounds. I glided ahead of her horse and then turned around, running backwards as I crested the hill. "See? No problem." Then, instead of dirt road, my feet touched something much slicker. I slid backward nearly 10 feet before I managed to look down and see I was over water. Then, as if realizing I was on top of water mattered, I fell though and into the lake. Water all around me. I swear I could make out buildings in the murky depths. Flailing my arms, I pushed myself back to the surface. I took in a gulp of air and looked around me. Indeed, there were buildings in the water. I could see roofs peeking up all over the lake. Something was telling me there might be a little bit of flooding going on. Wow. I see, absolutely no problem. I heard Louise call out, mocking me. Grumbling, I swam back to shore. Laugh it up. I mumbled out. You're so funny. Crawling out of the water, I undid my jacket zipper and took the thick clothing. Nearly a bucket full of water drained out as I wrung the jacket out. Man, it soaked up a ton of water. Montmorency spoke up. Something is wrong. The water level is far too high. You think? I deadpanned. There are roofs poking out of the lake. The water spirit must be aggravated. Montmorency turned to us, serious and a bit worried. The spirit will not appear until the sun falls. We should set up camp. The somber moment was broken when she yelped again as Goosh gave her a kiss on the back of the knee. Goosh. Scene break. The fire crackled as the sun fell. I sat in my boxers, clothing draped over some rocks near the fire. We were strangely silent. Goosh had fallen asleep, leaving Montmorency to fall asleep with pure relief from the embarrassment. It was kind of cute the way she was propped up against the mattress. Caterpillar Goosh. Louise was surprisingly silent while we sat there, probably being polite to the two sleepers. We had been sitting like that for a while when she spoke up. For a warrior in training and who is always getting in fights, you don't have many scars. Only those things on your cheeks. Or are they tattoos? I looked over at Louise across the fire. The firelight danced around, illuminating her in sporadic bursts. I reached up, realizing she meant my whiskers. I actually don't have any scars. I just don't ever scar. And believe it or not, I think these are birthmarks, 'cause they aren't tattoos and I've had them as long as I can remember. Louise tilted her head, probably decided if I was fibbing again. Deciding to keep going, I blurted out. But I do have one tattoo. Can't remember getting it though. I trailed off thinking of the thing. Louise looked at me with question. But I don't see any tattoos, and all you have on is your underwear. Suddenly she blushed bright red. I see can't see it and now, and you see can't remember it, she trailed off. Oh crap. Putting my hands up in defense, I waved them around in panic. No, it's not like that, I swear. Quickly I formed the ram seal and began channeling chakra. Sure enough, the familiar swirl filled in from the center, spiraling outwards until it finally formed the archaic lettering around it. Louise's blush disappeared as she stared at my stomach. It shows up whenever I channel chakra. Louise moved around the fire and squatted down next to me, staring at the tattoo. Weird, how did you get it? Her gaze didn't leave the black tattoo on my belly. I rubbed the back of my neck. No idea really, I noticed it sometime during my first year at the academy. I remember that. I had asked the instructor and he had gotten all quiet and left. I hadn't ever talked about it much after that. People tended to get creeped out. Suddenly I was uncomfortable with Louise so close and me being almost naked. Standing up, I began grabbing my almost dry clothing. Well, the sun is setting. We better wake up those two. Hehehe. All right. Louise said from behind me. Scene break. The remaining light was quickly fading as Montmorency walked up to the edge of the water. Reaching into her mantle, she pulled out a small frog. Her familiar, if I remember correctly. Listen, Robin, I need to get in touch with an old friend. She then pricked her finger with a needle and dropped a bead of blood onto the frog. She'll know me by this. Please let the water spirit know that one of her ancient contractors wishes to speak with her. In the back of my mind I remembered something from school about summoning contracts needing blood and contracts, but I could not remember the details. The frog jumped from Montmorency's hand and into the water with barely a splash. We stood there in silence, waiting for something to happen. There was an eerie calm over the flooding lake. For a moment, I worried nothing would happen. Then, with no sound at all, the water of the lake started rising into the air. A small blob formed for a moment, growing slowly into a constantly morphing ball of water. There was no discernible shape as the mass continued to change. I am a Montmorency, Margarita Lafire de Montmorency. User of water. Member of the lineage of Old Oath. If you remember my blood, answer in the way and words that we understand. The water froze for a moment. Then, in one fluid movement, it flowed into a human shape. In fact, it seemed to mimic Montmorency, only without clothes and nearly 4 times the size. I was immediately glad Goosh was still out cold. If he tried to jump a local deity, things could go badly. The face of the water spirit began shifting through facial expressions. Happy, then sad, and then angry. It looked like it was testing out human facial expressions. Finally, it settled on a neutral expression. I remember you. It spoke in a feminine, graceful voice that echoed all around. I remember the water that flows through your veins. You are insignificant. You bring unholy things before me. Speak now before I grow angry. There was pressure in the air. A great tension pressed down on us. I guess Montmorency was right about the spirit being upset. Not to be deterred, Montmorency continued with a strong, respectful voice, Holy Spirit of Water, please grant me this favor. I need a piece of your body. A piece of her body. I thought we needed tears. Oh well, Montmorency knew what she was doing, they must be the same thing. The spirit smiled a soft, welcoming smile. Well, that seemed good. I refuse. What? I guess it didn't understand proper facial expressions. I almost spoke up when Montmorency dropped to her knees and bowed, her resolve breaking. Please? She cried out, surprising Louise and me. I was foolish and someone I care about is suffering for it. Please help me fix him. That was surprising. I had no idea Montmorency was taking Goosh's change so hard. The water shifted rapidly for a moment before rapidly reforming. I still refuse. By your own admission, the situation is your fault, not my own. The tone in its voice left no room for argument. That's it. Oi! I yelled out in anger. Don't act so high and mighty. 2 gasps sounded as the 2 girls' heads snapped to look at me. I paid no attention to them as I continued to yell at the water spirit. People like you are the worst. Someone begs you for a little help, and you say, it's not my problem. I threw my arm out, pointing at the kneeling Montmorency. There is a girl who casted away her pride and begged you for help. Isn't there anything we can do for that tear? I was just so frustrated. Too many times I had needed help, and people just walked by, not caring. There was no movement, but I could tell the spirit's attention had shifted to me. Formless eyes met my own and I did not look away, I stared into them with conviction. You demand much, Enigma. You stand before me unholy, and yet claim righteousness as your ally. I bit my tongue at the unholy comment. She was a bit full of herself, divine being or not. But there is conviction in your words. Very well, I will give you a piece of my body if you repel those attacking me. I have expended too much of my energy raising the water level. I don't have enough energy to fight them. I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding. For a second I thought I was going to have to fight the spirit. Keeping my gaze upon the giant water spirit, I spoke from my heart. I'll do it. I never go back on my word. Scene break. Pine needles clung to my skin and face. I was perched atop one of the great pine trees surrounding the lake. The wind rustled across me as I surveyed the area. Down below, the 2 girls and Caterpillar Goosh waited for me next to the trunk. The stars and moons shined down all across a clear sky, making it easy for my trained eyes to scour the area. With no sign of enemies, I dropped from my perch and slid down the dense bunches of pine branches and landed next to the group, drawing a couple of surprised squeaks from my sudden appearance. Looks like we are clear. Are you sure this is where the water spirit said the intruders attacked from? A sharp rap on the top of my head informed me that Louise was not amused. Don't do that, she let out in a hoarse whisper. And yes, this is exactly where she said, so be patient. I nodded my head, rubbing the small bump that was growing there. Before they get here, we should plan out a strategy. I sighed, having the urge blow a strategy session off. I mean, I did better when I just went in and fought. However, the oppressive aura emanating from Louise stopped me from making that mistake. There will probably be at least one magician of wind. That piqued my interest. Why do you say that? I would think a water user would be important near water. Montmorency interjected. A wind magician could create an air bubble from them to walk down to the bottom of the lake, where they could attack the water spirit. Ah, that kind of made sense. Still, it bothered me. How can you hurt water? She just seemed like a blob to me. Monmon. I tested out Gusha's nickname of her. Her full name was kind of a mouthful. Montmorency was then forced to placate Gush, who was whining about me, stealing his precious beauty. Louise continued while Monmon patted Caterpillar Gush on the head. If you cut off a portion of the water spirit, a strong flame can evaporate it. Wow, That seemed kind of gruesome. More importantly, the attackers must be powerful magicians to even think of attacking the water spirit, let alone fight it and live. If even for a second your concentration broke and the water touched you, it would all be over. The water spirit controls other creatures' lives. It would mean instant death. Louise's serious voice steeled me a little. This would be a serious fight. Taking a breath, I tried to concentrate and prepare myself for battle. Now I was starting to feel the itch to draw Derfelinger. So we fight them like we did the golem? I stay on them and you take them out with a big boom? Louise looked away at Monmon and Goosh. Something like that. She said to me. Montmorency is not much of a fighter, and Goosh is definitely out. She let out a sigh, but I'm not sure I can pull off an explosion like that time. I don't even remember how I managed it. The best I know I can do is the size of my old classroom breakers. Oh, well, those would still be pretty powerful. Besides, we need to take them alive. If we just stop them and they are working for someone, then the leader will just send more. I stopped at that, looking at Louise with surprise. Wow, Louise, I didn't think of that. Oh, how I wished I kept my mouth shut. The pink-haired summoner immediately rubbed it in. Puffing out her chest and putting on that way to proud grin, she said, "Of course I did. I am the master in this relationship, it is my job to think of the big picture." I puffed out my cheeks and rubbed away, miffed at her whole superiority dance. "You are a ninja, right?" I looked at Louise in surprise, forgetting my indignation. What kind of question was that? That means you are good at stealth, right? You said that much? I nodded dumbly, not sure where she was going with this. Well then, you sneak up on them and knock them out. If anything goes wrong, I'll use my explosions to cover you. Huh, that was a pretty good plan. When did you get so smart, Louise? Apparently, that was the wrong thing to say and my previous bump was joined by company. I was about to protest when I heard the faint sound of a twig snapping in the distance. My serious face surprised the miffed Louise. "They're here," I whispered, explaining. "I'm moving out." I barely heard Louise whisper out, "What?" as I disappeared. Leaving my jacket behind, my dark undershirt blended in with the darkness. Orange clothing might blend in with the tans and yellows of Konoha, but not in the green woods here. I moved like a silent wraith. Years of sneaking around ninja fueled my movements. It took me a moment to find the approaching intruders. Two cloaked mages, one tall and one short. The shorter carrying a staff. They moved with purpose toward the lake. These were definitely the targets. I let them walk unhindered toward the edge of the lake. Using the cover of shadow, I circled to the other side of the clearing. I wanted them to think that was where I came from. Silently, I drew Derfelinger in slow motion, using my offhand to apply chakra to the sheath, muffling the sound. A nice trick I learned with rusty hinges back in my pranking days. Derfelinger stayed quiet as we waited. There would be an opening when they began focusing on the lake. That would be my chance. I grabbed two shuriken from my pouch with my offhand. The faint glowing runes on the hand signaled they would fly true. The minute that passed seemed to last an hour. Then, the small one began chanting in a soft voice. Now, I loosed the two shuriken and followed after the projectiles. Like my kunai, they flew true. Twin stars darted directly toward one thigh of each mage. I needed to limit their movement, not kill them. In an instant, the small one whirled toward me and waved her staff. A gust of air batted the two projectiles out of the air. I spared no time to be surprised. Instead, I channeled as much chakra as I could reliably control throughout my body. The blue life force worked with my now brilliantly shining runes and propelled me forward in inhuman speeds. There was no way the small one would get off another spell before I reached them. Sadly, the small one didn't need to. Whirling around, the taller one pointed a wand at me and let loose a fireball nearly twice my size at me. No time to stop, I instead leapt up and over, soaring far over the twin mages. Twisting in the air, I landed on my feet and left hand, crouching low. Before I could rush forward, the small mage had finished her spell and was launching a barrage of nasty-looking icicles at me. I leapt forward and to the left, just barely dodging the spell. As soon as I touched down, I leapt right and forward to avoid another fireball. Now, I leapt forward, ready to roll around the icicles that were no doubt about to be summoned. Instead of icicles, I met a wall of air that hit me like a hammer, throwing me rolling back. Damn, I should have expected a closer range spell. I barely managed to hold on to Derfelinger as I soared backward. A flick of my body later, and I had righted myself to land feet first and skidding across the ground. I nearly stopped fighting when an earth-shattering explosion appeared to the right of the two mages. Luckily, I was semi-expecting Louise to intervene. The mages were not so lucky. It took only a few seconds to clear the distance between us. I was almost upon them when a whirlwind cleared the smoke and the tall mage caught sight of me. Too late, I thought, making my swing. Derfelinger intercepted her wand, cutting the weapon in two useless halves. Without switching my grip, I reversed my swing, using Derfelinger's dull side I made to hit the smaller mage, restricting my strength to keep from killing the enemy. However, I was surprised when the smaller mage caught my sword upon the crook of their staff. My blow blocked. I was too off balance to stop the punch. The mage landed upon my unprotected stomach. For a frail mage, the punch hurt. However, it didn't hurt enough to stop me from grabbing the arm and placing my foot between the staff user's legs. One pull later and the frail-look mage was tripped up and over onto the ground, flipping the cloak hood back in the process. I was stunned. A familiar blue-haired girl lying on the ground, her wrist still in my grip while her other hand held her staff. I dimly was surprised she had not let go of it during my throw. "Tabitha?" I let out in surprise. Before I could get anything else out, something collided with my left side, knocking me to the ground and defling her out of my hand in the process. Red hair filled my vision and it took me a second to realize Kirch was straddling my waist, and then she started punching me. Blow after blow rained down on my face. Incoherent screams filled the night as I frantically tried to block the barrage of blows. "Kirch, stop. Ow. Damn it. Kirch, it's me, Naruto." As sudden as the blows started, they stopped. Peeking out from between my arms, I saw a surprised Kirch looking down on me, quickly fading unshed tears in her eyes. "Naruto?" she asked. "What are you doing here?" Scene break. I was still rubbing the sore spots on my face as Montmorency made to summon the water spirit again. It had taken some time for us to explain to Kirch and Tabitha why we were here, and why Goosh was currently a perverted caterpillar. In turn, Kirch had explained that Tabitha's family had sent them to stop the water spirit from flooding the village. Supposedly they managed the town. Kirch had been pissed about me breaking her wand, but luckily I had a spare wand for her to take. That had surprised everyone. Eventually they had gotten me to confess I had acquired a wand when I learned a noble could not cast without one. Somewhere that annoying pudgy kid was missing his wand. It seemed silly that Louise didn't carry a spare. Then I had been given a lecture on noble pride and everything went downhill from there. Eventually, we had decided to summon the spirit and see what could be done, since even if we got Tabitha and Kirch to stop, more would be sent and we couldn't attack Tabitha's family for obvious reasons. As before, the massive glob of water formed a mimic of Montmorency, a giant compared to us. They had unanimously volunteered me to speak with the spirit, since I had gotten somewhere with the stubborn deity before. Well, I wasn't one to stand on ceremony. "Nay, spirit, why are you raising the water? People are gonna keep attacking you if you do that." The surface of the spirit's figure rippled for a moment. "Enigma." I raised the water to search for what was stolen from me. The same graceful voice echoed over the lake. I raised an eyebrow at the statement. At the rate she was going, it could take quite a while. Then I remembered. Right, deities were supposed to be immortal. Talk about patience. I folded my arms and thought hard. Well, there was only one way out of this. "I'll get it for you, so just return the water level to normal." "Nay." A hand grabbed my shoulder. Turning, I saw Louise giving me a cautious gaze. I returned it with a confident smile. Again the spirit rippled. "Gandalfer have kept their promises to me in the past, so I am inclined to believe your word." Well, that sounded good. However, you are still an enigma, again with the enigma thing. If you would have me trust you, then you must trust me. Step into the lake. Louisa's hand gripped me again. I turned to see her shake her head with worry. Right, the water spirit governs life and death. She could snatch my life away without any trouble. Still, I couldn't back out now. Firmly, I removed Louisa's hand from my arm and waked forward, drawing small gasps from my friends. The water lapped against my legs as I waded out into the icy water. Soon, the water was up to my chest. I was nearly halfway to the spirit, so I stopped. "I swear to help you reclaim what was stolen from you, Miss Water Spirit. I am Naruto Uzumaki, and I never go back on my word." As soon as I said those words, my entire body felt cold. Not in a bad way, it was as if water had seeped into my every pore and was probing me. I could feel the liquid in my veins respond so another's will. Now I understood, the water spirit could kill anything that touched the water. Even with this realization, I felt no fear. I felt calm. Enigma, it spoke again, I accept your vow. I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding, only to gasp again as a vision of a ring, the ring of Anvari, invaded my mind. The ring had the power over life, much like the spirit. I recalled the shadowy form of a man, Cromwell, disappearing away into the night as if it were my own memory. When the vision faded, I found myself gasping for breath before the spirit. It paid my surprise no mind. In return for our first deal, I present a part of my body to you. A vial formed out of the water in front of me, seemingly morphing out of the liquid itself. The spirit spoke again after I managed to recover enough to grab it. In return for your vow, I will return the water level to its natural state. I heard a sigh of relief from one of my friends. And in return for your trust in me and for the honor you have shown me, I leave you with this warning. That surprised me. I listened carefully to her next words. Despite your light, the darkness within you threatens to consume you and those connected to you. When the darkness closes in around you, rely on the light that guides you. With those cryptic words, the spirit dissolved into the lake. Only when it was gone did I finish processing the events. Speaking a quiet, thank you, I returned to my friends. Questions on my mind. End chapter. Author notes. Wow, that was my longest chapter yet. Now that I have school, it is taking me a bit longer to write these, but I won't abandon the project, don't worry. First off, I know the water spirit shows up in the light novels way later, but I feel the anime's approach helps set up overarching plots earlier. Plus it gave me a way to move Naruto closer to learning his big secret. As for answers to common review questions. Someone asked about Titania, Tiffania, and yes, I do plan to go that far into the story. So far I have a light outline all the way through the events in Gallia. Yes, that does mean I will be following the events of canon closely. However, expect the plot of canon to change more and more with Naruto's intervention. But many events I feel would still happen, thus the canon events. As for Siesta, I am not saying anything about what happened her. We are still several chapters away from Tarbs. Chapter 8. Missions. The eyes stared back at us. My mind was so foggy. I felt so very small before the massive eyes. A single one of them was larger than me. The deep, booming voice spoke to us with boredom and contempt dripping off every word. I could tell you why you were here, but you would just forget again. Forget? I doubt I could forget such a sight. Apparently my disbelief was visible. You need to remember. Remember. Scene break. The candle sat on the table, teasing me. The flickering flame proved with every try that I still hadn't mastered the technique. Again, I formed the seals for the clone technique and channeled chakra. The small amount of chakra that created the illusion formed, and then I loosened my grip on my chakra, allowing more of it to squeeze into the technique. Slowly, as the clone formed, I tried to shape the excess chakra into a shell to block the light from the candle. Just when I almost had it, I slipped for the 1000th time and the chakra melded together. One poof later and a sad excuse for a clone popped into existence. Oh, it looks like a ghost this time. Louise guffawed from where she lay strewn over the bed, her head propped upon her hand. Indeed, my clone looked half transparent and nauseous, only to disperse after a few seconds. It was like back all my old failures in the academy. I guess I must have been using too much chakra back then. My eyebrow twitched in annoyance. You aren't helping, you know. I ground out, looking over at the girl with a foul expression on my face. Seriously, just because she had finished her homework early didn't mean it was okay for her to kill time teasing me. Louise simply used her other hand to make a placating gesture, waving off my annoyance like a bug flying around. Okay. Truly, Naruto. Your illusions are impressive enough as it is. You are quite the impressive familiar. If it wasn't for the patronizing tone, I might have taken that as praise. I turned away, pouting. Do you think your abilities were what the water spirit was talking about when she said you had darkness in you? I didn't respond at first. I should have known this was coming eventually. After we got the tears from the water spirit, Kirch and Tabitha had left to report to Tabitha's family, and since Goosh was out of commission until Montmorency could brew the potion, The two of them spent most of the ride back playing the same leg nibble game they played on the way to the lake. Louise had been content to quiz me on the vision the water spirit gave me. She had been tactful enough to not ask about what the darkness that the water spirit talked about was. Not that I knew myself, but the prospect bothered me. Here, the main religion seemed to be worshipping the Vermeer founder guy from 6,000 years ago. Back in Konoha, the major religion was Shinto Buddhism, though some worshipped the Sage of Six Paths as an ascended god. On the other hand, I was an orphan and an aspiring ninja, who tended to be less religious anyway. I had often neglected my prayers to the local deities. Then just yesterday I had met what amounted to a god for me, and it had said I was unholy and going to be consumed by darkness. It was unnerving to think about, to say the least. Now that we were alone, Louise wanted answers. I jumped up and sat on the edge of the table, swinging my legs back and forth through the air. I guess Louise deserved to hear everything. She had stuck by me longer than anyone. I crossed my arms and scrunched up my face, trying to think of the best way to start. I mentioned I was the worst in my class back where I came from, right? My serious tone caused Louise to sit upright, a curious look on her face. I could see her yawn out of the corner of my eye. I just kept staring at the wall while she shook away her sleepiness. That wasn't the whole truth. A lot of people didn't like me back where I came from, not just the other students. My eyes drifted down to the floor. As long as I can remember, nearly everyone I met looked at me with these cold eyes, like me just being there was wrong. I used to really hate them all, every one of the villagers. Then one day, I decided to make them all recognize me. That hating them all wasn't helping me. I think I could have turned out a lot worse if I hadn't managed to get over my hate. I let out a breath to a silent room. I hadn't meant to talk that much, but once I started talking my thoughts just sort of spilled out. Surprisingly, I felt a lot better saying all that. Like a weight had been removed from my chest. I recognize you. My head turned to Louise, snapping me out of my stupor. She was looking up and away from me, nervously scratching her chin. I mean, that is, you were acting just fine as my familiar, and I recognize you for that. So you don't have to worry what any others think. Oh, okay. I looked at my summoner dumbly for a second, processing her words. I think she was trying to be nice, in her own roundabout way. I gave her a big smile, my heart lifting. Thanks, Louise. You are really nice. In a flash her back was to me, her knees in her arms. What was it I said? Confused, I hopped off the table and started walking over to her. I could hear her muttering something when the windows flew open, disrupting the scene. We both started as a figure appeared outside the window, floating inside. It took a moment for me to catch sight of a lock of purple hair. Only one person I knew had that kind of hair. Princess! Louise exclaimed, quickly jumping off the bed and taking a knee and bowing before her monarch. For you to come here at this hour, please tell me what is wrong. The princess had already removed her hood, and now I could see the weak expression on her face. I need a favor from you, my dear friend Louise. She spoke at last in a subdued voice. Louise looked up, surprised as I felt. Anything you ask, princess. My summoner spoke with conviction. If anything could be said about Louise, it was her utter devotion to her friend and liege. It was something I respected about her, that loyalty. The princess looked out the window. I am to marry the Emperor of Germania to solidify an alliance between our two countries. What? That country of barbaric stuck-ups? Louise interrupted with a surprised shout, her voice nearly cracking. The princess smiled, probably happy from the support of her friend. It cannot be helped. With rebels taking over Albion, we need to forge a strong alliance lest the rebels turn on us next. I remembered the countries from a map Louise showed me. Albion was an island nation smaller than both Tristan and Germania, but I guess size of country didn't mean much. Louise once again bowed her head. Even though it is for the country, it is unfortunate. Unfortunate was a bit of an understatement. Marriage should always be for love, and that is not just my opinion, it's the truth. The princess only smiled at her friend before continuing. If it is for my country, I find no misfortune in an arranged marriage. I looked away from them, a little annoyed at my silent thought being rebuked. I could see her point with the marriage, but the idea still left a bad taste in my mouth. However, there is something that must be done before anything else. There was an odd mix of conviction and regret in her voice as she spoke. Again Louise pleaded, ask me anything, princess. I will not fail you. The princess turned and looked out the window away from us. There was a letter I wrote to Prince Wales of Albion some time ago. If the rebel nobles of Albion acquire it, they could use it to interfere with the wedding. I cannot trust anyone at court with this. I can only turn to the two of you. The princess spoke as if battling with herself. I came to my own conclusion. You want us to get the letter, right? But you don't want to send your best friend on a dangerous mission. Louise elbowed me in the ribs, causing me to double over for a second. How did she manage that? She wasn't even standing next to me. I looked at her, glaring silently. Show some tact or stay silent. She scolded me under her breath. Speaking up, she comforted her friend. Never mind my familiar. Even if it is into a dragon's maw or the depths of hell, I would go for you, princess. The princess turned around, stunned at the conviction in Louise's voice. Please entrust this mission to me. The pink-haired girl approached her liege and grasped Henrietta's hands in her own. I will not fail you. Man, Louise's serious voice was getting me fired up. Henrietta smiled, the first genuine smile I'd seen tonight. Thank you, my dear friend Laus Françoise. Please retrieve the letter from Prince Wales of Albion. Your loyalty and friendship is something I will never be able to repay. Louise bloomed at the praise. You need not repay loyalty free given and rightly deserved. The two continued deflecting praise and giving the other their own, but rather than a forced formal talk, it seemed like they were both just happy to have such a deep friend. I didn't deny the two a bit of happiness. After they finished hugging and telling each other what great friends they each were, Louise settled down and asked, how urgent is this task? That drew a small amount of sadness back to the princess. I've heard that the rebel nobles of Albion have managed to drive the royal army into a corner of the country. It will just be a matter of time before they are defeated. Louise spoke before the princess could become depressed again. We leave tomorrow then. Louise turned to me, a questioning look on her face. Why would she? She was making sure I wasn't angry at her volunteering me. I grinned in response and she visibly relaxed. The princess must have noticed her looking at me. Mr. Familiar, she said, holding out her hand, please continue to look after my dear friend. Louise nearly blew a gasket. Princess, you can't offer your hand to a lowly familiar, lowly? I deadpanned. Louise really liked to switch between being nice and degrading me. The princess just blew off her worries though. It is all right. This person will be acting for my sake, and without a reward, I won't have his loyalty. Besides, I was unable to reward him for helping capture Fouquet. I wasn't sure what the hand gesture meant. It looked almost like offering her hand to a dog. However, it really didn't matter. I don't need a reward for either. I spoke with as much finality as I could, causing both girls to look at me with curious stares. I don't protect Louise for your sake. Henrietta took a half step back and retracted her hand. My words came out a little harsher than I intended. I continued before either girl got offended. Do you remember what you said to me in the courtyard that night? The princess thought for a moment, before realization crossed her face. That is why I protect Louise. That is why I am strong. The princess smiled at me. I smiled back. Louise just looked between us, left completely out of the loop. The princess sensed the distress of her friend and turned to her. Louise, please take this. Henrietta removed a ring from her finger set with a large blue gem set in it and handed it to Louise. This is the water ruby my mother gave me. Prince Wales will know you by it. Louise took the ring with muttered thanks. I heard the door unlatch and open. Looking over, none other than Gouche de Gramont. Pardon my intrusion, he spoke in his flowery voice, but I overheard your conversation. Please allow me, Gouche de Gramont, to lend you my strength, Princess Henrietta. Wait, was he putting the moves on the princess? Man, that took guts. His name seemed to spark Henrietta's attention. Gramont, could you be General Gramont's son? Gouche nodded before taking a knee before the princess. Indeed, I am the son of General Gramont. The Gramont family is ever loyal. I offer you my wand in service. Gouche smiled, and were those sparkles around his face. Man, I was beginning to see how Gouche got so many girls to fall for him. While Louise was eyeing Gouche with a healthy portion of suspicion, the princess seemed relieved. Then please lend me your strength, she said, clasping her hands together, drawing a smile from Gouche and a sigh from Louise. I should be going. She trailed off, looking toward the window but not moving. It took me a second to put two and two together. Goosh and I need to go. I grabbed Goosh by his collar and dragged him back to the door, drawing an annoyed complaint from him. Excuse us. I quickly closed the door behind us and left the two friends to their own company. Scene break. Orange and pink light raced across the sky as the sun rose. Goosh, Louise and I had agreed to leave at first light to get the most out of the daylight. Our destination, the port city La Rochelle, was 2 days away if we traveled non-stop. The two were preparing their horses for the ride in silence. Louise and I had gotten into another little fight. She had insisted on me riding a horse this time and I would have none of it. No way. Never again. I'm still surprised you plan to run for 2 days at the pace of a horse. Goosh interrupted the silence with a whisper so as not to piss off Louise anymore. Despite his efforts, I could see Louise glaring at us from behind him. Fearing attack, I quickly changed the subject. Hey, so why did you stop by last night? Hiding from Mon? Goosh froze for a second, before looking away and slouching over in depression. Things are still awkward between us. She slipped me a love potion, and then I did all those ungentlemanly things. He shook his head and ruffled his hair, embarrassed by the ordeal. I patted my friend on his shoulder. It'll be okay, Goosh. I tried, unsure how to deal with the man. I must be better at cheering people up than I thought, because Goosh straightened up and palmed his fist. I almost forgot. I wanted to make sure it was okay to bring along my familiar. I thought for a second, remembering the display at the evaluation fair. Goosh had shown up and posed in a bunch of roses with a mole nearly as big as a bear. You mean the ugly giant mole thing? Goosh scoffed, seemingly offended at the casual way I described his familiar. Verdandi, he called out. In response, the ground beside him shifted up and outward as the giant mole thing breached the surface. The brown mole shook off the dirt clinging to it like a dog shaking off water. How can you call my cute Verdandi ugly? The man then actually began rubbing his cheek on the creature. Verdandi is the best familiar in all the land. I felt a bead of sweat form. Well, at least he is nice to his familiar. Can it even keep up? I asked, suspicious at the squat thing's ability to run. Goosh rounded on me and proclaimed. Verdandi is as fast as a horse underground. Well, that would be impressive to see. Before I could respond, Verdandi turned around and leapt toward Louise. Verdandi? Goosh exclaimed. Louise exclaimed as she was tackled to the ground by the massive mole. I was about to run to the rescue when the thing started making what I could only describe as happy noises and rubbing Louise's hand. Goosh exclaimed. Verdandi loves jewels. As Goosh stated, the mole seemed to be sniffing the water ruby. I turned to Goosh and commented, that's pretty cool, we should go jewel hunting sometime. Before Goosh and I could start idly chatting, Louise cried out, stupid familiar. Help get this thing off of me. The girl was still wrestling with the mole over twice her petite size. Feeling a bit spiteful, I called out in a teasing voice, but I thought since there was no way I could keep up with your thigh-killing monsters that I was supposed to be conserving my stamina. I was surprised she knew some of the words she hurled at me. Words like that aren't noble, master, I sarcastically called in return. My laugh caught in my throat when a concentrated gust of wind knocked Verdandi off Louise, sending the mole sprawling across the ground. Battle instincts kicking in, I unsheathed Derfelinger and did a quick scan. Seeing no one at first, I was confused. Above, sure enough, I looked up in time to see one of the weirdest creatures I had ever seen. It was like a cat larger than a horse, with the head and wings of a bird of prey. I almost just asked for a timeout to ask what the hell the creature was. A man jumped off the back of the cat-bird thing and held up his hand in a peaceable gesture. He was dressed sharply. Fine clothing covered by a mantle, something I was beginning to recognize as an indication of a noble. He had a feathered, wide-brimmed hat and a sword at his side. Even his face screamed dignified. He had long silver hair and a mustache and goatee. I am Viscount Wards, captain of the Griffin Knights. Sorry for what I did to your familiar. I couldn't stand watching my fiancé being harassed. That made me drop my guard. Fiancé? Viscount Wards. I turned to Louise, stunned at the news. She had never mentioned being engaged. Heck, she seemed kind of young to be getting married. Well, she was 16, 2 years older than me, but still. What are you doing here? The man approached Louise with an almost fluid-like grace. I was appointed by the princes to help you with your task, he said, placing his hands on Louise's shoulders. I sheathed Derfelinger. This was obviously no enemy. I am sorry for startling you, Louise. The man then picked her up bridal style. I felt the sudden urge to draw Derfelinger again. This guy was kind of annoying. Ah. You are as light as always, Louise. Just like a feather. Louise blushed and muttered polite responses to the man as he brought her back to the griffin and carried her onto its back. When they were firmly secured, he turned to us and said, "Come, my friends, we can introduce ourselves on the way, time is of the essence." Goosh rode after them with a bright smile, saying something about the honor of working with a renowned magical knight. I on the other hand had to grab Louise's bag, muttering about pretty boys showing off while I did. Scene break. We had been traveling for nearly the entire day, only stopping twice so Goosh could switch his steed with another. We were traveling through a ravine as the sun set. However, it was worth it traveling at the griffin's pace. We would arrive at the port before the night was through. I was even starting to get a little winded after running from sunup to sundown. Not that I let it show, mind you. Every once in a while that pretty boy Wards or Louise would look back at me. I couldn't hear what they were discussing, but it annoyed me nonetheless. Wards himself seemed nice enough, but there was something off about him. It's not like I was jealous or anything, he was just off, that's all. A shadow rippled on the edge of the ravine and I heard the twang of bowfire. Arrows lanced towards us from the ravine top and I quickly drew 2 kunai to parry them. There was no need as Wards quickly conjured a gust of wind, knocking the arrows aside like so many toothpicks. I spared him no glance as I rushed the ravine wall. "Take care of Louise," I called out as I channeled chakra to my feet. Time to put an idea to the test. I hit the wall and ran directly upward, letting my chakra seep into every crack of the earth and latch on. I almost lost concentration from joy realizing that my little exercise time waster had an actual use. I did lose concentration when a gust of wind came from the sky and hit the top of the ravine, sending men flying. Slipping, I stabbed my kunai into the cliff face to catch myself. That wind had come from above. Looking up, I saw a familiar shape of a dragon. "Tabitha," I called out, happy to see the dragon. Sylphid was landing next towards Griffin by the time I had finished sliding down the rock face. Goosh had already levitated by me to secure the now unconscious assailants. Kirch and Tabitha dismounted to greet me. "What are you two doing here?" "We are on a secret mission given by Her Highness," Louise shouted indignantly. Her secret mission was getting overpopulated fast. Kirch just laughed out and spoke in her usual flowery voice. I saw Louise escaping with a devilishly handsome man and had to give chase. The red-haired Germanian approached Wards with a swagger. "What is your name, handsome?" she purred into him, leaning far closer than was polite. My opinion of Wards was raised quite a bit when he grabbed Kirch by the shoulders and held her back. "Please, I do not want my fiancée Louise to get the wrong impression." I had to begrudgingly give Wards credit for being such an honest gentleman. Most guys were perverts in my experience. Kirch was flabbergasted for a second before blowing it off to save face. "Ah, well, the real reason is we were just traveling in this direction to find Tabitha's love." I looked to Tabitha, who was once again reading that book of hers. She looked up just long enough to say, "False." "Ah, I thought so." Kirch, however, was not one to be stopped. "So what is this about a secret mission?" Scene break. The final leg of the journey was by far my favorite. After Goosh had deduced that the attackers were nothing more than bandits, we had disarmed them and let them go. Since I had no horse to manage, I had gotten a chance to ride Sylphid for the first time. Any annoyance I had disappeared with the wind in my face. Flying was awesome. It would have been perfect if Kirch hadn't kept bumping me from behind into Tabitha. Currently, we had just arrived at an inn carved into the face of a cliff. In fact, the entire port town was made of buildings carved into the rock face. Goosh had mentioned earth mages had done the work. That was pretty cool, I guess. Though I still didn't understand why they called it a port. It was a cliff town with a giant tree atop the plateau above it. There was no water in sight. I hopped off of Sylphid and turned to the dragon. With one hand scratching the back of my head, I spoke to her. "All right, I'll admit it. You definitely deserved to win the familiar evaluation fair. I just can't compete." I had just been joking around, but the dragon closed its eyes in what I could only describe as a smile, and they cailloued happily. Did it understand me? Nah. Louise had said dragons were beasts, not intelligent. I was just imagining things. I'll go get us some rooms. Would you finish with the bags? I heard Ward's call out to me. I gave him a thumbs-up gesture as he retreated. I guess I was slowly starting to warm up to the man. He was nothing but a perfect gentleman to Louise and honest to everyone. That bit of me who didn't like him was slowly fading. I was gathering the bags up as Kirch and Goosh chatted about something. Tabitha was just reading her book as usual. Naruto. I heard Louise say in a subdued voice. Turning, I saw Louise standing there, hand together as she twiddled her 2 index fingers. It looked like she wanted to say something. There was no time, however, as Wards returned from the inn. I have gotten us 3 rooms. Here is the key for you and Tabitha, and you and Goosh, he said, handing a key to Kirch and me respectively. It took me 2 seconds to put 2 and 2 together. Louise and I will share a room. We're engaged after all. What? Wards. We aren't even married. Louse stuttered out, surprised as me. Wards leaned in and said in a serious voice, there is something important I have to tell you. Scene break silently. I stuck to the outer wall of the inn and began slinking my way over to Louise's room. I was finally getting the hang of clinging to surfaces with my chakra. Why didn't I try this earlier? Partner, what are you doing, sneaking around like this? I glanced over my shoulder at Derfelinger. The sword had pushed himself out of his sheath enough to talk. You remember how to talk finally? I teased the old sword. He had been quiet the past few days. The sword rattled in his sheath, obviously annoyed. I'm not a human who has to prattle on about everything. I speak only when I care to. Yes, sure. I got it. Oh great Derfelinger. I placated the sword. Trying to be stealthy wasn't easy with a hunk of metal rattling on your back. I'm sneaking because I'm worried about Louise. I was nearly over my summoner's window. Ward seems nice, but no way am I giving him a chance in this kind of situation. It was Derfelinger's turn to tease me. Are you sure you aren't just jealous? The blade said knowingly. In response, I just shoved him back in his sheath. I had arrived over Louise's window and silence was necessary. Besides, me jealous? Please. Moving my goggles back across my head to keep my hair from falling downward, I slowly lowered my head down. Louise was sitting at a table staring into the Viscount's eyes as he leaned in close. Louise, after this mission, marry me. I guess I hadn't perfected my wall walking ability because I let go in surprise and fell from the wall, only just catching myself before hitting the ground. What was with that love scene up there? After nearly a minute of pacing around too confused to settle my mind, I gave up and went back to my room. I felt dirty from peeping on Louise. Scene break the next morning came and I awoke to the sound of a knock on my hotel door. Rolling over, I saw Goosh sleeping soundly. Man, why couldn't Goosh get the door? Rolling back over, I flopped out of bed and threw on my pants. On one leg I hopped over to the door as I forced my second leg into the pants. I did up my zipper before opening the door to reveal Ward's fully dressed and looking as pretty as ever. I hate morning people. Good morning, familiar. I greeted him in return without thinking. Are you the Gandalfer? The bluntness of his question put me at a loss for words. I ask because I want to be sure of your ability to protect my fiancé. Though still sleepy, I always knew when someone was calling me weak. Oi, don't look down on me. You looking for a fight? Yes. Wards replied, surprising me with the continued polite tone despite the challenge. I want to test your abilities for myself. Our ship doesn't leave until tonight, and I think a friendly duel will fill the time nicely. It took me less than a second to make up my mind. I accept. No way was I backing down from this. Wards was the captain of an order of knights. That must make him like one of this world's Jonin, elite ninja. He was the perfect measuring stick for me. The man smiled at me. I'll meet you in the square behind the inn at noon. Don't be late. With a flourish, the man turned and walked away, cloak trailing behind him. Scene break. I spent the morning doing some basic warm-up exercises in the courtyard after breakfast. I wanted to be in tip-top shape for my fight with Wards. Something about the man made my blood boil with anticipation. Like I could sense his power and I wanted to test my own against it. I had finished my stretches and was sitting on the railing overlooking the town when I heard someone approach. Looking over my shoulder, I saw Louise standing there looking down and away from me. Wards asked me to marry him when this mission is over, she said abruptly. I knew that already, but I was surprised Louise looked so uneasy about it. I don't know what I should do, she confessed. I lifted my legs and turned fully around to look at Louise. She grabbed her left arm, still not looking at me. Do you want to marry Wards? Louise looked up at me in surprise at my blunt question. Her mouth hung slightly open as she thought. A blush rose to her cheeks as she quickly looked away again. Well, he was always so gallant when I was growing up, and I'm not sure, she mumbled out. Hopping off the railing, I placed a hand on Louise's shoulder, drawing her gaze back to me. Don't marry him, I said firmly. She gaped at me again, speechless at my commanding words. If someone asks you if you want to marry someone, and you don't say yes with all your heart, then you shouldn't marry them. I scratched my nose, getting a bit embarrassed. I grew up without a family, but I always thought about how one day I would build one with someone I loved. So it would really bother me if you got married with such a wishy-washy attitude. Out of all the things I expected to hear, giggling wasn't one of them. Looking back in surprise, I could see light tears forming in Louis's eyes as she doubled over suppressing her laughter. Who would have thought that my brute of a familiar would harbor such romantic notions of marriage? Hey, I'm not feminine, and I'm not a brute, I protested in outrage, though she just continued to laugh. I was beginning to go red in the face when Louise held up a hand to calm me and carefully suppressed her anger. Don't be so angry, she chided. I admit you are not feminine. That's better. I crossed my arms. I'll see you later, Naruto. It's almost noon and Wards needs me to witness some duel or something, she said, reminding me of the time. The duel, I exclaimed, realizing I would be late. I hurried off immediately, heading for the square behind the inn. Louise trailed behind, trying to keep up. Wait, you mean you are the one dueling Wards? She shouted after me. I didn't stop, worried that I would miss the fight. Sliding around the corner, I saw Wards waiting patiently. I got halfway through a sigh of relief when Louise smacked me upside the head. Answer me when I talk to you, she fumed. Grabbing the spore spot on my scalp, I glared at Louise, who returned my glare in kind. We both jolted upright at the sound of Wards clearing his throat. Louise blushed in embarrassment. Ah, Wards, she began, unsure of how to explain her unladylike behavior. The duel you wanted me to witness was with my own familiar, she exclaimed, trying to draw attention away from her actions. And you, Naruto? No dueling, my fiancé? I was saved a lecture by Wards. Relax, dear Louise. This is no duel to the death. We are simply testing our power against one another. I smirked at his flowery words. Right, this is just a friendly duel, Louise. I drew Derfelinger and held the sword before me. My runes glowed, flooding me with power. Wards responded in kind by drawing his rapier. Despite my words, the air grew heavy with tension. Louise looked between us, helpless to stop the duel. Wards took his stance, come, was all he said, and the duel began. Concentrating my chakra, I pounced forward, rocketing along the ground aided by both the strange power of my runes and my own chakra. I would give Wards no time to cast spells. I was in range in a second, swinging Derfelinger up and toward my opponent's chest in a perfect arc, only for it to slide along his rapier and deflect away. You are fast, Wards complimented in a condescending tone. But not fast enough. The Griffin Knight sent a thrust at my chest. Off balance from my deflected strike, I couldn't block. So instead I planted my outstretched foot and pushed off the ground, spinning out of the way and landing several meters away. Again I dashed in, launching a flurry of blows at Wards. Each one a perfect swing, and each one dodged or deflected. Is this the extent of the Gandalfer's powers? I didn't get it. I was faster than him, I was stronger than him, but I couldn't land a blow. Sure, you are fast and strong, but you are an amateur swordsman. I'm surprised you haven't dropped that sword by now. The words hit me like a sledgehammer. How had I missed it? I was too caught up in the thrill of power to realize my weakness. I might know exactly how to use a weapon when I held it, how to move to get a perfect slash, but I didn't know when or why to use that attack. I could use a sword perfectly, but I was an amateur swordsman. Smiling to myself, I sheathed Derfelinger. Oh, giving up already? Wards asked. Oi, partner, don't give up in the middle of a fight. The sword protested as I slid it securely into the sheath. Sorry, partner, I said while reaching my hand down to my thigh. I unbuttoned my kunai holster. But I am not good enough to use you right now, so I'll have to fall back on some old training. Wards raised an eyebrow as I withdrew 2 kunai, flipping one over to my offhand. Holding both knives in a forward grip, I took my stance. Sorry for the wait, Wards. Prepare yourself. Again, I rocketed forward at Wards, closing the distance between us. My first strike was parried away, the second blocked, and by the third of my rapid strikes, Wards was falling backward in an effort to extend the space between us. I remembered my training and harried him, not letting him escape my range. Kunai might not have much range, but I was fast enough to keep close. Against construct like golems they were worthless, but against a flesh and blood enemy they worked just fine. Once again I stepped within Ward's guard, only for him to throw up his cloak with his offhand. Blinded for a second, I heard him shout, "Air hammer!" On reflex, I dropped my kunai and formed the ram seal. Just as a solid wall of air hit me, I replaced myself with a barrel across the square. It took a second for me to quell the massive vertigo that came with the technique, and in that moment I saw the barrel fly into the far wall. Now was my chance. Grabbing another kunai, I leapt at Ward's back. This fight was mine. My only warning of something being amiss was the smirk I caught on Ward's face as he looked over his shoulder at me. Something hard impacted my stomach and stopped me dead in the air. As I flew backward, I could only realize that Wards had stabbed backward, using his cloak for cover. Smacking into the ground, I skidded to a halt. Damn, that hurt. That was the match, young familiar. If had been serious, that would have pierced you. I pushed myself up into a sitting position, wanting to deny his claim, but knowing I had lost. You maybe be fast, strong, and have impressive powers, but you are still inexperienced. You are unfit to protect Louise. Pushing myself up, I let my anger take hold. Oi. Fuck you, I said, and then turned and stormed off. Chapter ends. So there you have it. Please read and review. Chapter 9. Rescue. Anger boiled inside of me as I kicked at the ground. I had begun to respect that pretty boy Wards, and then he goes and says something like I'm not strong enough to protect Louise. The idea of him looking down on me just made my blood boil. The worst part was that I had completely lost to the man. There was no denying it. Well, I would just have to make some awesome technique to beat Wards with. I smirked at the thought of beating the pretty boy with a giant chakra beam. My grand imaginings calmed me down somewhat. I leaned against the railing at the edge of the cliff, looking out into the sunset. After losing my temper at Wards, I had come here to cool off. So this is where you sulked off to? A familiar boy's voice called out to me. I didn't spare Goosh a glance and kept looking out into the sunset. He didn't take the hint and leaned against the railing next to me. Louise told me you lost a duel to Wards, and then made a fool of yourself before. Ah, what did she say? Oh yes, running away like a dog with his tail between his legs. My teeth grit as I turned my glare on Goosh, trying to intimidate him into shutting up. It didn't work. Goosh just turned and looked into the sunset, not at all unnerved by my glare. Goosh, you come here just to annoy me? I asked with an edge of annoyance in my voice. My friend just leaned on the railing next to me. Soon enough, I couldn't help but voice my thoughts. It's just Wards is such a jerk. Sure, I lost to him in one duel, but I am still a good fighter, and I'll beat him next time we fight. I can't stand that smug bastard. Goosh patted my shoulder. You know, it wasn't long ago that I lost a great deal of pride in a duel I was sure I'd win. My friend gave me a knowing look, leaning on the railing with his side. But you know what bothered me the most? It was losing in front of my Monmon. So I understand why losing in front of Louise has you so angered, but if you want to win her heart, you must act more graceful, even in defeat. I wasn't sure I liked the knowing grin Goosh was giving me. It took me a second to put it together. Wait, Louise and I aren't like that, okay? She just summoned me as a bodyguard. I held my hands up in defense. Shrugging, Goosh sighed out, sure. Then it was just your massive warrior spirit that caused you to act like a ruffian while losing in front of Miss Valier? Yes, I adamantly confirmed. Man, my face was getting hot. I turned away from Goosh, quickly becoming uncomfortable with this conversation. I heard Goosh sigh. Listen, Naruto. The seriousness in his voice caused me to turn back to him in surprise. I learned when I fought you that you cannot and will not win every fight. What matters is how you deal with that loss. He held up a hand, stopping my protest of never giving up. I know you well enough to know you wouldn't give up getting stronger over something like this. However, if you plan to continue to champion for Lady Louise, I suggest you hold your tongue until your mind has gained control of it. Gush's voice had a hint of sting to it. I may not have always cared for Lady Louise, but I have always admired her pride and spirit as a noble. She is one of the few I have seen that actively tried to uphold the dignity and honor of her position. As her champion, her honor rides with you. Consider that, my friend, and try to think before you act. I stood there, contemplating Gush's words. I guess I could see the value in acting honorably. It was just always easier to act on instinct. Thanks, Gush. I guess. I don't think I'll become a pretty boy like Gush, but it wouldn't hurt to try to keep my temper in check. Gush waved off my thanks. A friend does these things, right? Now, let us hurry to the port, lest we miss the ship. Smiling at each other, we both turned to head up the road to the port, only to find a massive stone golem standing behind us. I'm sorry to break up this moment, gentlemen, but I cannot let you pass. A very familiar, feminine voice called out from the shoulder of the very familiar earthen giant. You have got to be kidding me. Standing in our way was Fauke and her massive golem, fists raised and coming down fast. Reacting on instinct, I grabbed Gush and jumped backward. My feet caught on the railing of the cliff as the golem pounded the ground where we just were. The sheer force of the blow shattered the ground and launched shrapnel every which way. Rin X Cal. I heard Gush call out as he raised his rose wand, still half held my left arm. A small wall of earth grew out of the ground, shielding us from the bullets of earth. I'll support you. Go. Nodding to Gush, I drew Derfelinger and leapt over the mound of earth. Chakra and the strange power of my runes flowed through my body once again. I reached into my pouch with my left hand and withdrew a pair of shuriken. With the runes guiding my hand, my throw launched the twin stars in a perfect curve toward Fauke atop the golem. However, an instant before they hit, the rock of the golem sprouted around her, deflecting my attack. Damn, of course it wouldn't be that easy. I noted briefly that I was flanked by several Valkyrie golems. Gush's work, no doubt. I closed on the golem, holding my pace to that of the Valkyrie. However, it wasn't fast enough as the massive rock giant swung its arm horizontally, sweeping toward us. Planting my left foot, I flipped up in a cartwheel, vaulting over the arm with my free hand. The Valkyrie weren't so agile. Only the furthest managed to evade in time by jumping and latching onto the arm. Gush's construct began climbing the arm, using its spear to stab into it as a handhold. In that instant, I felt Fouquet's attention shift. Perfect. The rock giant's other arm moved to swipe the Valkyrie off, giving me my chance. With both arms occupied, I raced toward the feet of the golem. It took on moments for me to pass under the arms. I noted the debris of a crushed Valkyrie fall behind me. It didn't matter now. In one jump, I latched onto the leg of the golem. Racing upwards, I passed the knee, the waist, the chest. I felt the golem shift as it threw a punch, not at me, but forward. Gush. It took me no time to decide. I abandoned my chance at Fauke and leapt blindly backward toward where I hoped Gush still was. Twisting midair, I skimmed along the arm. I could see Gush moving as if in slow motion. He wouldn't be able to dodge in time, and I wouldn't beat the punch to him. I had to stop it. In a panic, I summoned forth all the chakra I could. Before, I had tried creating clones with shadows by blocking enough light with a shell. Maybe I could make them solid enough for a wall. Bringing my hands together, I began to form the seals for the technique, only to realize I still held Derfelinger. Stupid. The sword slipped from my grasp as I fumbled out half a rat and half a ram sign into a cross symbol. It would have to do as I was already pumping loads of chakra through the bastardized sign. Surprisingly, it was a lot easier to manage the massive amount of chakra with just the one sign. I visualized myself forming as many copies as I could and filling them as much as I dared with the chakra. Smoke created by excess chakra billowed everywhere. I could only pray the makeshift wall had slowed the arm enough for Gush to complete his dodge. I nearly failed hit the ground in a roll as I caught sight of just what I created. Nearly 20 perfect copies of me were holding the arm of the golem, glued to the ground with their own chakra. Gush himself was dumbstruck, sitting behind them as they held off the life-ending punch. Everyone on the battlefield was silent and still, all of us surprised at the turn of events. It was the single non-human who broke us out of our collective stupor. Don't drop me, you failure of a partner. My indignant sword called out. Like that, everything started again. The golem wrenched its arm back. Bring the clones with it as they held on. I turned and darted over to Derfelinger, picking him up on my way to Goosh. Goosh himself scrambled to his feet, and somehow I knew that the golem had smashed my clones against the cliff face, destroying them. I thought your copies were illusions, Goosh said in astonishment, still reeling from his near-death experience. I could only shrug at him, still astonished myself. So did I have no idea how I did that? Goosh looked as if he was about to fall over from sheer disbelief. Only you, he mumbled. I didn't know whether to take that as a compliment or an insult. Never mind, Goosh said, shaking his head clear. I need you to protect me while I cast this. I'll be a liability again if you charge out. I nodded my head. Goosh was right. If I attacked head-on again, Fauke would just attack Goosh to draw me away, and we got lucky last time. As Goosh began muttering under his breath, I called out, didn't I put you behind bars? Fauke just laughed at me. No prison could hold me, boy. I am far too clever for simple guards. I tricked you easily enough. I bet someone just let you out. That seemed to strike a nerve. Maybe someone really did release her, but who would? Then something clicked. I hoped I was wrong, but I was getting a sneaking suspicion Fauke didn't catch us here on coincidence. Fouquet's golem reared up an arm. She called out with fury in her voice, what do you know, boy? I am Fauke of the crumbling earth, and you are going to fall to me this time. Valkyrie Raymond. Goosh interrupted the two of us. A flash of white drew my attention to Goosh. Standing next to me, Goosh's silken shirt and pants were gone. A suit of armor highly reminiscent of his own Valkyries had replaced them. The greenish-gray armor covered him from head to toe, its angular features making him look almost hawk-like. His noble mantle was now draped across his back like a cape. His own rose wand had extended into a spear. I was only able to recognize him from the small open portion of the helm. I created this technique to keep up with your speed, my friend. You needn't worry about me being caught again. I almost voiced my doubt. How could adding armor make him faster? However, I got no chance as Goosh bent his knees and slid away as if he were skating on ice. Quick on the uptake, I raced after him. We both diverged as the golem slammed its fists down, trying to squash us. Unexpectedly, instead of drawing the arms back up, it bent downward and then launched itself upward. The ground shook as Fauke and her golem rocketed upward and backward toward the cliff face. When could that thing move like that? The golem landed on the side of the cliff on all fours. Fauke still stood on its shoulder, only nose seemingly locked in by rock to keep her from falling. Hadn't she learned? I could just climb up the cliff face and... I stopped mid-thought as chunks of the cliff face tore themselves out and rocketed toward us. I launched myself backwards. With multiple small jumps, I dodged boulder after boulder. Next to me, I caught Goosh doing the same, only sliding in a serpentine pattern. She's pumping her willpower into the cliff face with her golem as a conductor. Goosh called out to me. Whatever that meant, I didn't know. Luckily Goosh must have noticed my confused glance. She can't move it easily now, he explained. Oh, gotcha. The problem still remained that I wasn't sure even I could get through that storm of rock to her. Looking to Goosh, an idea struck me. You as strong as you are fast? I called out. From the grin that crossed his face, I knew he understood. I raced toward Goosh as he slid his spear back, planting his left leg and leveling the pole. In a single jump, I landed on the end of it. Let's do this. We both yelled as he swung the spear forward in an arc, launching me like a catapult. Chakra coiled in my legs as I waited for the right moment. There, just before the top of the swing, I pushed off. Derfelinger in my hands, I cut through the air faster than I had ever moved before. The wind whistled by me as I passed through the storm of rock being launched by Fauke. A single boulder was shot to intercept me. Twisting, I kicked off of it, diverting my course toward another. Again, I kicked off a boulder in motion, redirecting myself toward Fauke. This was it, I had passed her defenses. My feet planted on the shoulder of the golem in the same motion as I brought Derfelinger down to cut for her wand arm from her body. However, in that instant rock once again shot up from the golem's shoulder, intercepting my blow. Derfelinger cut through the rock easily, but the blow was deflected off course and away. The glint of steel caught my eye as Fauke brought her left arm up toward my stomach, dagger in hand. I hadn't even thought a mage like her would wield one. With no time, I released my left hand's hold on Derfelinger and caught the dagger's blade bare-handed. I could feel the blade slice into my palm, but I held firm, stopping the blade from piercing me. For a second, both Fouquet's surprised eyes met my own. Then my forehead impacted her face with all the force I could muster. I could hear Golem crack and fall apart as the two of us fell. With my left hand, mangled as it was, I managed to grab Fouquet and push off some falling rock, clearing us from the collapsing Golem. The two of us hit the ground rolling, but otherwise safe. Sliding to a stop, I lay there for a second, catching my breath. My left hand still held Fouquet and she wasn't stirring. This fight was over. A shadow cast itself over me. Looking up, I saw Gouche offering me a hand. That was heroic. It is a shame that there were no ladies around to see our victory. I took his hand and let myself be yanked up by the armored pretty boy. We almost die and you were worried about getting ladies. I shoved Gouche to the side playfully. We both laughed, still high on adrenaline. A stirring to my side brought me back to reality. Though her eyes were beginning to swell from my headbutt, I could see consciousness returning to the eyes of Fouquet. The feel of Derfelinger in my hand reminded me of the law of shinobi. Fouquet was at my mercy, and an enemy, one who had tried twice to kill my friends and me. She realized it at the same time I did. "You are going to kill me now." I didn't reply. I couldn't. As a ninja, I had to kill my heart. That is what my teachers had told me. If I didn't end this, next time Fouquet might end up killing one of my friends. Just do me one thing. Her voice, weak as it was, drew my attention. Near the village of Saxe-Gotha in the country of Albion, there lies an orphanage within the forest. Please tell the one who runs it, a girl named Tiffania, that Matilda has settled down and living peacefully. I considered Fouquet's words. Raising Derfelinger, I simply said, no. Bringing Derfelinger down, I stabbed nearly a hand's width into the stone next to her head. I can't help but think you are a good person. I don't want to kill you. I know I may regret it, but I know I will regret killing you now. I will live a life without killing my heart. Taking up Derfelinger, I sheathed him and turned around. You should go to this Tiffania yourself and tell her. Fouquet of the crumbling earth died in that rubble as far as I am concerned. I began to walk toward the port, only to hear Fouquet's voice behind me. Viscount Wards is a traitor. His loyalties lie with the rebel group Reconquista. He plans to leave you behind and kill Prince Wales of Albion. I turned, surprised at the revelation. I had begun to suspect Wards. Fouquet attacking just after I separated myself from Louise was a big coincidence to believe. Now that it was confirmed, I needed to hurry. In that moment, I saw a large shipping galleon with wings of sails fly overhead. Oh. I am sorry. Wards and the Valier will be on that ship. Fouquet's words drove home my fears. Damn it. No, there was no way I was giving up. What's done is done. Gouche, we need to find Tabitha. Get your familiar now. With that, Gouche and I hurried toward the inn, leaving the dead Fouquet behind us without even glancing back. It had taken surprisingly little convincing to get Tabitha to agree to fly us into a warring country. If simply asking and getting a single yes even counts as convincing. Though it had taken far longer to track the scent of the water Ruby Louise carried. Verdandi moved fast, but it still took many hours to arrive at the end of the trail, a church. The large army we had to skirt the edges of slowed us down more than I liked. According to my friends, the army belonged to the rebel army of the Reconquista and was likely closing on Newcastle, the last stronghold of the Albion nobility not too far from our current location. With the army closing in behind us, and Wards before us, I was growing anxious. Oh Tabitha, does your heart not flutter at the sight of this church? Maybe you could find love and marriage here. It seemed my worry was lost on the ever-romantic Kirch. The redhead had come along, not wanting to be left behind. I swear, Kirch was dead set on getting Tabitha to show some emotion to speak of marriage in such a situation. The church before us was likely going to turn into a battleground. Gouche was too drained from our fight with Fouquet. That left only Tabitha and Kirch in fighting shape. Best to keep a solid rear guard, I told myself. You three stay out here. We may have to make a quick escape, especially with that army heading here. Tabitha nodded once. Thanks, all of you. I nodded once to my friends before drawing Derfelinger and dashing up the side of the church. My footsteps light, I moved like a wraith up onto the roof. The bell tower at the top had an entrance like I hoped. It wasn't even locked. Silently, I opened the door and moved inside, closing it slowly behind me. After a single flight of stairs down, I found myself in the rafters overlooking a small, yet beautiful church. The stained glass depicted figures, one of which I was sure was their god, Vermeer. Rows of men in armor lined the walls, their entire bodies covered in plate mail. The rows of benches were all empty. Yet none of this mattered. At the front I could see a blond man in regal-looking clothing, most likely Prince Wales, standing before two familiar figures. Louise and Wards stood, looking at each other. The sheer white veil in Louise's hair tipped me off. This could only be one thing, a wedding. My first impulse was to jump down immediately and stop the ceremony, but Gusha's voice in the back of my head stopped me. Think first, act second. While Louise's honor wasn't the problem here, the rule still helped. If I jumped in now, there was no telling what Wards would do. If Fouquet was right, who's to say he wouldn't kill Wales, or take Louise hostage? I needed to separate Wards from them. I crept along the rafters, moving slow and watching the light filtering through the windows. Blocking any and casting a shadow would be a dead giveaway to those below. The bride, Louise Françoise Leblanc de la Vallière, will you honor him, love him, and take him as your husband? The prince's words shook me. Something seemed inherently wrong about letting this farce continue. I was almost above the three now. Louise's head tilted up slightly. The empty tone in her voice tipped me off. Definitely under a genjutsu. Hell, I should have known from the wedding. No way was Louise getting married while under her own will. No matter, I was above the three now. Stepping off the rafters, I fell downward, landing in between the three. I could hear a gasp of surprise from behind me and I could see some recognition fill the creepily lifeless eyes of Louise. But I probably enjoyed the surprised anger in Ward's eyes a bit too much. Hey, miss me? My chakra-powered fist connected with Ward's jaw, sending the man stumbling backwards several feet before he tripped over a bench. I was about to draw a Derfelinger when I heard the sound of steel unsheathing behind me. Whirling, I barely avoided the rapier thrust of the regally dressed man. Assassin, he called out with anger. Grabbing his wrist, I exclaimed, "Whoa man, I'm on your side, Wards is the bad guy." I really should have guessed this situation could be misread. The prince tried to wrestle his sword hand free, but I held firm. And also, I'm a ninja, not an assassin. Naruto, Louise exclaimed, light finally returning to her eyes. Still struggling with the man over the sword, I couldn't really spare her a word. Prince Wales. That is my familiar, he means no harm. Taking the cue, I released the sword at that instant and held up my hands in peace. The man, Prince Wales as I had suspected, held the rapier leveled at me for a moment, and then a sound behind me made me whirl on Wards, who had just picked himself up off the floor. "How did you find this place familiar?" he said, rubbing his wounded cheek as he rose. I found my hand resting on Derfelinger. "Like that matters. I know you are a traitor, Wards. Sent here to kill the prince." Like bees stirring, the guards lining the church began drawing their swords. Wards was strangely calm for a man surrounded by armored guards drawing their swords. He simply smirked, drawing his wand rapier. I hadn't realized he had been mumbling a spell until wind raced from the edge of his sword. I could dodge, but then the prince would be hit. "Partner, raise me," on instinct. I trusted Derfelinger. The light green energy of the spell met with Derfelinger and with a gleam. The energy was sucked into the sword. Oh, I forgot I could do that. I could feel sweat form on my forehead. Oi, any other tricks I should know about? I'll let you know if I remember any. That's it, my sword is senile. Luckily, with his last gambit blocked, Wards was looking far more stressed. With guards all around him, and me blocking any long-ranged attacks on the prince, he looked to be out of options. When Wards smirked and relaxed, I knew something was up. No matter. The Reconquista army will finish you, Wales. I have what I came here for. With his offhand he withdrew a letter sealed with red wax from his cloak, taunting us with it. Louise stepped forward in shock. The letter. If the rebels get that, then Germania will call off the princess's wedding. Crap. How had he gotten that? With his sword up in defense, Wards edged towards the door. Naruto, even if you hate orders, I need you to follow this one. Louise's grim tone actually caused me to glance over at her. There was steel in those eyes of hers. I could only nod in recognition. Stop wards, get that letter back. Nodding again, I grinned confidently. She didn't need to tell me twice. My chakra burned inside me, filling my limbs with strength. This was it. There was a brief moment of recognition in Ward's eyes before I leapt forward. I hadn't made it 5 feet before Ward's launched a flurry of wind blades at me. Each one no doubt would have ended the fight, and each one disappeared into Derfelinger's shimmering blade. As I closed, the guards around the hall retreated to protect their prince. In moments I was upon him. My first strike was parried to the side. The second was dodged outright. I needed to play my trump if this was going to end differently than the spar. Leaping backward, I brought my hands up and formed my own bastardized cross seal while still holding Derfelinger vertically with my ring and little finger. I stared Wards down with Derfelinger resting between my eyes. My chakra gathered, filling up copies of myself. While following Goosh and his mole, I had plenty of time to experiment with the newly minted technique. It took some time, but I had it down by the end of the trip. All this technique needed was a name. Well, I had original made it to fix my shadowless clone problem, so why now, shadow clone technique? I called out with pride. 10 exact copies of me poofed into existence. In one jump, we all closed on the wind using Pretty Boy. 11 blades made 11 slashes. It was a testament to Ward's abilities that he was dumbstruck by my cloning ability. Instead, he leapt back, parrying the only 2 blades to reach him with one move. It didn't matter, I was upon him. Darting in and out, my clones and I crushed through his defenses. 3 of my clones went down to his counter thrusts, another 2 tripped over each other, dispelling. Once more he pierced a clone with that sword of his, but this time I had anticipated it. 2 clones struck at one, not at Ward's, but at his blade. With a clang, the rapier went spinning away. Ward stumbled back in surprise. His eyes darted between me and my 4 remaining clones surrounding him. How are these solid? Your illusions are supposed to be incorporeal. You think you have won? Not yet, Ward's cried as a wand shot out of his sleeve and into his hand. Airhammer. A last resort shockwave of air blasted in all directions. I was ready. Raising Derfelinger, my sword drank the magic out of the air, leaving me untouched. I was not ready for all 4 of my clones to dispel. I don't know who was more shocked, Ward's or myself. Oh. Ward's broke the silence, his voice returning to his normal condescending tone. It seems you cannot replicate that sword's ability. How sad. With one gesture of his wand, I saw his rapier fly toward him. No. I raced forward, only to have my thrust parried by his wand. In one movement, he caught his sword wand and gave a counter thrust while I was still off balance. Tucking and rolling, I put some distance between myself and Ward's. With the revelation of my clone's weakness, the tide of battle seemed to change. Twice again I tried to summon clones, and twice again Ward's used a wide-range air spell to destroy them. They seem a bit fragile, do they not? He taunted me as another wave burst into smoke. With my trump defeated, I was beginning to scramble for ideas. If this continued, I was going to lose. Familiar, this is the same as before. You still have no experience. Why will this fight end any differently? Leaping back, I avoided another thrust of his sword. Fireball. A shrill cry interrupted us. Something beyond my senses passed by me and toward Ward's. In the next instant, a concussive blast erupted several feet to his left, launching him sideways. Because I am here to support my familiar Ward's. Louise cried out triumphantly. I swear I would kiss my summoner if I wasn't in the middle of a fight. An unhealthy-sounding cough brought my attention back to Ward's. The man looked far worse for the wear. Rising from the ground, he dropped the tattered remains of his cloak and hat. Blood trickled down his face, marring his no longer smiling visage. Louise, that was a mistake, he spoke with cold anger. G-Rock. A sick-sounding cry caused me to whip back around. There, beyond Louise, stood Prince Wales, pierced by the sword of one of his own guards. Why? The prince said in disbelief, staring at his murderer. I'm sorry to say, it was Ward's voice that came from the killer, that I relieved your guards some time ago. The armor of all the guards dissipated, revealing 10 exact copies of Ward's. I was already moving when those closest to Louise grabbed her and wrenched the wand from her hand. "I wouldn't move if I were you." The original spoke to me from behind. I froze in place. One more move and I cannot promise Louise's safety. I didn't move, not even to turn around. My eyes lingered helplessly on Louise, struggling against the grip of her captors. The original spoke behind me. His voice was slowly growing louder as I heard him walk toward me. "Ubiquitous wind is such a useful spell, if a bit difficult. Replacing all the guards in the night with it. Now that took some talent." I grit my teeth in anger. If only there was some way to free Louise. Those thoughts fled my mind when fire raced through my abdomen. Looking down, I saw the strangest thing. My stomach had a hole in it. With one hacking cough I dropped. "Naruto." The cracked, piercing scream of Louise hit my ears. She needed me. I needed to get up. Planting a heavy hand, I tried to push myself up. A sudden weight on my back shoved me down again. "Get off my partner," Durflinger yelled from my hand. "Oh, do be quiet." I pierced his liver. "He'll be dead soon enough." I meant to take out his heart, but my aim is off, no doubt due to my wounds from you, Louise. Rejoice, your valorous actions will allow you to say goodbye. I really hated wards, but I couldn't think of anything clever to say. In fact, it was getting hard to think. Familiar, it was a good fight. I'll remember that much for you at least. The weight left my back and wards entered my fading field of vision, strolling toward Louise. I needed to get up. Even with my clouded thoughts, I knew I needed to stand. With all my might, I pushed at the ground. I didn't move an inch. As for you, Louise, I truly would have loved you, you know? I could have used that power of the void you possess, but you have made it strikingly obvious I cannot have you. I could see him, cupping Louise's chin. I needed to get up. But if I can't have you, no one can. Again I heard the sound of steel on flesh, but it was so much louder this time. So much louder. I heard nothing but Louise's silent cry as she fell, her blood spilling onto the floor so close, yet so far away from me. No. 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 Rage consumed my body. It powered my very being. My chakra? The runes? They were a drop in the ocean compared to this power? My limbs were no longer heavy, they were light and strong. My mind was no longer clouded. I had one goal, it was easy. The man in front of me would die. I would destroy him. I was standing, I don't even remember getting up. It doesn't matter. I will destroy the man in front of me. "Well, what are you?" I hear the man murmur. I don't reply. I only start walking toward him. My sword clenched hard in my hand, dragging across the floor. Red energy seeped out from my body, surrounding me in an embrace. I could feel it pool behind me into a tail, counterbalancing me as I leaned forward, hunching. The man's fakes charge me, one after another, brandishing rapiers of wind. I don't even break my stride as I swat them away like flies. One cut each, they are cut in twain. The man, now alone, sent blade after blade of wind to stop me. His desperation was palpable. I could have dodged around them, I could already be upon this man I am going to destroy, but to do so would mean this was a fight. This is not a fight. It was not a battle. It was not a contest of arms. This was an execution. So let the blades crash upon my cloak of red. What little got though left wide gashes across my body. It hurt, but I didn't care. The attacks stopped. The man had fallen backward. There he was, sitting in shock and gaping up at me. I raised my hand, drawing all the red energy from around my body to it. First from my tail, then from the rest of my body until all my rage created a massive hand that blotted out the light above the man. The man pleaded. Please. No. I brought my hand down. In an instant, I wiped the man from existence. There, now the man was gone. But why was this hole within me not filled? I was yelling, screaming at the heavens. Why wasn't the hole filled? Why? I was getting angrier. I needed more power. I needed to kill more. I will fill this hole. A hand grabbed my ankle. It's okay. Please come back, Naruto. I looked down at what would dare touch me. Pink and red filled my vision. Louise. All my rage let me. My legs stopped working and I collapsed to my knees. First aid training kicked in. There was a single pierce to the liver. I needed to put pressure on it. My hand trembled as I pressed down on the wound. It'll be okay, Louise. Her eyes were so unfocused, I couldn't think straight. Guys. My voice cracked as I screamed for my friends outside. Where were they? There was no way to heal this injury, but I wasn't a healer, damn it. I bent over Louise, trying to keep pressure on the wound. I leaned in close, convulsing as I tried to stop myself from crying. I looked into Louise's fading eyes, searching for an answer I didn't have. Then something swung across my field of view. Something small and blue. My pendant, dangling from my neck, was swinging back and forth from my convulsions. My pendant filled with healing elixir Louise gave me. I screamed insults at myself as I removed the stopper from the tiny vial. I held the open vial with one shaking hand. Carefully, I poured the medicine, not even a sip really, into Louise's mouth. She swallowed. Time froze as I waited. Slowly, the bleeding stopped and the hole in her abdomen closed. I waited nervously, holding Louise's hand. I think I will never again hear such a beautiful sound as Louise coughing. Just two weak little coughs, but so beautiful nonetheless. Naruto, she says a bit weakly. I smiled the biggest, most genuine smile I have ever had. I'm here, Louise. That was so close, so close. The route back to Tristan was interesting to say the least. With the army encircling Newcastle, and us with it, Kirch and Tabitha had left with Sylphid soon after I left. Then Goosh and Verdandi had dug downwards. When the tunnel was finally done, Goosh returned to find me bloody and shirtless holding Louise quite close. Needless to say, I ended up getting a few slaps for holding my summoner longer than was proper. The tattered remains of my jacket and shirt were left behind, much to my dismay. After following Goosh's tunnel down for what seemed like forever, we fell out the bottom of Albion and onto a waiting Sylphid. I really didn't know whether to laugh or cry because I wasn't the one to come up with it. Exhausted as we were, it wasn't long before Louise and I fell asleep while drifting through the skies. Bars stood before me. I remembered these bars well. Looking to my left, I saw Louise looking back at me. We're here again. I remember it all now, she said to me. I could sense it. My mind was much clearer, more focused than all the previous times I stood in this watery abyss, staring at these bars. That power, back in the church. These bars and it are related. I replied to my summoner. Let's get some answers. Oh, what do you want to know? Chapter End A.N. So, what did you like? What didn't you like? What pet peeves did I step on? Let me know. So who liked the shadow clone technique naming? I tried to use it to lighten the very heavy moods in this chapter. Also, I wanted the naming to be natural, and the actual name came out kind of nicely. As for the fight scenes, I tried to put some major work into them. I ended up stretching what Fouquet and Ward's could actually do, but nothing broke canon as far as I can tell. Ward's wind clone comes straight from the source material. He uses it, and the clone can even do spells. As for Fouquet, it makes sense to me. She stores a crapload of willpower in that golem. The ranged mode seemed natural to me. As for my biggest worry, it is definitely Goosh. He comes off almost looking like a Marty stew, and that is actually what I intended. Goosh tries to be that good-looking, super cool Bishonen, so I tried to model his power growth over what he would thing up. Cool armor and rose that turns into a spear. Red. Phallic symbol. As Goosh as I could make it. Mind you, Goosh won't actually be a Marty stew, but his powers will be modeled after a mage trying to be one. Cause that is Goosh. Let me know what you thought about that please. Until next time.